chicken wings because why wouldn't I be eating while we're playing?
But of course.
But of course, me.
Uh, I'm just gonna ask this question: is anyone sensitive to retching? Because I've been doing that today, and
Uh,
No.
absolute dry retch, and it's just
I don't know if that's a good
an
thing to
awful
have
slog.
around people, my love.
Yeah,
What if you're on constant healing unmute when you say something?
that's probably what I'm going to have to do.
I'm going to
But
turn Kyle up because I think I turned him way down.
Um, Jess, I asked you about that food. It's gotten better with age. Like the meat and the vegetables, it's so old at this point that all the juices, but all the flavor has absorbed into the vegetables and the meat, and it's actually tastier than it was before. So,
Interesting. I hope you don't, like, die of food poisoning, but at least it'd be tasty if you did, right?
hey, whatever works. Die for the science.
Mm.
It looks like Deacon's not going to make it.
Oh no. I'll murder him.
Moida.
Right, well, say lovey.
Alrighty. So anyway, where we left off, things were quite chaotic. Now, after your guys' few meetings, the Varnermen have no reason to stay and meet any longer. So is there any Varnermen in particular either of you want to talk to um, before they just go back about their business?
just as a recap, what are we, what's our next thing? Because I know the whole.
You do not have a next thing yet.
Oh, okay, all right.
Are we
Oh, for the
going?
moment, you are kind of in town on reprieve until your next objective is given, or you
Okay.
choose to do something.
Mm,
Okay.
are
Gotcha.
we gonna get a new handler?
That's something that needs to be discussed still.
Between us or between them?
Both.
Both. Okay. Um. So
That's like the only thing I have to wait for everyone for.
Mm.
that makes sense. Um. Yeah. I think I'm okay then. Uh.
Although now that I say that, oh well, I assume he'll be back. With Daniel here, since Deacon isn't going to make it, and Sean isn't technically a part of the Adventurers Guild yet, at
Mhm.
least,
Uh-huh. Yeah.
it would just be up to you two and Deacon.
Mhm.
So we'll actually probably start there if he is here.
You mean Dalton?
Got it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, not Deacon, excuse me.
We're gonna need you to say your name. You Deacon need to figure something out.
He is not on the call, sir. You fool.
Oh, I
You're
thought you
talking
just
to
said.
nobody.
Oh, I thought you just said.
No,
Dalton
he
just got
He
here.
flashed in and out.
hopped on the call and then hopped right back out, so I assume he'll be here in a moment. Is he in the roll 20? Not yet. No siree.
Ooh. These chicken wings are gonna kill me.
If those
Yeah.
wings kill you, I'm gonna die first. At this rate.
That's the wings we got the other day. I got these moonshine ones, and I thought moonshine was like a mix between honey mustard and barbecue. Apparently, it's a mix between barbecue and hot sauce. Um,
Did you die?
not, yeah. So what I did was, after I ate one wing, I brought the other 11 wings into the kitchen and washed them underwater, and then I ate them.
No, the honey mustard barbecue one is the one that they changed the sauce that the northern whatever.
Max, I sent you a DM.
Alright, no problem, bud.
So there's this really cool person I like. His name is JJ, and I'm trying to seduce him to come play with us because he'd be really cool.
Why are you not succeeding?
Because he said he wouldn't be able to come every week.
Oh, then no. I
Yeah,
don't want him then.
I know, but I want him to
Which is
come.
unfortunate, but
Well, I was wondering if he could be a fill-in for times when like Deacon or Dalton couldn't play or whatever. But yeah.
I used to do that a lot, but it's really unfortunate when I have to. If I do that, one of two things has to happen. Kyle, imagine you miss a week and this fill-in is playing your character. Either A, this fill-in could make a mistake that gets your character killed or compromises a relationship they already have in game, or B, your character is immortal for a week and this fill-in has no consequences.
Oh, I meant more like JJ would rule a different character, and then he'd be the sixth member of the party, or because like legend and things like that.
Well,
So
then
he would.
that wouldn't be a fill-in. For like when Deacon, you said a fill-in for like when Deacon or Dalton
Right.
missed a week.
I'll rephrase what I meant. What I meant was
So it would be like a mercenary
he,
type.
he would be a mercenary character who would come in and like, oh, Deacon's off on a side mission. He's staying at the Adventurers Guild. Agios isn't here, so the guild is sending this other character with you instead. So it'd be a character fill-in. That's what I.
But then if there's a week that we have neither, the fill-in doesn't work, or if there's a week where we have both, the fill-in doesn't work, I'd rather just people that I'm confident are going to make it consistently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm starting to feel like I'm not one of those people with how this year's been going. I'm so sorry.
Well, you're also a co-DM, so it almost doesn't matter. Anytime you don't make it, I can just take over for what you would do, since it's pseudo under me. If you weren't here, I could take JJ in as, like, every other week, but I don't need two co-Dungeon Masters.
Mm.
So Dalton hasn't responded yet, so we're gonna do some weird stuff here.
Cool.
So here's what we're gonna do. The first thing that you guys are gonna need to do in this session, if we're talking timeline wise, is talk about a new supervisor, right?
Oh, mm-hmm.
But until you guys can actually handle that, whoa, one sec. I just gotta. Oh no, it's just Deacon.
Dalton responded to me.
We're gonna kind of skip ahead of time. So we're gonna do what's going to come after that meeting first, and then we'll get back to that meeting when Dalton is here. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So the basic
won't that cause
assumption.
some timey-wimey bullshit?
It will be a little confusing. I will work it all out.
Okay.
That's fine.
Maybe I'll just rewrite what's gonna happen then.
He's just trying to do a Doctor Who reference. That's all.
Alright, you know what? Here's what we're gonna do. The Varnermen are extremely busy people, and they obviously, you guys need to discuss what's going to be happening with your next, escort or whatever that is.
Mm-hmm.
However, before that, they've been at the Capitol dealing with matters during a time that isn't the Reverie for too long now. They need to go back to their normal business.
Mm-hmm.
So they're giving you a week to think about what you want out of a new escort, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then they will reconvene here in 1 week to discuss it with you. That's what we'll do.
Sounds good.
So in the meantime, all of the Varnermen leave the capital, leave Edford, with the exception of Gorm and Lisa, who at the moment have business in Edford.
I gotta protect my baby.
So you guys have a week to kind of fill in and do stuff. We're starting on day 1. What in particular do you guys do? Oh, by the way, Jess, can you private message me on Discord a link to your stream?
Oh, sure. I'm gonna say I have
I was just fiddling with some of my settings. Can you guys hear me?
yeah.
I can hear you now.
Okay. Sorry, I missed some of that. I know you said we're gonna change events around, things like that. We have to wait for the meeting, but what was the?
It has to be in 1 week. During that time, only Gorm and Lisa are going to be in Edford, while the rest attend to their normal Varnerman duties, which at the moment is taking them away from the capital.
Okay.
So you guys basically have a week of quote-unquote downtime.
Are we
to
allowed to
role play or do whatever it is you feel you need to do. The only Varnermen currently in the capital are Lisa, and Gorm. As a matter of fact, when Harima was elected Varnerman, she probably doesn't even know yet because Harima was not in Edford at the time.
We should go get her.
Easgraf is already taken care of.
Are we allowed to take jobs off the job board?
It's a week.
There are currently no jobs in Edford because they get snatched up really quickly because it's very easy for most adventurers. You got to realize the Adventurers Guild is massive.
Yeah.
So as soon as a job gets put up for Edford, they snatch it because it's right next to their house. So it's just easy for them to do it without traveling. Not at the moment. I wouldn't recommend you take a job outside of Edford because you need to be in Edford 1 week from today, and you don't want a job tying you up elsewhere.
Okay. I was kind of thinking 2-day travel there, 2-day travel back, 3 days of the job. But I see your point. That's risking it. Yeah.
I mean, even if I were to drag you to the world map for a second here, the closest place is Hilvon, which is a 3-day travel.
Oh, gotcha. Okay.
So, I mean, if you were to travel there for 3 days, do a job in 1, and then leave, you'd be back just in time.
Okay. Gotcha.
I think Remy would just bum around town. She kind of wanted to attempt to meet Lizella if she was around. I think that she would try to, I guess be more social in the guild since she hasn't really spent a lot of downtime here before, learning and meeting other people.
If you wanted to, you could ask people in the guild about Lizella to see if you know where she is.
Okay. Is there a standard place that people meet up for food and stuff that maybe she could just sit down and chat someone up?
Assume that any public area anyone could ever need exists in this giant tower inside of it. You know what I mean?
Well, I knew there would be places to eat, but I didn't know if there was a centralized cafeteria.
There is.
Cool. So I guess I would just like to spend my time meeting new people, maybe meeting some people to spar with, learning about the actual people of the guild, not just what the guild's about.
My thing would probably be, is there a guild historian or someone who would be in charge of maybe a head librarian, maybe, but is there I guess a head historian is what I would think.
There, without a doubt, would be a library, and they would have records on the guild's history. It's just not really something I had ever considered before. Having said that, I have a lot of those notes, so it's definitely something you can look into. I need to pull up my notes here.
It wasn't going to be a question on the guild itself. It was going to be more if the guild itself had faced off against Illithids in the past, or
you can for certain that they have.
Okay, and then I wanted to maybe read about those battles or those those things, and then has there ever been? Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say the guild doesn't really record. They don't have detailed records of their battles just open to the public, unless they are epics or wars or things that were ballads. Yeah. Anything that's kill this Illithid would have been a job that would have gone through Hitsugaya or his previous Varnerman's sect, and those would be files that you wouldn't really have access to if they even existed.
Would talking to Hitsugaya get me anything? As one question.
Hitsugaya is not currently there, but
you said that already. Yep, my bad. Yep.
Even if he were, because you'll see him soon, you find it unlikely that he would just be willing to share that information with you.
Okay.
And also it would be a pain for him to dig out. Yeah. And the Varnermen are very busy. So if you were to approach him and just say, "Oh, it's because I'm curious," he would say, "I don't have the time." If you came to him and said, "Oh, I know of an Illithid that might attack, I need information on previous Illithids," it'd be a little different.
Okay, then the last question I would have would be, would anybody have an answer to? Has there ever been anyone else that's been separated? Is there anyone else who's like me, or am I the first that they know of?
That is something you could look into a library. Can you roll me an investigation check, please?
I forgot. I am dumb. I do not have good. I got a 10.
uh, yeah, you can't find anything specific.
That makes sense.
So I'm sorry. Where are you going, Jess?
I think that I kind of just want to make a friend. I would probably try to go either to the training grounds to chat someone up, or go to the cafeteria. Try to just meet new people. I kind of want to make a friend that isn't just in my group.
Hmm.
Gotcha.
Good.
Okay. Well, you could certainly do that if you want to go to the. It's less of a cafeteria and consider it more. I mean, cafeteria is not a bad word for it, but it's almost like a restaurant
Mm.
that you don't have to pay to be in.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want you to be thinking like a school cafeteria, like it's just got a bunch of slop. It's a public, common eating place. You can go to eating people.
Yeah.
Okay, Kyle.
I was
You can
thinking.
go there to.
I was thinking
can
more
go
of
there
like
to meet people.
cafeteria because of like the tables, how it's like shared seating. Everyone just kind of sits.
That is very accurate, but it's got nice food for this upscale place. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I should be good to talk for a little while.
You got it, buddy.
I got sick again, but
Yeah.
I should be good for a bit.
So yeah, I'd go there and I would get all the meats. Remy likes all the meats. And then she'd look around.
What are you, an Arby's?
I was gonna say, it's an
Bleh.
Arby's in the cafeteria, right?
Bleh.
We got them.
I thought you said there was an upscale place with good food.
I
And
was
I
saying you like having all the meats, so I said, what are you, an Arby's?
This is why I need to find other friends in the guild, so I don't have to deal with these jokes.
'Cause mine suck.
That's right.
No. I blow. Get it right.
Oh my god.
Yikes.
I'll tell John. He'll be excited. So I'd look around at the tables to see who might seem the most welcoming. Or to be honestly, I'd probably look for someone who looked really strong. And like, we had similarities almost.
I was about to say, but blood isn't here.
I don't know.
Blood's a sword.
So, what kind of similarities are you looking for specifically? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's.
I would say someone who's strong. And like obviously I would like to say like they're kind and stuff, but who knows? But like I have a darker past, so I'm not always so bright and bubbly all the time. So like I'm okay with that, and I kind of want like depth, like someone I could really get along with, as in like they're not like naively like happy or like overly like I'm the best, you know what I mean? Like so someone who just looks like either quiet or like tough but like not mean. I don't know.
I mean, there's a lot of people here. You could undoubtedly find people who are quieter but tough looking.
Mhm.
Um, are you looking for a specific like class, or maybe you can check people's badges for Gorm's sect, something like that?
Oh yeah, totally. I would definitely if I saw people from Gorm sect, I would try to introduce myself to them, because it seems like we've been kind of set apart for a while, even though I am technically under Gorm. So maybe I'd like
Okay.
to meet some
So
Gormites.
yeah, you can definitely find a place where people are like it's a bunch of people who work under Gorm that appear to be very holy paladin-esque people, like his holy knights, you know.
um, I'd probably go up to them and I'd be like, "Hi, my name is Remy. I am also underneath Gorm, but I haven't really had a chance to introduce myself to anyone. Um, do you mind if I sit with you?"
They would
You're
say
also
not at all.
cool.
What'd you say, Kyle?
Yeah,
I
Kyle,
said
you're breaking up, bud.
oh, I said you're also underneath Gorm. Like you've been under. Okay, that was bad.
We've
Oh,
never had sex
yikes.
yet. Get out of here.
A lady doesn't kiss and tell, Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm pretty sure she would be above Gorm.
I don't know. They both seem like tops to me.
Which is why it clearly won't work out.
Stop it. He's not gonna die. He's gonna retire, and we're gonna start a tribe. God damn it.
Yeah. Let's go with that, Jess.
Mm-hmm. So I sit down with them and I ask people's names, and I want to take like the measure of the people at the table.
What do you mean by the measure? Like how strong they are?
Yeah, like what they seem like look them up and down. Like, do they take care of their weapons? Do they seem like some people are more ornamental, some people are more commonplace. Like, I don't know, gauge people's personalities at a first look. I know that
Okay.
they're not always true, but you know what I mean.
You ready to you ready to get blitzed with some notes?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So for names, the first one's name is Elbera Thormek. Elbera Thormek. You get that?
Elbera. I'm writing left hand because I have a chicken wing in my right. Yes.
She is a half-orc female. And she seems like she can handle herself. Like, she does not seem like a fool, but you're confident that you are above her in strength level.
Excellent.
You know what I'm saying?
I could take a bet if she wanted my man. Got it.
So she's a bottom. Got
I'd make her bottom.
Alrighty. Now then. The next person, his name is Armagon. Armagan. And it's a she, excuse me. She is a human female.
Okay.
Wow, my NPC builder loves me its females. Okay. So anyway, she appears to be she definitely seems weaker than Elbera. You can tell that, but she also is very you can she's either a paladin or a cleric or something especially holy,
Mm-hmm.
you know? And she seems to be much more focused on being a support tank as opposed to being a let's go fuck them up. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Elbera is very clearly all about let's go fuck them up.
Gotcha.
Now this last one is the weirdest name.
Is that previous one? Is she missing a limb?
She's not missing a limb.
Oh, cause her arm are gone.
Get out of here.
I'm gonna server mute Kyle real.
I mean, we all thought it, but you're the one who had to say it.
Well, I'm the DM, so I have the right. Alright, you ready for that third name?
Yeah.
It is Thralid Aztec. T-H-R-A-L-Y-D-D-A-Z-T-E-K.
Okay.
Aztec.
Can you say their first name again?
T-H-R-A.
No, I want you to say it.
Oh, Thralid. Thralid.
I'm just gonna spell it phonetically because I'll never be able to pronounce it otherwise. Okay.
He is the guy. This is a male high elf.
Mm-hmm.
He is he's clearly like he's in light armor, you know, like, he's clearly not the frontliner. He does have a bow on him, so you know he's meant to be more of the range type. But he also carries a plethora of holy symbols, which makes you think he also might be a cleric or a paladin, although you're not sure, as he doesn't emanate, "Oh, I am religious," the way that Armagon did.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? So these are your three seatmates.
Okay. Um, I would like to say, well met, everybody. Um, I haven't been in the guild for that long. How do you find things in the guild? How do you like working for the guild? How long have you been in the guild?
Oh, I misunderstood your question at first. I was like, "What do you mean? How do you find?" Like, we look around. Like, I don't know. I'm so confused. We've been enjoying the guild quite happily. Gorm is an excellent leader. We're happy to be working under him, and we've been getting a lot of tasks, a lot of quests that are close to home, which makes it nice because it means that we don't need to travel very far.
It's very cool. I got distracted. Um, so I haven't. I came from the mountains of Rothmore, and I haven't been around a lot of people. Um, do you guys want to tell me maybe about yourselves a little bit? Or, you know, I don't know. I don't know what to do.
What are you
Typically, when I
looking
meet
to
new people,
know?
I tell them about myself before I ask them for their secrets.
What? I don't want their secrets. I want to make
No,
conversation.
you should probably introduce yourself and be like, I'm Remy, bloody bloody blah. I come from
I
Christ, I do
introduced
this,
myself already.
No, say a sentence or two. Jeez.
I already did. Remy's like, I'm not really used to. I'm trying to make friends, and I just always knew everybody in my village, so I don't really know how to do this. And then she goes, "Can we be friends?"
They look at each other and then look at you like, yeah, sure.
Cool. So what do you guys like to do?
Well, mostly we just train, honestly.
Oh, I like to train, but that's all you do, even in your free time?
For the most part. I mean, we don't really have any families back home. We just train to make sure we come home safe on our from our next mission every time.
Hmm. Are you guys like in a group together? Like I'm in a group that's sent out in a certain number. Are you guys sent out like that, or is it just everyone in Gorm's squad kind of stays together?
Um, no, we have a group. We are three of our group. We are a group of seven, as you
Hmm.
are supposed to be, and we are the only members from Gorm's squad, which is why we tend to stick together.
Oh. Do you get along with people who aren't necessarily from Gorm's squad?
I mean, we can get along with anyone we need to, especially our own squad.
Hmm. I'm gonna
We
say,
have nothing against our squad.
yeah. I'm gonna say I haven't had a lot of socialization except for the people in my squad and Gorm, of course. And I go, I think he's wonderful.
They kind of notice that you're, you know, trying to get with Big Daddy, and they don't really think much of it because they get it, because he's going, he's fucking glorious.
That's right. Okay, and I'm like, I eat my food, and I'm like, well, I'm just gonna sit here and be awkward and hope people like me.
Yeah, they just seem to happily eat with you. They don't really have any issues, you know.
I was hoping, I don't know, sit there and they would do most of the conversation and I could pipe in, listen about town. I don't have specific questions. I just want friends.
They just kind of sit and eat with you. They tell stories of their adventures. There's nothing that specific that comes to mind.
Okay. I asked them if they want to train together sometime.
They go, we're actually gonna hit the training base right after this. Would you be
Awesome.
interested in that?
Absolutely. I looked them all up and down, and was the orc female looked the strongest.
Of course.
Um, so I'd probably be like, do you like to be competitive or like
Uh, they look at you and then look back at each other and go, what do you mean?
like friendly competition? You know, like oh, I can shoot this arrow so far, and like kind of like boister one another on and like
We
joke.
are all strong in our own ways. We don't really compete against each other. We just try to improve our own specific, unique talents.
I see. All right. Uh, sounds good. I could use some work on some of my things. She looks kind of sad because she likes competition, but she doesn't want to be ostracized for being competitive. Okay.
Uh, yeah, I know what you mean.
Like, yeah, yeah, me too. Me too. Sad. Cool.
Alrighty. I need 1 sec, Jess.
Okay.
Throw me in a loop.
All right. I'm just gonna wash my hands real quick. I'll be right back.
No. We've done nothing but role play.
Not yet.
Oh, so where's like half the people?
Sean told me he was going to be late, and Deacon isn't coming today.
It feels so much more empty without the dungeon.
Yeah, it really does.
Yeah, we were just talking about that earlier because we're down we're down one technically. Yeah, with the
Yeah. Well, when this group originally started, there were 11 people, so it feels really empty to us that we're, to everyone that was from the start. You were from the start too, though, weren't you, Dalton?
No.
You were
No.
close to it then.
But like yeah, the original included John and Forrest and Coder and
Yeah, originally we actually we had 11 people.
yeah, the other Andy, not this Andy.
Yeah, I think that we knew that it was gonna drop off, so that's why we invited so many people.
Yes, but now
It's exactly correct.
yes, but now we're negative, so it's like
It's time to
No,
recruit.
I'm fine. This is right where I want to be, so I'm not really upset.
No, I know. 5 is fine, but like because people are late or absent, you end up moments where it's just me and Jess talking to each other.
I don't talk to you.
I don't. Yeah, fuck you, Kyle.
The thing is, I'll
Fuck
always
you,
be late,
Kyle.
which
No, I
sucks.
don't count you, Max, because you're the DM. I mean, like as a player, you know.
Whatever you say, Kyle.
I'll always be late, and that kind of sucks.
That's okay.
Yeah, it's not a big deal.
Also, Max, about that getting 1 more HP.
Getting, huh? What are we talking about?
1 more HP.
In what ref? Are we talking about when you would have killed Jiraxis?
No.
What are we talking about here?
HP.
Do you need
What
one more
about
HP?
I have 68 HP.
Oh, yikes. Oh, no.
Get that boy one
Look at that.
HP.
Alright. With the power of godhood, I give you 1 HP.
Thank
However, next time you level up, you will lose 1 HP. I giveth with one hand.
Amazing.
Alrighty.
Cool.
Anyway.
You
so
just
Jess,
missed me horribly trying to make friends and being really anti-social.
Okay, so basically what happened is the Varnamen need to re-meet so that you guys can get another babysitter, for lack of a better term. You know what I mean? What Slanesh was to you. However, they were all extremely busy, so all of them went to go take care of their Varnamen shit, saying they would re-meet in 1 week. So you guys had 1 week of like R&R and to decide who you wanted to be your next babysitter. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Jess is taking day 1 of her week to try and meet some new friends, and Kyle is spending it in a library.
Legit.
The only Varnermen that are currently in the capital are Gorm and Lisa Lisa. And we can talk about what you were doing with day one of your week after Jess finishes up her training session with her friends.
Nice. And
Sound
say,
good?
Yeah.
Alrighty.
say I'd also ask them about Lysella and what she's like and where
When
she
do
likes
you
to hang out.
ask that?
Maybe during when we're eating before we
When you're eating?
train. Yeah.
So, my assumption was right when you asked about training, they were just finishing
Oh.
up, so you guys were walking towards training.
Okay.
So do you ask that while on your way to training?
Sure.
They look at you and they go, "What's your interest in Lizella?"
Well, I've heard about her a little bit, and she seemed like a person I would have some things in common with. So I kind of, I'm trying to look for new friends, and I was hoping maybe I could meet her.
Oh, well, you probably will.
Huh.
She's usually training. That's what she spends most of her time doing, is either training or going out on missions.
Oh, that's
She'll probably be at the hall when we go.
awesome. And I say,
Well, she's the-
I train quite a bit, and I haven't. Well, I don't really know what she looks like. Well, I do now, but I didn't before.
You'll,
So.
you'll know when you see her.
Very cool.
She is memorable.
Awesome. I'm so excited. Let's go train.
Okay. So, as you approach the training hall, you start to hear screams from inside it.
I run in.
As you burst in, the others kind of sprint in behind you, like, "Wait, don't worry about it," and you get brought into this. And you see what you can only imagine is Lizella standing over 3 unconscious bodies.
Huh.
She turns and looks at you. And she goes, more people to fight, and kind of starts to stretch out.
Say, Remy's like,
And the 3 you are with are kind of like not, like they know they're just going to get fucked. So they're like, "No, we're just going to go train with, some more ourselves with our team."
Remy goes, so cool. And I'm like, sure, I'll train with you. And she'll take this opportunity.
Looks at you and goes, "One."
Remy's like, I know you'll kick my ass, but it'll be a good experience for me, and I think you're super cool, and I'm hoping that by you kicking my ass, you'll be friends with me. And she takes
She kind of... Go ahead.
and she takes out her great axe. And I'm like, what are the rules?
All right. You were going to have Daniel train? So just as you say, "What are the rules?" Daniel walks in, having also just finished a meal or something.
I go, hey, Daniel. Are you here to train? Silly question. Do you want to come get your ass kicked with me?
Daniel.
Oh, Lizella here is looking for a fight, and I really want to be your friend, so I'm willing to let her beat me up while learning how to, take my blows. So, she's super cool, she's super elite, and she likes to fight more than one person at once. So I was just going to let her beat on me, but if you want to come, maybe we learn something.
I don't think Lisa will like that.
It's training. She can't kill us. And then I'm like, you can't, right?
She could easily
She looks
kill
and
you.
she goes, "I do not kill people.
See?
Besides, I'm a cleric. Any damage I do to you, I can just as easily undo." What? What just happened?
Because she does kill you, she just cast Revivify right afterwards.
Sounds good. And I'm like, see, we're going to learn cool stuff. she's gonna hopefully be my friend, and you can join
For
us.
some reason, I accidentally refreshed roll 20. Alright, there we go. I'm back.
But if you don't want to get beaten up with me, that's fine. I just it's awesome.
Daniel, if you don't, oh, I see no risk, plus I need to test these gloves out anyways. She kind of smirks and she starts to drag these bodies out of the way so that she can have a proper fight. And then she looks at the two of you and preps her rapiers, her ice and fire, as you can see. And these black marks on her face start glowing a bright gold. And she looks up and says, "Let's do this then." And I need you guys to roll initiative for me.
Awesome. Remy's way too excited.
Holy shit.
Oh, lame. 5.
Miaj turns for you guys.
You removed mine.
Oh, that's because sometimes it glitches out, and if I leave one in there, it will go away. So I always remove them and re-add them.
Okay.
Like sometimes when I leave it in there, it
Yeah, I
won't
know
let
what you
people
mean.
edit it.
Yeah, I'm just gonna put in my 22 again. That was a good roll. Nat 20.
God damn it. Of course. Hey. I have a
She
5.
has advantage on initiative, and she nat 20'd on her first of 2 rolls. And never before have I felt like more of a waste giving a character advantage on initiative.
What is her dex modifier?
You're about to find out. She's wielding rapiers, so
Ah, okay.
The answer is yes.
Noise.
Probably a 5 with mine.
it is a 5, yes.
Say, Remy's excited, and she looks competitive, so she's happy about that. Why are you turning me sideways, boy?
So that you're facing your opponent. You want to turn your back on probably the hardest enemy you've ever fought?
No, I didn't see that which way she was facing. I thought we were both upright.
No.
Okay.
I always face people the direction they actually go.
Sounds good.
Where did Kyle go?
She looked at you two for a second, and then she sees your badges. And all of a sudden, she's like, "Oh my gosh, you aren't just cronies, you're the Senshi."
And I'm like, yep, that's us. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. I've heard some nice things about you, which make me want to be your friend.
She goes, "If that's the case, I'm gonna need to go all out." And she pops an ability of hers, and this sphere of twilight emanates around her. It doesn't actually compromise any vision, it's just this aura of energy.
Nice.
Right?
And I say, I'd appreciate that. I'd like to learn.
Remy, you're gonna get destroyed.
I'm okay with that. I'm going into this with no I don't intend to beat her. I intend to get my ass kicked and hopefully make a friend and learn some shit.
You should always intend to win.
So, she dashes up and swings her fire rapier at you, Remy.
Okay.
What is your AC?
My AC is 18.
Alright, she will hit.
Of course she will.
And she deals you 19 damage.
Ooh, baby.
It'd be around a 50% chance. Or,
Oh, wait. I never
no, over 50%.
read everything. You said 19 damage, you said?
Yep.
Cool.
Then she is going to swing her other rapier at you, my friend. One sec. What's your AC, Daniel?
17.
Alrighty. Please swing with your weapon. Alright, there we go. And she actually just misses you. Like you managed to dodge her attack. And she kind of smirks at you and says, "I'd expect no less from the Senshi." And that will be her turn.
I say, smooth moves, Daniel.
You're trying too hard.
Say, I like to train. What can I say?
Well, this is a dance of ice and fire. Daniel will light one hand on fire, one hand on cold.
You got it.
Fire strike.
Ooh.
There's a 28 hit.
Yes, as a matter of fact, it does.
Stunning strike.
What was it?
Stunning strike.
Oh.
Okay, so first of all, how much damage does it do?
10. It's in the chat.
Oh, duh. Of course it is. I am a fool. I forget that you're you. 1 sec, please.
And spell save DC 14 con save.
You got it. Okay, so you actually. Okay. DC 14 con. I almost rolled your character, Nat.
Huh?
She does not pass that.
Nice.
I feel bad.
Yeah, nice job.
You get it right in the solar plexus.
Blows, do it.
Well, I have to attack with my second attack first.
Indeed.
Ice.
Ooh, you're killing it.
That second one was a nat 1, so I'm glad it was advantage. And then
I love.
flurry of blows. And let's go back to Thunder. Go light conditions.
Sure.
Oh yeah, you got your new fun gauntlets or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
Sword.
25. And 17.
Nice.
The 17.
Wait.
Waiting.
I'm gonna pop a key point to make that a 19.
Then they both hit.
Yes. Focusing.
Yay.
Nice. Alright, will that be all from you, Daniel?
Yep.
I say I look at Daniel and I like smile at him. I'm like, yeah. Boop. I'm assuming it's my turn.
Indeed it is.
All right. I'm like, don't mess this up, Remy. You can do this. Yeah. 24.
That will hit.
Let me just see if I crit. No, but I got a 27, so that's good. All right.
Have you turned off beyond 20?
I don't have beyond 20 because I have
Oh, nice.
edge and it doesn't have an extension.
Oh, yeah.
So that's 17 damage. And I will do it again. And actually, I have, let's see. Yeah. Oh, also, her movement is lessened by 10 feet. Okay, let me try and hit again.
Did you crit?
No. 26 to hit. Lame damage. 9 more damage.
You got it.
Awesome. I'm just gonna action surge, because why not?
Now is not a bad time to do it.
And when I action surge, since I get 2, well, that sucks. That's 15. I would get 2 because I normally get 2, correct?
Yes.
Okay. 25 to hit?
You'll hit.
Okay. And 11 more damage. Oh, actually, I have advantage. So let me just... Nope,
Make
I
sure
got...
you don't crit, yeah.
Yeah, I'm on the first one. I didn't roll the second die, but I got a 5 again, so... But, yeah. Oh, I did crit, actually. Cool. So whatever that first damage was, I will just roll my dice one more time.
Sure.
Oh,
And then
It's
give me the total.
trying to do 2 for me. Ooh. So 18 for this one. My last one was uh 11. So 29 damage.
You got it.
Nice.
All right, and her turn will get skipped, and she's no longer stunned.
Yeah.
You sure about that?
I'm gonna let's see you hit first, pal. But no, I'm not. Oh, now what big miss?
Oh god.
Oh no.
Well, I could.
Wait, you advantage.
Yeah.
You're
Oh,
flanking.
Right, flanking. I'll just roll again.
Yeah.
24.
There you go. You're welcome.
I forgot about flanking, if I'm honest.
Let it never be said I'm out to dick my character.
Remy's like, I got you, brother.
Stunning strike.
Yep. Let me roll for it. Wow, she is unlucky. She is indeed stunned again.
Yay! Woo woo! Tag team, baby.
This is brutal.
Well-
I nat one the first and nat four the second. It's...
Amazing. Well, she could really kick our asses, so this is great.
You technically don't know that. She could be all talk.
The 3 bodies around her don't necessarily prove that to be all talk.
13 lightning.
Ooh,
Sure.
baby.
Flurry of blows. More lightning. Man, consistent double digits. It feels so nice.
Mm-hmm.
That is my 4 attacks. So,
Nice.
Alrighty, I'm just doing all that math.
26, 60 damage.
Oof.
Well, I already did the first.
Oh.
Alrighty, your turn, Remy.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Yeah, I did the 14 before the rest.
All right, let's see if we can hit her up.
The rest was.
Well, that one sucks. Well, it's 17. Let's see if does 17 hit?
17 does not hit.
Brr. Okay. Woof. I'm like, oh, I look bad. All right, we got a 26. Let's see if I crit. No. 26 it is.
26, of course, hits.
13 damage. Do I have anything I want to? No, I think I'm good. Yeah, I'm good. All right. Well,
How
I'm
much
like-
damage was that?
13. I'm like, I'm disappointed in myself, but it's better than nothing.
I really want to just style on her by using my auto haste roll, but that's important.
Yeah.
Feels like a waste. On her turn, with herself stunned in place, she just kind of like grins and laughs. Very good job, you two. It's been a while since I've had such worthy opponents.
Say, I'm excited as well. This is fun. I was worried about training
this-
with other people.
Oh, this is over. If you were to hit me one more time, I would fall unconscious.
Oh wait, that's what you meant by. Oh, I didn't attack. I didn't attack.
She just kind of waits until the stun wears off, and then she pops a heal up. Fear with.
I really thought she was about to use True Strike and just annihilate the two of them.
Nice. I'm glad I didn't do this by myself.
Or if you have like a second form.
I'm like, Daniel, we make a pretty good team. And we should add Lizella to our team.
She looks at you two and she goes, "Oh my. You know, I'd heard of the Senshi, but I didn't expect to meet any of them. You caught me quite by surprise. I expected you to be normal goons."
Hmm.
Like those three, and she points at the Gorm guys over
Well, sometimes life doesn't allow people to grow up weak.
here. Don't I know it? Come, let us drink, and she goes to leave.
Heck yeah. Follow my new best friend. Boop. Come on, Daniel. And I waved to the other people. How did the other people that I was just talking to react to us?
They are stunned. They were like, they're whispering amongst themselves, each other, like, she, what the?
Yes. And I'm like, I'll train with you next time. Bye.
Daniel just blinks
All
for a
right.
second. What the?
And I'm like, Daniel, come on. We're going to make friends.
Kyle just fixed his glasses like he was about to tell someone that they were wrong.
Oh, that's just always how I think.
That's his actual glasses. Actually.
That just means that he's always about to tell someone they're wrong.
Yeah.
So she brings you up to her room, which is pretty freaking nice, but it is important to remember that she's a right hand, so it doesn't surprise you. She sits and she says, come, eat, drink, make yourself at home.
I dive into a turkey, as I always do.
She starts like violently and wildly drinking.
Mac, does it use the full stats for the weapon I used?
Yeah, I saw.
Remy says, it looks like you can take your drink well. I take my meat well, and I laugh.
She looks up and she is clearly sloshed.
Nice.
She's like, no.
Cool.
She just starts drinking some more. Clearly already drunk out of her mind.
Remy says, let's play a drinking game.
She goes, I win, and drinks.
Daniel.
Daniel, what do you do?
Daniel just stands there.
She looks up at you and says, why did I come here? She looks up at you and says, please, honored guest, I'm glad to make your acquaintance. Come, sit with me.
Daniel, if you're uncomfortable, you can find me in the library and help me with some research.
Or you could come find me in my fucking grave.
Go visit Slanesh in the graveyard.
Oof.
She looks up at the two of you and goes, so, tell me about yourselves.
Remy says, well, I am from a tribe that was annihilated during war. And then I say, we won, but it is just me left. I came down and I'm trying to restart my tribe and restart my life. And I've gone through a lot of hardships, but I'm trying to build a better life for me and hopefully my new tribe.
And she turns to Daniel and says, and you, what brings you here? Wisdom save?
Why did you roll a wisdom save?
He rolled a wisdom save to see if he could understand what she was saying.
Say, Kyle, you just got your computer fixed. Why are you on your phone on Discord?
Oh, I haven't, I'm still using my work computer because I was setting up for tomorrow's game, so I didn't have time to switch computers before this game.
You're moving around so much,
You
it's crazy.
Daniel?
Yeah, that's what it was for.
She looks up and she goes, oh my, what tragic pasts you two have.
Oh my god.
I look over at Daniel because I'm pretty sure he didn't tell me that.
Yeah, I don't think the group knows yet. Is that right?
You can tell
I don't
he's
know.
serious, though.
Yeah. Remy looks at him and he's like, we all grow up with fucked up pasts, huh? And I give him some fruit because he looks like he needs it.
Fruit or wine?
I give you fruit because you didn't seem interested in the wine. But just to be careful, I will put wine in between us And if you want it, you can have it, but if not, I will drink it. I,
So she looks at you guys and she says, "Guys, I'm so sorry, but I am incredibly drunk.
we can tell.
I need to stop being drunk now. I've been drunk all day.
Huh. Even while you were training?
But oh, I always drink before I train. But
Interesting.
I must warn you, I'm quite sour when I'm sober."
Well, not everyone has to be happy all the time. I like a good bitch.
She okay. She kind of stands up and goes into another room and comes back a few minutes later, clearly completely sober right now.
Mm.
And she's just her entire cheery atmosphere is gone. She's just staring at you two.
I say, welcome back. Did you restore yourself?
Yes.
Nice. Um, so I
She
had
sits back to eat quietly.
nice. I say I had fun with training. I'd like to do it again. And maybe next time I can invite you over to our room for some food.
She looks up and she says, "Why visit your room when I have this room?"
Well, I didn't think it was fair for you to host always, but if you would like to accommodate us, absolutely. I just wanted to not burden you.
You're making large assumptions that I will ever invite you back.
Hmm. Well, I can be very persuasive, and I am, as Daniel can attest, sometimes a little too eager, and I don't give up easily.
I'm just waiting to see what Daniel is saying.
Yeah, me too. All eyes on your text, Daniel.
How many times have I had to stop and need to calm you down again? She kind of glares up at you
I think
and
he was
says,
saying that to me.
Yep.
"Oh, you were saying that to Remy?
Yeah.
Mhm.
My bad." She smirks a little and looks at you two and says, "So, hmm, sad little boys and girls, huh?"
Yeah. Do you want to join our club?
I founded that club.
Awesome. I'll be vice president.
She just kind of continues to eat, ignoring you, Remy. And she looks at you, Daniel, and says, "Fair enough, but you can't choose your own destiny."
Perhaps you
Not when
can't.
it's predetermined for you.
Yeah. Perhaps you can't choose your destiny, but you can take control of perhaps the path it takes here or there. Well said, Daniel. Well said.
So, were you really just fighting me to test your own strength? Or were you seeking me out for a reason?
Well, I have heard about you and you seemed interesting and I'm trying to make new friends. Honestly, I was just about to train with someone else and you looked ready for a fight and I wouldn't give up a chance to fight you. I know how good you are. I'm not, the end all be
Clearly
all.
not. I get one hit off on you.
Mhm.
And if I hadn't have swung first, I might have gotten none.
And I say,
He sees you say that, Daniel, and says your gloves must be new then, yes? Hmm. They are quite effective.
I always like to learn and to be honest, I'm kind of competitive and some of the other people I'm trying to make friends with seem not. So I wanted someone on my level.
I am above your level.
Yes, and I will climb up to it if we continue to fight.
I mean, they did just beat her.
2-on-1.
Yeah.
That's fair. That's fair.
To be fair, Daniel did most of the damage.
True. But she also didn't tell you weren't on her level, Daniel. She said it to Remy.
Fair.
Say, Remy looks at Daniel a little hurt because he says that.
I no, I didn't. Daniel didn't. I did.
Dalton said that, not Daniel.
There's a
Remy feels the
I
soul of
forget.
Dalton through Daniel and is hurt.
You may not have said it, Daniel, but I know you're thinking it.
Yeah. I'm sorry
So
that I don't have special gloves that hit every time and I can't stun people. And all I can do is swing my axe. But I never give up, never surrender.
So she looks at you, Daniel, and says, "So you're a dragon monk, yes?" How did you come to be one? She kind of looks down and says, "Oh, I see. Very well.
Remy puts more fruit on his plate. Food is my language of love.
and save for born.
Wow. Wow.
It's a no from me, dog.
This is just a not a the situation I was hoping it would be. Remy eats some pie.
Lozella just continues to slowly eat an average amount of food.
Mm.
She is now drinking water.
I give her some fruit.
She looks at you and says, "Thanks, I have enough food."
Mm. Remy looks sad and eats the fruit.
She says, "Yes, what about them?" She looks at you and she says, I don't know how much of my secrets I should share with ones who don't share their secrets with me." And it is at this point that you notice, Daniel, as she clutches her swords, they have dragon head hilts.
Interesting.
Daniel would know this, but I do not. What druid don't like? Who's she under?
Who's what?
Who's she under?
Easgraf.
Okay, never mind.
She's the one who has the demon sword too, right?
No,
The demon sword. I'm afraid I don't know what you're talking about.
the Hellfire Blade.
Yeah, the Hellfire Blade.
No, she is.
Oh, she is.
Yes, one of her two rapiers was the Hellfire Blade.
Oh.
Oh, you just gave her a picture this time. Okay.
Yeah, I just last time I had to pull her out of my ass. This time I actually.
Okay.
I didn't say.
They just look kinda
I
similar.
I know
That's
it's
right.
her, so I don't say anything. But I don't know if Daniel cares if.
I'm not there, but do you guys want to ask about the fact that her sword killed Slid?
No, because I know it did. And we were told about the sword. He asked about where she got them, and we got nothing.
Oh, I mean, is it how does you're trying to make friends with her? Her weapon was used to kill one of the. I don't know.
Right, yeah, let's make her feel bad. Let's make her feel bad.
She says they were my parents. They each had one. Now I wield both.
They must have been something special to wield such great weapons.
She smirks and says, "You have."
Interesting. All right. Say, I'm definitely not going to bring up the fact that she killed Slanesh with her thing.
She didn't. Slash did.
Well, she
Yeah, I
did,
know.
but
That's what I
used
mean.
her weapon.
Kargar was like, you should ask. I'm like, no.
Well, because I know personally, I like to vent to my friends, and I thought if you're trying to make friends, talking about stuff is good. That's all.
She looks up and she says, I'm not good with people. So I drink before I go to train to make sure that I can play nice while training. But as soon as I'm done training, I get sober and am very good with secrets. Sober or not. Otherwise, the whole Adventurers Guild would know a lot more about me than they currently do. You can't talk in the library, sir. You have to be quiet.
Yeah, I would say those are two different steps. Like,
Say Kyle's dying because he hasn't talked.
the I'm assuming it takes you most of the day to gather what little information on illithids you could.
oh, so my failure
Like you were
was a whole day failure.
yes, you were spending time researching your race
Okay. All right.
and came up empty at the end of the day.
Hey,
Yeah.
hey Mac, could you give me that information that you told me I wasn't allowed to tell? Just so that I
don't
actually
remember
haven't
which
never actually
information
told
that is.
about the elephants.
Okay.
Did I tell you about the illithids?
You told me that I knew. You told me that Slanesh knew, but decided not to tell. Kargar.
I mean, if you want it, you can have it. But in theory, your new character almost
No, I mean
definitively.
for me. I'm good at keeping things
Yeah,
separate.
I'll message you. I'll message you about it later. Like post session,
Okay.
I'll let you know what's up.
Okay, I just wanted to know because
Just for the record, Daniel, Lisa is spelled with one S, not two. I might want to roll a wisdom save. Very well.
Technically, actually, it would be two S's, not four.
Kyle.
Muting Kyle again. My wisdom save is more than adequate, Daniel.
It was more for Remy, because I assumed the other one's gone through stuff.
Ah.
Considering it's quite a drastic change, considering what Daniel was before.
So I need a wisdom change for what? Or a wisdom?
You don't have to roll wisdom save. It's up to you. It's just he just dropped a lot of info on you. He just told Lizella about the entire Lisa situation.
I see.
so
Okay.
it's a sanity check. Got it.
Yeah, essentially.
In theory, that you don't need to make it. It's up to you if you think your character needs it.
Hence why I said might.
Yeah. It's a 12. What I would say is that she's had gone through a lot herself, and she's been exposed to a lot of things that she hadn't been exposed to before, and you're her friend, and
you're happy about it, but it's not like you're gonna go freak out over it.
no.
But you were talking about Lisa. I think the bigger reveal is that Daniel's the reincarnation. That's the fucked up part, not the Lisa being sad part.
Well, he proceeded to tell them about the whole situation. So
I know.
Daniel
I was
brought
just saying,
it up too.
from Gex's reaction, she's like, Lisa's been through a lot. I'm like,
No, I said Remy has. I have.
She Remy, not Lisa.
Yeah. I look at Daniel and I was like, thanks for trusting me with this. I'll keep it close to my heart unless you care to share it.
Don't
And
tell Kargar.
I'm here if you need anything.
Kargar.
Don't worry, I wouldn't tell that loudmouth.
Actually, I'm gonna specify that was Daniel.
Okay. Remy says, I think that's a good choice.
Lizella will look up at you and say, "Oh my goodness, I had no idea that you had ties with such a mighty dragon."
Ugh, feeling better.
Well, one day, if
The
you...
day you plan to kill it, she gets visibly sad. She says, "I suppose if it's what needs to be done, then it's what needs to be done."
Say, we generally don't kill things or do things unless it needs to be done. Daniel isn't the type of person to just do something for no reason.
What if there's a middle option? What if you just need to make friends with the dragon?
Well, he's going to take over Daniel and become immortal. So,
Rosella looks at
Yeah.
you and says, let me give you a piece of advice. McGanon has existed since the dawn of this world. He has been here forever. The only magics that could stop him would be magics that have existed for equally as long.
well, I guess that's why we like to make friends. And I'll offer my support to Daniel now that I know his situation.
She looks at you, Remy, and says, could you please give us a moment?
Sure.
Do you, you get up and leave for a minute?
Yeah.
She walks over to you, Daniel, and she does something that I'm going to private message you.
I think she's a dragon. Or her mom and dad were a dragon.
By the way, the reason that's italicized is because he's thinking about going to the Djinn for help.
I figured.
You heard me, Kyle.
Well, no, I'd have to see what the. I'd have to look and see what it says with reading. So I'm just not reacting.
I just thought of a very funny character archetype.
Hmm.
A dragon ancestry kobold.
Hmm.
Dragon ancestry sorcery kobold. Very funny, very small, very angry.
So dragons in general aren't like... There aren't a lot of them left, right? That we know of?
I mean,
It depends on the world.
they breed and still exist.
It's called Dungeons and Dragons. There wouldn't be very few of them.
Yeah, well, no, but I think in this world, maybe, because in DnD, dragons are all over the place, but here there might not be.
I know, Kyle. I was making a joke.
Oh, I didn't get that.
No, it's just Dungeons and Dungeons.
Yeah.
Dungeons and
Dungeons and
Dragons.
Dragons.
There could be only two of them. Two dragons are still dragons.
Yeah, yeah, and also they don't have to be real dragons. They can be dragonborns. They
Mm-hmm.
can be
They could be
wormlings. They can be
pseudo-dragons.
wyverns.
They could be fairy dragons.
I just think she would be sad at the death of a dragon, probably because she's related to a dragon, I would think.
Well, she's holding two dragon skulls in her hand, right? That's what the sword
Well, the
dragon-
swords. I don't think it were real dragon skulls. Dragon skulls are huge. They were just...
They're not real dragon skulls. They're
Oh.
metal. Like it's
Yeah.
ornamental.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dragon
I'm pretty
skulls
sure
would be
that the swords
huge.
she's holding-
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that the swords she's holding are made from dragon bones, probably from her parents.
Yeah.
Was not expecting that. Holy, okay.
At least that's the vibe I got.
You see, Daniel,
Anyway,
you wouldn't get to know any of this unless my happy ass didn't want to make friends and dragged you along.
that's what I just sent to him. I was just telling him about, oh, fun fact, if you had never encountered this character, then this probably would have happened, so Jess just saved your ass.
You know what the funny thing is, though?
What?
I would have ran into her anyway. I was gonna go train.
That's true, but you might not have, the situation may have been different.
Oh, it definitely would have been.
Anyway, after she tells you that, she says, I think we've concluded our business. You can reach out to me anytime you need. And she gives you a sending stone.
Okay.
It looks like Dalton made a friend. Not Remy.
Yeah. Set out to make a friend, and Dalton just gets another babe in his harem.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Dalton, when you walk outside, you see, or excuse me, Daniel, when you walk outside, you see Jess waiting.
I don't
What do
think
you
I
guys
see
say?
Jess. I don't think I see
Remy.
Jess.
Shut up! So now, when you walk outside, you see Daniel, you see Remy waiting for you. What do you guys do?
Um, what time of day is it?
It's getting to be pretty late in the day between eating, gathering information, training, and dinner time. Like, it's probably around 7 o'clock.
Okay.
Cargo, you're probably just finishing up in the library. Like, that was a day of bad, sad.
Yep.
Nice.
I didn't know any better, and I accidentally just read a bunch of books on octopuses and squids.
Tentacles, it's the same thing.
I would say to Daniel, I'm like, I think that today turned out much differently than I thought it would, but I'm still glad it happened. And I look at Daniel, and I'm like, if you ever need anything, you can trust in me and know that I will hold it close to me and not tell anyone without your permission. And it seems like perhaps instead of me making a new friend, you made a new friend. And I kind of smirk at him. And then I'd be like, well, seems like it's getting dark. I think I'm going to go find Gorm.
I can trust you. I wouldn't have tried to stand up for your shot at being a Varnerman. Oh, that's a good point. He's got you there.
Mm-hmm. And Remy's like, I really appreciated what you said about me then. I know I'm not ready for it, but I appreciate your confidence anyways. And I'll try to live up to the best of my abilities to what you believed in me that was worth being a Varnaman. All right. Bye, Daniel. Say hi to everybody else for me.
He would if he was going to everyone else.
Well,
All right, so this is how I imagine this. Um, you go to Gorm, you go to Lisa, Agios goes to John, and Kargar it goes back to your guys' shared dorm and is, oh my god, day. I just can't wait to spend time with my friends. I'm so tired and I did nothing all day, and then you're just no one's there.
Yep. And so I don't summon Barkar, but I summon.
Fair enough, Dalton.
Oh, I summon a version of myself, and I start to play cards with myself. You have nothing else to do with that. Well, actually, is there like I was wondering. Is that this is? I guess I could wait until tomorrow since it's late. Yeah, I guess I'll just wait until tomorrow.
Okay. So we'll start with you, Daniel. Where are you going if you're not going?
Oh, we're not just going to bed? If we're not going to bed, then I do want to do something.
I mean, it's you're going to Nito. Okay. Um, yeah. We'll start with you, Kargar, because you've done. What do you want to do? It's only like 7:30 now, so you can still do stuff with the rest of the night if you want, or you guys can just call it a day. It's literally up to you.
I actually completely forget, and I don't have it written down anywhere. Whose group did I originally choose? Like, whose group am I even in?
I don't have that written down.
You're with me and
No?
Nito.
Cool.
You're with me and Nito.
That's what I thought. I just wasn't sure. Okay.
It was Nito. I just had to check my memory.
You also all are technically no longer in any. You have your own rank outside of them.
Okay, I didn't know if we were like unofficially
Your initial
those groups, or okay.
I mean, I don't think any Varnaman would turn you away. Like, it's not like Nito's like, nah, fuck those traitors, you know?
Yeah.
Like, Rennie clearly still goes around and says, oh, I'm with Gorm.
Yeah.
But as far as your official title goes, you are not under any of them.
Yeah, I just think it was like if I wanted to like talk to one of the Varnermen, I don't have a special tie to any of them, and so I thought Nito would be the closest I can get, kind of, sort of. But
So, are you going to Nito then?
I don't really have. I don't know. I was thinking about it. What I was actually going to
That was
ask
good.
was, what I was going to ask was, who, fuck, hmm, who would have a? Is there anybody who'd have like a registry of current or previous members of the Adventuring Guild?
That historian he hasn't found yet.
No,
That
not
that would
historian.
have been Slanesh, yeah, because he would have been the oldest.
And it's probably something the Varnermen have. I don't know if it's public record.
Yeah.
Like, you're asking about a lot of things that really shouldn't be released to the public.
Okay. Well, then let's
If you
not
have
go
a good
past that.
reason, you could go to the Varnermen and say, "Hey, I need this for this reason."
Okay, I'll tell you the reason then. I'm looking to see if there have been. I want friends as well. So I was wondering, or like even a mentor. So I was wondering if anybody, if the Adventuring Guild in the past or present has had other monstrous races that either used to be bad but became good, or were feared by others but then like turned out to be good. People like me, who was an illithid serial killer who's now a good guy. I want to know if other people face that same kind of prejudice or that same kind of whatever.
So that would be a question for either Slanesh's right or left hand, as they run the outcasts that they would normally fall under.
Okay.
Daniel, I don't know if you missed this, but for the record, um, Nito is not present. The only two Varnermen that are still in the capital.
You cut out, but I think your lips said Gorm.
The only two Varnermen that are still in the capital are Lisa. The rest are all off on business. That's why you guys had your week to discuss who you wanted to be a babysitter.
Which we haven't discussed yet.
So are either
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
are either of Slanesh's left or right in the Adventure Guild right now, or would they be available
Let
at
me
7:30
take
at
a
night?
look at my notes real quick.
Okay. Right.
Ugh.
I'm gonna die. Da, 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 da.
Da
I
da
have too
da
many
da
notes.
da da
Holy
da.
shit.
Am I being
Why
too
did I do this?
presumptuous going back to Gorm's room again?
Uh, I don't know. Are you?
I don't know. I guess I'll ask
You have a
Gorm.
you have a Gorm sending stone, right?
Yeah.
So pretend it's like a cell phone and call him before you come over. You know what I mean? Just like call him to see if he's home or whatever.
I think Remy wouldn't think about it. I think she'd probably just talk to him in person.
What if he's not there? That's what I meant. Like, what if he's like out talking to new recruits or having dinner somewhere, or like that's all I meant. But yeah,
He's probably busy right now anyway.
yeah.
Kleina, Slanesh's left hand, who is a storm sorcerer, is
Okay.
currently in the capital.
Okay. I would go look for her, please.
Okay, she's not in her room, so you go to where Slanesh's sect kind of runs things out of to try and find her. And you do see someone who appears to be in charge, and she is a sea elf, and you would know that Kleina is a sea elf, so...
Um. Okay. So I'd walk in, and I'd like kind of not really knock, but I guess if the door's open, I'd just walk.
Yeah, it's not really a door as much as just a passageway leading into an area that she is working out of. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. And sorry, was it Kleina?
Kleina.
Okay. I would be like, excuse me, Kleina? I'm Kargar.
She looks at you and says, "Okay."
Well, first of all, I'll say something before I get to why I'm really here. I was traveling with Slanesh until recently, so I'm sorry for the loss of your, what would it be, boss, master, mentor? What would be, what do you, Varnerman? Your Varnerman?
Yeah, boss is fine.
Yeah.
She goes, "Oh, thank you. Yes, it is indeed unfortunate for us."
I just came down because I joined the guild relatively recently, and I don't really know that many people. I know my party, but that's about it. Um,
She takes a
and
moment to look at your badge because she's like, "Who the fuck is this creep under? Like, it's not. I've never seen him." And then she realizes you're one of the Senshi, and she goes, "Oh my God, you were working with Slanesh."
yes, yes, I was in his group, as it were. He was our
His care.
chaperone, I guess you could say.
Oh yes. I did not realize you were one of the Senshi. Uh, is there something I can help you with?
Yeah, I was wondering if you had a list of either current or former or what may have you members who were odd like me. Because obviously, with the Outcast division, but specifically, people who are outcast because of their race, or if they used to be evil or bad but they're now changed or something like that. Like, so I'm an Illithid. And
Well,
my
I'm aware. I can
yeah.
see. I have
No, I know.
eyes.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like, as you can see.
I will need to check. Here's what I can tell you. The Outcast group is made up almost entirely of people who felt that they were scorned because of the race. However, to my knowledge, none of them are monstrous races that are. I don't know how to say this without potentially hurting your feelings. None of them are races that are inherently evil, to my
Yeah,
knowledge. But I
yeah.
can look into it and get back to you tomorrow if you don't mind stopping by.
Okay, yeah, that'd be good. And if that list comes up short, I'd be okay with maybe just getting to know some of the other people in the. I'm not in the Outcast division, but I am most certainly an Outcast. So if my specific request doesn't work, a more general request would be okay too.
She kind of turns away a little and says, "You're always what we know,
What?
all of us." She turns away a little and says, "You're always here in our group. We all know what you're going through, and if you ever need a friendly ear, I'm here for."
Thank you. That's very nice. I assume you're in the outcast group because as a sea elf, sea creatures aren't typically on land, so you're probably like one of the few that's up around here.
Because of the dangerous nature the creatures at sea pose naturally. I'm sure you're aware. You've traveled the oceans. You're aware of how treacherous they are.
Yeah.
Um, Most land dwellers view us all as threats. And myself, merfolk, many of us sea races are consistently attacked
Ostracized?
and herded and herded into slavery and treated as less than human.
Yeah. Um. Remind me, Max, who was the right hand again?
Geraldo, the turtle.
Okay. And what? Yeah. I guess. I don't. I'm not good with like. I have no. I think the word would be coof. I have no coof. So I'm gonna ask you a question, and if I can't, yeah. I was just wondering what makes Geraldo an outcast, because portals aren't that rare, and they're definitely.
Geraldo, the outcast group is not only made up of outcasts via race.
Yeah.
Geraldo was orphaned at a very young age and learned to fight on the streets to make his money and make his way through life. He was an outcast by society, not by his
Uh,
race.
okay.
Is he
Now,
a Ninja Turtle?
No, no.
Was he
No,
adopted
because
by rat
he
folk?
would have had a Ninja Turtle name. I'm too on the nose to not.
not do that.
Yeah.
Like with
Well,
Slanesh.
I would hope you change it slightly and be like, his name is Leobardo.
Dude, I don't. You want to go through all the NPC names? I'll list all the NPC. Not of. Actually, it's most, but even still.
Yeah.
Even Lizella is based on an old D&D character of mine. She's not brand new. Her backstory and everything is just recycled materials because I love her
Although,
so
is her name Lizella because she's a lizard?
no, that
Ah.
that sincerely never crossed me or any of my other players' minds until you guys brought it up.
Okay. All right. Yeah. I guess I'd say. Okay. Thank you. I'll leave you to your work. I'll see you tomorrow, and hopefully I'll get to know you and some of the other outcasts. Over time.
Indeed, and she just quickly goes back to her work.
Yep. And I leave her to it.
All right. Um, so Daniel, knowing that you can't get to Nito, oh, you just go back to your room. Broken picture was annoying me. I fixed it. I don't know what broken picture you're talking about.
Oh, in your thing.
To the
In
left
his
of that.
side thing. Each of our pictures come up, and
Excuse me.
all of our
It's all
pictures are
good.
broken except for mine, I think.
Oh no,
Oh,
I owned.
I don't even know if I have a picture assigned. Honestly, I
Mm.
used to. It was a little
Oh.
shitty goblin I drew. But anyway, so when you get to the room, Gorm is not there. You knock and get no response.
Okay. Then I would use my sending stone, and I'd be
What do you
like,
say?
miss you. Uh, can I come over tonight? Let me
I'm
know
already
when.
here.
No, let me know if or when.
He responds with, "I will be out kind of late. I have a lot of work to do. Let yourself in. Be home."
Or and I can respond, and I'll be like, um, I'll make dinner.
Okay, he says, "Be home in a couple hours."
Cool. I would go and make myself at home, make something that could be easily reheated or made when he came in, and I would lounge around and wait for him.
Okay. Before we go into Remy and Gorm's Love Fest, is there anything anyone else wants to do?
Yeah, revivify Slanesh.
Nice try.
Yeah,
He
I
cannot be
think.
brought back, you fool.
Yeah, we'd have to go to hell and get a demon devil version of him, and then I was thinking we could get that devil and then try to do something with that devil, but I don't think that's an option.
No, because then you'd have me being an actual evil character, and
Well,
you
no.
wouldn't like that.
Here's what we do: we get Devil Slanesh. Then we get a deck of many things, and we make Devil Slanesh draw all the cards until he gets the one that makes you switch alignment. Then we have a chaotic good Devil Slanesh.
If the deck of many things doesn't kill him first.
Yeah, that's fine.
We can always reincarnate him. It's fine.
Die again.
I say we just
Man.
fast forward to the morning because we don't need any more Corbin.
How dare you?
Wow.
Well, think about it. We're gonna play 7 days. Are we gonna see 7 times you going home to Gorm every day?
Well, the assumption was Sean would get here eventually, and
We can't hear
I
you.
beat Sean for.
Mm.
I
Oh,
mean,
I
he
said
is-
the assumption was going to get here eventually, and something is going to happen in the middle of this week that I need Sean present for. So I'm just kind of waiting for him, and if he never shows up, then yes, we're just gonna have 7 days of light roleplay.
Nice.
No, that's fine.
I mean,
just.
we are down 2 people. I don't want to do anything major.
Oh no, I wasn't mocking you. I was mocking Jess for watching her make out with Gorm for 7 times. That's what I was making fun of.
I don't think her and Gorm have actually shared a kiss yet. Fun fact.
Um,
Uh,
we definitely
These
had
are on
cheek
the
kisses.
cheek.
Yeah.
oh, maybe just the cheek. Okay.
This is a slow burn romance. What are you talking about?
All right.
What's romance?
Yeah. That. Yeah. I don't. This isn't me, right? Because I mean, I'm sorry, that's not what I mean. It's up to you because it's your role play. I don't like romance. That's just me.
Boring.
This is why I need my DM to do it.
Yeah.
Uh,
I love
I'll be
romance.
honest, I real life,
I'm straight up like always hitting on my fellow PCs.
Same. I just don't
uh,
normally get reciprocal attention, so I'm excited.
um,
It's your problem for making me the perfect man and meeting him almost right away. So
You know, I it was planned. I planned this campaign before it started. It was all already written. I didn't know what to do.
uh, okay. Yeah, I guess Jess can go because I think me and me and Daniel are just gonna be in our room. Daniel, how was your day? What'd you do? What'd you do?
I beat up someone.
Oh yeah,
Nice.
that's cool. Oh, I see you got new gloves. Did you get it from the same place I got my? You get it from the same place I got my new hat.
Yeah, it hurt.
That's cool. You want to play some cards?
No.
You would
Do you
cheat
want to
anyway and
beat?
read his mind to see what cards he has.
Do you want to beat? I summoned my echo. I'm like, do you want to beat my echo up with your gloves?
It's not the same.
Okay.
also, that's so cruel. Since they're from another dimension and technically, like, they would just die every single time, and you'd have to pop up a new one.
It's a resummonable punching bag. I don't see the problem with that.
But they're in pain every time. Jeez.
um. Yeah.
But it,
So cool.
but do they feel it? Because it's
I don't
only a
think it-
second before they die. It's not
Yeah, I
like
don't
they
think it-
feel it after.
Did I have a? Yeah, I think we're done.
Uh,
I deal cards out for me and for I named my Echo that's not the dog Altgar, and so I deal cards to me and Altgar, and I also deal Daniel in even though he's not playing. So there's cards sitting on the table in front of him.
all right. In a couple of hours of Kyle playing with himself.
Yeah, I'm done. I'm done.
Hey, I'll allow anything. I don't care.
Mm.
Gorm does come back.
This is gonna become a different scene then, huh? I'm
Yeah,
talking.
from Kyle playing with himself.
Yeah. He's gonna play with himself all the time now. Just kidding.
I'm gonna go fly around for like a few seconds.
Okay.
You got it, boss.
Oh,
Like,
wait. Actually, that's how we can bond. We can bond over that. Wait, Daniel.
He's
I
gone.
can
He's
do.
gone.
No. I run out the door. I go, Daniel. I activate the telepathy, and I'm like, Daniel.
Daniel cut
so-
off the telepathy, remember?
Yeah, but I try it, and you can turn it off again, but I can still try. Okay, so I'm yelling. I'm like, yeah. I have the new trick. So I summon my Echo, and I can transfer my consciousness into the Echo, and my Echo can fly. So I can sit on the floor and like meditate style with my physical body, and I can now fly around with you in Altgar.
But you can only go so far, right?
1,000 feet. I can go up to 1,000 feet away from myself. So I can fly 1,000 feet.
Gosh, Daniel can't even get away from you now when he's trying to fly.
I'm trying to bond with my party member.
And your party
Well,
member
stop it.
doesn't want to.
I have a question. Because
Yeah.
combat
Yes.
and like, because how it works in combat and how it works in out of combat is kind of weird. Because combat's typically 6 seconds. Would you?
what's it?
So, if I double dash, I'm technically moving 180 feet in 6 seconds. If it's out of
Yes.
combat, would you still be saying I'm moving that far and that quickly?
If you straight up dash, yes, but that doesn't really work for travel speed.
Mhm.
You know what I mean?
You could always
It's more
just
the
It
hit.
fact
does
that
ever work for the purpose of flying through the air to get away from cargo.
Yeah, it's more the fact that I can only fly if I step with the wind.
Yeah, that's fine.
You
Okay.
you could also just hit his echo and it would die, and then you could run
Yeah.
away so he couldn't find you.
I mean,
Yeah, it's true.
it dies.
Okay.
You also just go invisible, disappear.
Oh yeah, I have that too.
Just flick his echo, it disappears.
Wow, he really can't. If I want to disappear, none of you can find me.
Slash could
Yes.
So that's just
sigh.
He's dead. I wish I had.
Get over it. Slanesh is dead.
I wish I had wings and not just 6-second wings.
I'm still sad you put me in that situation. Like,
Ben, you made your own bed. You are gonna have to sleep in it.
I know, I'm just sad.
Cool. Kargar is very lonely in the bunk by himself, playing with himself.
Stop that.
He said it. I
I mean,
didn't.
it wouldn't be the
Telling
first time.
truth.
I literally say to Altar before I cards, I'm like, I guess you're my only friend again, like the back in the good old days, and I'm just playing cards with myself.
Does Altgar like you?
It depends on the version I summon, because it's a different version every time. And so if I summon like the preppy jockey one, no. If I summon like the goth one, I don't like the goth one. But like, yeah, there's versions of Algar that gets along with me. Yeah, so it just depends. Probably like a 50-50 shot. But if it doesn't like me, I just kill it and I summon a new one.
Oh.
Until I get one that likes me.
You're so mean to
So
it.
funny.
Eventually, they just aren't gonna like you at all.
Well, there's infinite possibilities. That's the beauty of the multiverse. There's infinite of them. And I get along with some of them very well, so there.
I get along with myself very well.
Because they know what it's like to be ostracized just as well as I do. So that's the problem. If I get a popular one, if I get a version of Kargar that's popular on his side, then they don't want to talk to me. I need to also get a loser that'll talk to me as a loser. So that's what I need to do. So
Why not get a humanitarian one that is popular but also likes losers?
oh no, I'm sure that happens. There probably are. Yeah. I just meant like as a general rule of thumb, go for the geeks to hang out with the geeks. You go for the freaks to hang out with the freaks. And so like
Sometimes jocks are still nice. Okay.
Yeah, no, same. Yes, no.
Speaking of jocks, Gordon comes home.
Yay.
Jock traps, more like.
Oh, ayo.
How late is it, would you say?
It's probably about 10 o'clock now. Oh, hello, Gordon. It's probably about 10 o'clock now as he walks through the door.
Okay. I would kind of get up kind of sleepily, and I'd say, I made food.
He stretches and yawns. He goes, oh, that's excellent. Thank you. I probably wouldn't have eaten if you hadn't.
Nice. I go over and I give him a hug.
He hugs you back,
Yay.
clearly ready to pass out.
Nice. I will feed him food.
Whatever food you fed him, like, he just picks it up and just, and just kind of swallows it whole. Yeah, like, if you made him a turkey leg, he bones. Like, he's just, he can't right now. And then he goes, he gives you a hug again, and he goes, thank you so much. I'm off to bed. And he starts to head towards his room.
Okay. I follow him and I'm like, Gorm, I like spending time with you, but I'm kind of confused. Am I allowed to just come here, or do you want, like, should I go home? What would you like? I don't want to...
He looks down and he says, we can discuss this in the morning. And he pats the bed next. And he just kind of rolls over and is already asleep.
I laughed and I was like,
He's
should have
clearly fucked up.
You should have at least taken your armor off. And I attempt to take his armor off.
Wearing his armor.
He was?
He was still wearing his armor. Like that's he just went straight to bed. His literal chain sword is just in bed next to him. If you attempt to take his armor off, he doesn't fight you, but he's like half asleep and he's like,
Yeah.
as you do, and you're strong. You ain't no bitch. This is heavy shit.
Mhm.
So you're like struggling. He's wearing a plate, so it takes you like an hour to take off.
I do it. And I make sure he's comfy, and then I snuggle next to him.
All right. In his sleep he snuggles back.
Nice. Oh, all right. I fall asleep, and I'm confused, but still happy.
Good.
Cool.
All right. Next day, we're gonna start with the two that didn't just get their love scene. So Daniel and Kargar, what do you two want to do?
I don't believe that Kyle is here. Oh, there he is.
I didn't realize I was on
Well,
mute.
what do you want to do, Daniel?
Yeah, Daniel can go first.
You sound real weird
You're
now,
a robot
Kyle.
Again, Kyle.
You sound like a robot.
Oh, thank God he left.
Fuck. Oh, so
Good
quiet.
for a brief. So Daniel, what do you want to do? Oh, you're probably typing in chat. I was sitting here like, why isn't he talking? Knocks on Lisa's door. How early do you get up?
Yes.
Break of dawn. So you would knock on the door and she says,
She says,
I think he's frozen.
I
I'm
think
frozen? Can
Yeah.
you hear me?
You said, she says, and then you just had the same face for like a minute and you didn't say anything.
She says, who is it? Ah, damn, he's
use
back.
voice mimicry to say Slanesh.
She hears you say, take a guess, and she says, come in.
What?
I'm not talking to you, Daniel is going to Lisa's.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we passed over you because you sounded like a robot and you went away.
No, I knew that. I just didn't know who was going and what was going on.
It's going to be
It's
Daniel with
definitely
you.
not me.
Jess.
Okay. Wait, I think that'd be a fun thing. I think we could have a little role play for Andy for this week. We should do a scene in hell of Devil Slanesh in hell to give Andy some role play moment. That's just my idea.
I mean,
Like, you know-
you could just give me an NPC and I'll play it with a voice. I don't care.
If I was prepared for that, I would have. But you don't know what's up with any of the NPCs.
No,
And
Just
so
give me
far,
a
every NPC that I've spoken to is important.
No,
Just
that's
give
why,
me
Max,
a merchant
this
NPC. I don't
No.
care. I'll do,
Max, that's
I'll
why
do
this is
something.
this is a good improv cast. You need to create a little mini hell dimension like on improv. Just do an improv scene with
Unfortunately, I cannot do that. But I will try and do something great, Andy. We'll see what happens.
I'm
So,
just feeling a lot better after a long
See, that
night.
was the thing. We had talked before the session, and he said he didn't think he could participate today. So I prepared for him not participating. When we get to Kyle's section, we'll take a 5-minute break, and I will run down some stuff with Andy, and he'll be able to handle it. So anyway, Daniel, when you walk in, take your shoes off, close the door, you look and say anything. You immediately see her in the kitchen. Cooking what appears to be the most intensely cooked omelet imaginable. Like she's stirring the omelet with one hand and cutting up meat with vegetables with another, and she's doing everything with her astral arms. You know, she has her cooking hobby that she does avidly. She looks over and she says, "I don't need any help. But if you'd like, you can sit and eat with me. I have plenty of food." She smiles and said it would be lovely.
I'm gonna go get some water. I'll be back.
You got it.
This
Do
is
you sit
dynamic,
on the
like,
floor or on the one cushion?
on the floor. So the dynamic
Um,
between the two
so
is
she-
very different.
She finishes her omelet and she brings it over. And she notices you aren't sitting on the cushion and she gives it to you and says, "Please, the guest can have the cushion." Absolutely. She goes back to make herself an omelet now because one person. And she gets you something. She gets you some water to drink. And you can tell that she is slowly and steadily getting more comfortable around you. It's not quite as. She was very reluctant to talk to you at first. This is clearly such a horrible situation for her every time she meets you. But she is slowly getting back into her groove and being able to just act normally around you, is the vibe you're getting. Um, so you think that in your head, and she quickly finishes her breakfast and comes to sit and eat with you, and she just kind of passively eats at the table.
Turn the ring. It's gonna be hard to play because I'm dumb.
Um, she says, "During breakfast, I never need help. Cooking is my normal domain. I will also clean before going about my day, but I certainly wouldn't say no to your company as I perform my duties." Fuck
Also,
you.
also, what about my first statement?
Which one? Oh, which one?
The hobby.
Oh, you would be correct.
Ah, that's that is the feeling I got when you first showed her doing that. Nice dumper, Kyle.
What?
Nice dumper, Kyle. What?
Your ass was in the middle of the camera.
Nice.
Kyle literally told me that no one would see his butt today.
Yeah.
I guess he didn't make good on that promise. That's mad funny.
Your pants.
Nope. You saw my butt.
Did anyone see Kyle's pants?
I did.
At least
Okay.
he's wearing pants.
Yeah, it could be worse. He could be naked.
Yeah.
Wait, let me rephrase. It could be better. He could be naked. All right.
But-
So after breakfast, she says, and this is still much earlier, so my assumption is most other people aren't awake because they're pitiful non-monks, you know,
Well, I'm a monk who's
undisciplined
also an
swine
elf
and
who
whatnot.
needs, like, no sleep.
I'm going to have to
True.
have you roll those saves, by the way, Max.
I'm just gonna give you permission on the character before we get you started.
Oh, my phone's been overheating in this call, so I don't know if D&D
I
Beyond
assumed
will...
you would have a computer in front of you, but that's fine. I can take care of those.
Yeah, my computer's absolute shit these days.
Just DM me if you ever need me to roll something, and I will roll it and let you know the result.
10-4.
So after you guys finish cooking, she gets you water and goes to do the dishes and clean, and she cleans her house and makes everything nice and orderly, makes her bed, you know, real neat freak, this one. And then she stands up and says, I run a meditation circle for most of the monks in my sect. That is the first thing I do every morning after a nice breakfast. Will you be joining me for that as well? She says you don't necessarily need to meditate. If you just like to watch, you can.
Well, he likes to
Jeff, I
watch.
sent you a
So
DM.
I just read trance. It says, but meditate semi-consciously. But I'm assuming those are two different types of meditation.
Yes. They kind of are, but as a monk, chances are good you would be familiar with at least some forms of meditation. And she does lead it. Like, it's not like she's just like, all right, everyone, meditate now. You know what I mean?
I know, but I more meant like with what I just said. It's like, wait a second.
Yeah, your trance is meditation.
Yeah, I didn't mean it like that type. You know.
Yeah, I do.
Wait, is
So
he
anyway,
an elf? Does he trance instead of sleeping?
Yes.
He is an elf, yes.
Oh, okay.
Everyone
So
forgets
Lisa
that.
brings you into a room with, like, sincerely quite a few hundred monks, like somewhere in the 400-ish neighborhood of monks. And she stands up on a kind of stage in front of all of them and says, I'd like us to begin now. And they all sit down on their knees with their left hand facing down like this on the camera, and it's holding their right thumb, and they rest that on their pelvis. As if they're all very prepared for this. Then she begins to guide them. She gives them a mantra to repeat, kind of like an Om type thing, but not so stereotypical. And then as they do, eventually she says, now begin repeating that in your head. And everyone goes silent. And she starts saying, allow your mind to wander. Allow it to think on whatever it is it would naturally think. Focus on the mantra and just allow yourself to drift and be at one with your thoughts. And the room just stays silent for a while.
And then one of them screams and explodes.
Are you participating in the meditation, or are you watching?
I am watching.
Okay. She pulls out a metal meditation bowl, and what it is it's an empty metal bowl with a wooden baton that you circle around the bowl, and it makes a ringing noise. And the ringing noise helps them focus as they meditate. So she does that for about a half an hour, and then she stops and she says, "Now everyone slowly reawaken and come back to the normal world with us." And everyone kind of just slowly, still in their stance, is like regaining consciousness almost. Um, and she says, "This was an excellent session today. Please, I'll see you all tomorrow. Go about your duties." And they all get up and go back to their days.
Weird.
You say weird?
In I say weird. Daniel.
Okay. So she looks at you when it's all done. And she says, "I can tell you're not used to this sort of thing." She looks down and says, "I see. Well, to each his own, I suppose. I have to go do some paperwork, um, pairing up new recruits uh, with 7-man squads. I usually am the one that creates the squads once all the recruits are submitted. So I could use a hand with that, I suppose. You can help me look through and pull together. You can sort out the candidates into piles of what they're good at, for example, healers, tanks, etc., and then I can form the squads." She smiles and goes, "Great." And she starts to walk towards her office. She sits down, and as you guys start to do your paperwork, it's just now starting to be about the person would wake up. And you guys are just kind of peacefully doing paperwork for a little while, and then she kind of stops and looks up at you, and she says, can I ask you something?" She says, "Why are you helping me with my normal tasks? What's bringing you here?" She says, "Yes, but training is valuable. It's what you would normally do with your time. Why are you choosing me over your normal activities?"
Rem, you do need a sheet.
Oh, okay.
It doesn't need to be filled, but you just need a sheet to be able to do it.
What's it? What are we talking about?
Change the names on Roll20.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So at some point, if I could have a character sheet on Roll20 or permissions for it, that would be cool.
I believe I can do that.
Sweet.
I mean, you can technically do it right now. It doesn't cost
That's
you
what
anything.
I'm kind of. Oh my god! I accidentally refreshed Roll20 because I'm so.
What was I gonna say? But yeah, technically, if everyone's willing to put it stuff in manually, Roll20 is better because everyone can see everyone's rolls and everything, and you can whisper you can toggle advantage. It's like
Well, you can whisper anyway.
Yeah, Beyond 20 lets you whisper, and Beyond 20 also lets you toggle advantage and disadvantage. It's just that Beyond 20 isn't available
Um,
in Edge.
Well, I mean,
Beyond 20
for
also, you can whisper without Beyond 20, like.
no, the rolls.
Yeah,
You know
the
what
rolls you can do advantage and disadvantage in Beyond 20.
Mhm.
I believe I just gave you a sheet, Remy.
Okay.
Check your journal.
Will do. Oh, there I am. Sweet. Do I need to be able to edit
That
it?
should have done
Or
it.
no?
I don't. Can you not edit it?
Mm-mm.
Editing
Hold on.
permissions is a separate permission.
How do I give it to them?
I would ask to see your sheet, but that might break stuff, so I'm gonna show it on mine.
There
'Cause
should
there's
be a
nothing-
box that says who can see it, and a box that says who can
Oh,
edit
can be
it.
editing control button. I got it. Save changes. That should have done it, Remy.
Cool. Thank you.
No problem. Did that work?
Yep.
Okay. Anyway, Daniel, because I refresh, I do not. Oh wait, never mind. I'm lying.
Yeah, it doesn't get rid of the chat. That's why I like Roll 20.
She looks and she says, I suppose you're right. But you also need to be strong if we are to be negated. She nods and says, very well, and goes back to her paperwork.
Doesn't look like Sean's showing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh well. We'll just do some roleplay this week.
I had messaged him and he gave me a weird thing.
What do you mean?
I was confused because he said, "Sorry, pass out, coming up, ATM, getting water." So I don't know if he meant he
Okay,
passed
she
out or was.
already passed out, coming up at the moment, getting water.
Yeah, but that was at 11:30. So
So, I mean, oh well. I don't know.
I just
Yeah.
messaged him, are you coming?
It doesn't. I don't really care, to be completely honest with you. If he misses it, well, I have literally no problem continuing character development for both you guys and the many NPCs in the game.
Mhm.
Like, you guys really don't understand how important meeting with Zella was today.
I know.
We don't know, but you know.
So
I-
you're
I have an
welcome.
idea, but I'm missing a lot of context probably. But
Can I partially say something?
negative. I don't want to know.
PM it to me first, like message it what you're gonna say to me, and I'll let you know.
I need to find
I mean,
it.
in theory, you are at liberty to tell your fellow players whatever you want, but if you're not gonna tell them in-game, I'd rather you not tell them out.
Okay, let me find your thing.
It's God. /W God.
I was trying to do it in Discord. That makes more sense.
Uh-oh. Gotcha. Anyway, we're gonna go to Kargar next.
Okay.
Kargar, what do you do?
I'm going to. Oh, she didn't tell me a specific time to come by.
I don't
Like,
even
I
know if
found-
they knew that was the case in the first place, Daniel. Like, I don't even know if they knew that.
Well, I said that out loud, which is what I'm saying.
Oh. I wouldn't say that. I feel like that's a lot.
Okay, fair enough.
But anyway, Kargar, go ahead.
I just realized that I didn't get a time from when I was back. I guess I'll. Do I want to swing by now, or I want to give her more time to look? Yeah, I guess I got nothing else to do, so I'll swing by.
Flip a coin, Kyle.
You swing by now?
Sure. I flipped a coin. It was heads.
Okay, you run into Kleina.
Well, what the heck? No, what's that?
Oh, you're back.
Why won't it let me? Okay, sorry, my computer is just in the weird. Yes.
Sorry, I couldn't find anyone of your disposition. In the records, there was no inherently evil, uh, monstrous, in your own words. Sorry.
Yeah.
Um, monstrous people of your disposition in our records. Sorry. And
Did you
she'll
go?
meekly turn away.
Does that include past and present, or just present?
Correct.
Okay. Okay. Um. All right. Then my second thing was, um, how could I make friends among the outcast if I'm not directly in the outcast group?
In my eyes, you should be welcome at all time. I don't see a reason why you wouldn't be.
Okay. Is there like, do you guys have like? So I don't really know. I never actually officially joined the any of the groups. So like I had joined Nido's, but then I was put into the Shins. Wow. Blah 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 blah. Senshi. You guys have like, is there a common room? Is there like a cafeteria just for the outcast? Like, how does that? Where do you guys gather?
Sorry, give me a second.
That's fine.
Anywhere is fine. Yeah, we tend to stick out. It won't be hard to notice.
um, I guess like, yeah. I just want to know like if there's a place. Okay, is there a place where you? Yeah, fine. Uh, okay. I guess I'll see you around when you get back to work. Is there? Fuck. Uh, okay. Who's the friendliest members, or the most like outgoing or welcoming in the the outcasts?
You are. I had to. I'm sorry, Max.
That's funny. Well, who's second then?
But okay, so she is the most friendly.
The one I'm.
Yes, yes.
The one I'm having trouble
Fucking
intro
fool.
with is
I'm,
actually
I'm
what? Cool. I'm glad to hear.
I, that that would be me.
Okay. What are you doing today? What's on your agenda?
I have a lot of work to get done. I'm
Yes,
so sorry.
that's what I
And
meant. What's your what,
she will turn her head away and be very
Oh,
meek.
cool. I want to know what her work was, but okay. I walk out because clearly she doesn't want to talk to me right now. Um,
All right, where do
Oh,
you go now?
yeah, I guess I'll like,
actually, maybe later we could grab lunch.
okay, yeah. I'll shoot.
Give me an hour.
Okay, sounds good. I guess for that hour, what? Where is it? Like, what is the place like in terms of? Are there different cafeterias? Other than
No.
like,
All common areas are for all sects. There are
okay, that's
no
okay.
specific, like.
Okay. In universe, is there a place that certain like obviously like like the you probably wouldn't find a barbarian at the library. You know what I mean? You probably wouldn't find a wizard in the gym. So like that's kind of like where I just yeah
I
like
feel like that's racist.
okay. Yeah, I guess I'll go to a common area and like see if there's a group that sticks out, as she said.
What common area?
Let's go see who's having breakfast. Let's go to like. No, actually, I'm gonna meet with her for lunch later. That's silly. I'll just. Like, there's something like a living room, right, where people like sit and like talk and hang out, like a common area.
Yeah, there's that kind of thing.
Okay. Yeah, I'll go there. Oh, better yet, is there a place where people play games? Is there a game room?
That would be the living room.
Oh yeah, I'll go there. Yes, yeah.
Are you looking for any game in particular?
No, I think it's more about the people. I want to know who. I want to find the weirdos.
I mean, you got to realize that 1/11 of the Adventure Guild casts, so they're not exactly few and far between. There's a bunch of them.
Yeah, but she said they'd stick out. So I'd imagine if I walked into
They
the
do
living
stick
room.
out. You see things like sea elves or Dombeer or fallen Aesomars or things that might usually be considered an outcast, a satyr.
Yeah. Yes. So that's what I.
You see a
look
bunch
at.
of them. It's not like
Okay,
it's hard for me to think. Oh,
Okay.
you see this when you see
No,
like 50
I
different
got it.
people.
Okay. I see. Okay, you're right. Then let's go through the game. Carter has. I think I have card game proficiency. I think I got that or whatever on purpose. I use it for solitaire. So, who's playing card games in the living room area? Is there anyone playing card games?
Yeah, you could easily find some people playing a friendly game of cards.
So
Hard to get humanity.
I go over and my tentacles would shake a little bit because I'm nervous, and I would be like, hi, sorry to bother you. Um, can you use another? Can I play?
They look up and they seem already like non-hostile. Like they just seem like, oh look, and then they see what you are, and then they look at your badge like, whoa, and they see you're a Senshi, and they're like, oh my god, you're a Senshi warrior.
I mean, I'm just one of you. Like, I'm just a adventurer, just trying to help people out and stuff. And
Well, sure, we could take another, I suppose.
what are you playing?
Question.
Old maid.
Oh, I love Old Maid.
Nice.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yes,
Does Senshi have a specific meaning?
Senshi is Japanese for trust.
Um,
But also in this world, it was foreign. It was a foreign word for trust.
yeah.
They gave you the title to say, "Hey, we shouldn't have bad blood between us, and you guys need to be working on the inside more." And it was just a sign of you have our trust because there was that big fallout about a couple months ago.
Mm-hmm.
Carry on. Sorry, just I was curious.
No problem.
Yeah. So I'll join in the cards. I'd be like, hi, I'm Kargar. Yeah, I'm a illithid guy.
They go, "Yeah, we know. We know who you are, actually.
Maybe.
You and your group are kind of famous around here, to be completely honest with you."
Mm.
Yeah. Well, then you have an advantage over me. Who are you? Name some NPCs.
Garrick.
Big Mac.
Gorm's younger brother, gone.
Dorm.
Dweeb.
Alright. Please, why do you hate me so? Alright, hold on. Alright, one of them, there were 4 people. The first one is named Sumrath. The second one is named Balola. The third one is named Norok. And the fourth one is named Eandra.
What was the third one again?
Eandra.
No, I got Yonder, the one right before that.
Norok.
Oh, Norak. Okay.
So
Alright.
I envisioned it right. Got it. Okay. Thanks.
And what races are they? Are they any weird or special races, or are they just average people, like normal
You
average
got
people?
a half-orc, you've got 2 half-orcs, a human, and a dwarf. So nothing particularly out of the ordinary.
Yeah.
Half-orcs aren't exactly like, people aren't happy with orcs and half-orcs,
Yeah.
but nothing, no like sea elves or illithids or merfolk nothing really that crazy.
So casual.
Vampires, werewolves. Yeah, I got it. Okay. Yeah. So I guess I'll just play some cards. Uh, yeah.
Did you say casual races?
Yeah,
I didn't know
casual
that.
racism.
I was hoping to find someone who also had faced racism, and then we could bond over our racism, like our, you know what I mean? Like, so,
That's
but
all he did.
Yeah.
bond
In this
over
context,
faced prejudice, not having prejudice.
yeah. In this context, in fantasy, there is casual racism and hard racism.
No, I know, and like obviously.
I was saying to Daniel.
Oh, okay. Uh, yeah. So like, if I'm just sitting down with like regular peeps, I wouldn't know what to do with myself, and so I would just like twiddle my tentacles and play cards and just make small talk. You know, like how long have you guys been in the guild?
They give varying times, nothing
Yeah.
too terribly like, you know, none of them have been in there forever.
Yeah. Are any of you in the outcast section, or which sections are you guys from?
Actually, you do notice that one of the half-orcs is.
Okay. So yeah, I would just say to him specifically, what's the who's the most outcasty of the outcasts? Like,
Wow.
who's like the
I don't understand the question, and he seems to back away from it. Like, what?
That makes sense.
What do you?
I
Yeah, I bet. This guy. That's a slightly odd question there.
I'll explain. I'm such an outcast that the outcast wouldn't have me. When I first got here, I asked to be put in the outcasts, and I was turned down. And
That's quite odd.
Yeah. So, that's what I meant was like I was apparently too much of an outcast and too much of a liability or a danger to be in the outcast. And so
That doesn't sound like Slanesh.
he said he saw my future, and my future was possibly bad news, and he didn't
Well,
want me
that
to
sounds like Slanesh.
Yes. So, I was kind of wondering, like, you know, if I don't fit the puzzle, what's the weirdest piece inside the puzzle? You know what I mean? Like, who do you think?
We don't really think of it like that, to be honest with you.
Oh, I mean, okay. I mean, because I've been looked at as weird my whole life, so I would think a group of weird people would also be like, yeah, we're weird, but we're good with our weirdness. We embrace it. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, that was my thought. Maybe I'm like, I'm also probably focusing on it too.
I don't disagree with what you're saying. It's just I don't have a good answer for you.
Okay. I think as a metaphor, I would say, like, let's say you had like a tattoo, like a cigar club or like an alcohol club or a tattoo club. You would be like, oh, I have the oldest. Fighters do it. They show scars, and they're like, oh, look, I have the most scars. This is my scar from this. Or like a person who collects things, they show off their collection. Or so I kind of thought it'd be like a thing where it was like, oh yeah, I'm a Bigfoot. Like, oh yeah, so like I am an Illithid. I'm a humongous outcast. And if I was going to be in a club of outcasts, I would be proud of it and be like, yeah, what you know, look at that. Look how cool and badass I am. As that's what I was thinking. But if you guys don't think that way, then I'm sorry. I'm dumb.
They kind of look at each other and laugh a little, like that's all right.
This works. Kyle's putting his foot in his mouth, and so would Cargard because Cargard is dumb. All right. Yeah. I say old maid because that's how you play that game, right? Like Uno.
They just kind of look at each other and look back at you like they are very unsure what to do with the situation that has been presented to them.
Yeah, I put the cards down and I'm like, yeah, this doesn't seem great. I'll see you around. Bye. And then I just walk away.
Okay. and
Yup.
they just kind of let you go.
Yup. That makes sense.
Do you go for your lunch date then? Is that the plan from here?
I guess someone else can go first though.
Oh, okay. Jess, we'll move on to you.
Okay.
You wake up, and Gorb is not in bed with you.
Hmm.
Shame.
Interesting. Okay. I get up and I go to the kitchen.
Gorm is there, making food. And he looks at you enter and he goes, "Oh, I was hoping to wake up.
What was that?
I was hoping to finish before you woke up."
Oh, well, I woke up and I was cold and I knew you weren't there, so I wanted to find you.
Oh, I see. He just kind of smiles and says, "Well, here I am," as he continues to cook.
Can I help you with anything?
Um, he goes, I'm almost finished here. We can just eat together soon."
Awesome. Um, I go up and I smack his bicep and I said, "Don't fall asleep in your armor ever again."
He goes, "Oh, I usually do."
So you need to take better care of yourself, Gorm. Besides, your
I'm
armor's gonna get
just
rusty.
always, I'm just always so tired by the end of the day.
Hmm. Well, if you ever need help taking off your armor, you can always ask me.
He blushes a little and goes, "Oh, breakfast is ready."
I didn't mean it that way, but I'm glad everyone took it that way. Um, awesome.
Sleeping in your armor will leave bed sores.
Yeah, owie. All the chafing. Um, yeah, so we go and we eat. Um,
Men have to deal with enough chafing as is.
yes. I say, thanks for cooking. This looks delicious. Um, but can I ask you a question?
Sure. What's up?
Um, I know we were too tired to talk about it last night. I just want you to know that I like you a lot and I love spending time with you. But I don't know if it's okay for me to come over all the time, if you need space. This is kind of like, I don't really
He
do.
smiles, then quickly grabs your hand and says, "You are always welcome."
Okay, good to know. And I smile. Um, I just, I haven't been in many relationships and I like you a lot and I just want to be near you. And
He continues to smile.
yes.
"Fuck you, Andy.
What is he doing, that bastard?
Don't even, just literally, don't even worry about it. He's being a prick, is what he's doing."
Yeah. I say you work yourself so hard and I like to be around to take care of you. And I want to make sure that you're well. And I know that you can take care of yourself, but this prophecy really worries me. And I guess I just,
He looks confused for a second. He says, What prophecy?"
from Slanesh.
He goes, "Oh, I did not realize that was bothering you at all."
Well, of course it's bothering me. The thought of, well, I guess any of the Varnamen dying is hard, but especially you. And I guess when he also said that he'd had a a um a prophecy that didn't come true about you and me starting a tribe together and you retiring, I guess it was kind of like seeing one's greatest wish and then it being taken away and replaced by a nightmare.
He goes goes kind of quiet for a second. Not really sure how to respond. He's just he's never really been in this kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
He says, "Listen, I will do whatever I can to make sure that we get our happily ever after. And that includes dealing with whatever threats Slanesh may have seen.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not that easy to kill."
I know you're not, but I want you to know that I'm also going to be working towards our happiness, and that I hope that we can grow closer. And I'm glad that you want me around and you like me.
He just smiles.
I awkwardly eat my food. um, what do you have planned for the day?
He says, "I have a lot of work that needs doing.
You have a lot of work that needs to be doing. Do you want me, after we eat, do you want me to walk you anywhere, or do you want me to head out?
Well, you're certainly welcome to stay if you'd like. I don't really, I don't think it would be necessarily appropriate for you to assist me with my
So I didn't want to assist you, I just wanted to walk you. I wanted to spend as much time as I could with you until we had to split up. That's all.
He smiles and says, "Oh, well, you could certainly walk me anywhere you'd like. I have to go to my office now. I'd love to spend more time with
Awesome. And I will walk you to your office and I'll come back and clean up.
So when you walk him to the office, he finishes. Once you get there, he looks at you and he says, "I'll try to be home faster tonight so we can spend more time together."
I'd like that a lot. I need to stop by and, my room and get some more clothes and stuff. But I'll see you later.
He smiles and gives you a very light kiss.
I pull him in a little closer and I give him another one. And I say, goodbye, I'll see you tonight.
He smiles and nods.
Bye. Does anyone see this? Like, we're not hiding this, right?
I mean, I don't know if anyone saw it, but I wouldn't call it hidden, you know what I mean?
Okay.
Left.
Oh
Someone
no!
has
Kyle
left.
disappeared. Oh no!
Oh, yeah, Kyle just... Aw, damn it. Alrighty, Kyle, I was gonna move on to you, and then you left me.
So it's like it's out in the open. It's just
You're muted.
Yeah, you're muted, honey.
Just,
Oh, there we
So
go.
it's out in the
Everything
open,
froze,
just-
so I had to restart it. I'm back.
yeah, it was just out in the open.
Also, I made
What?
you get face cam.
Oh, that'd be cool. Kyle, you go to your lunch dates. I actually spent a little time and made a little Kleina. Oh, there's 2 little Kleinas.
It is definitely
Even better.
not. Everyone's really
That's not,
quiet.
okay,
Though, so I
well,
love that.
anyway.
There
Look,
we are.
it's Kleina. You run into Kleina.
Blue.
She is sitting there fiddling her hands.
Adorable.
That's very funny. My cleric is using that same exact outfit, obviously colored differently, but yeah. So I would get there and be like, "Hey, Kleina,
Oh,
how's it going? Hi. Tried to go around looking for outcasts earlier. Didn't really work. Funny story. That is the funny story. It's not like there's a funny story I'm about to tell. The funny story is
She tilts her head and questions why.
I don't talk to people real well. I don't actually party, but I think that's just because we've been adventuring and we came from the same town. but I'm not good with talking to like new people, and so I was like, oh, I know how to play cards. But like the only game I really know how to play is solitaire real well. Um, so like they were playing Old Maid, and I didn't know how to play it, and so I just faked like I knew the rules, and then I started trying to ask questions, and my questions didn't really go anywhere, and they all just kind of shrugged at me, and I was really didn't know. I was confusing them, and they were confusing me, and yeah. So and now I'm just confusing this conversation with you right now, so I'm gonna stop.
You're fine. I'm kind of meek, so it's hard for me to talk sometimes. I'm
I have
usually
no
the
problem.
quiet type.
I have no problem talking. It's just nothing good comes out, so it's not super helpful in the first place.
Well, you could always try and work on that with people, such as your party, but
I see. That's the thing. I definitely. This is gonna fucking turn into a Kargar therapy session or something, isn't it?
that's what I'm turning it into. Yes.
He'd be like, yeah, I try. They all seem to have people and do things and have their own little things going on. And I snap my fingers, and I have Barkar appear, and I'm like, I just have this guy, and then I dismiss him, and I wait 6 seconds, and I snap again, and it's like the version of me that has sunglasses on and like backwards hat. He's like the '90s version of me, and I'm like that. So like I have myself, and so while other people are out flying around or going on dates, I just talk to myself or pet my dog. Uh,
Ah, so you studied the blade as well. Um, I'm kidding. Um, uh, yeah. Um, Again, for people like us, and she very heavily specifies us. Um, Talking with other people that aren't like us is difficult because they
I'll
don't
be back in a minute.
understand. They they don't understand the struggle
yeah,
that we face
yeah.
and the discrimination.
Mm-hmm. I don't want to belittle their troubles. Like obviously they have their own shit going on, but yeah, I agree. Um,
I'm trying not to go too deep because Max is my safety net, and I'm trying while
no,
he's
yeah, I
gone.
won't
I'm
ask
not
what you
allowed to
have to
go
say to
too
that.
deep.
Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah.
Also, she is like 4'5" and has glasses.
Yes, I see the picture now. I didn't know. That's the thing. I've never really thought about sea elves. I know they exist, but I kind of imagined them just being elves but with gills. I didn't know they were blue and had weird ears. Yeah. Uh,
That is the exact image um I thought of when he first gave interaction with you. I was like, okay, so she's small, she's got glasses, she's very smart, very book smart, in
the
fact, and
small
not.
and the small and the smart. I definitely agreed. But like, it's the blue with the ears. Like that's the part that I wasn't expecting because I didn't know exactly what sea elf was. Now I
But
do.
yeah, she will go on and say, it's very difficult for us to be accepted in normal places. Places like here, we are very well accepted because of the work of Slanesh. He did a very good job at making sure that everyone
Yeah.
was to be accepted. And I mean everyone. And she
But
very heavily
at the
uh,
well, everyone
puts that.
is everyone. Everyone's a hard. Did you hear about the whole me trying to get into Slanesh's group thing? Do you know about that decision and that whole thing?
Yes, I was very keenly aware.
Okay, so that was a thing. That's a road bump. But what? Sorry, I just lost my train of
Because
thought.
it was between me, him, and and the right hand. It
Yes,
was
yes.
a conversation between us three, and we decided that your prior actions And
I would hold while I understand the situation, you know, most
more on the air
intimately.
of caution than racism.
Yes, but I also feel it's unfair to call them my actions, as I it obviously was me. And I'm not saying it wasn't me, but the me I am now is not the me I was then, because that wasn't me. That was mind control, and that was part of an evil consciousness. So there definitely needs to be a separation between the two. But yes,
I'm keenly aware of that fact, but that doesn't change the fact that you still did those acts. Whether or not you did it doesn't matter. It's that your body remembers it.
well,
It
yeah,
doesn't.
yes, that's fair.
It, it's a fact that you can do it again if your body
Yeah,
so wills.
yeah.
And that is why we
That's
erred on the
Steve,
edge of caution.
did you notice my helmet?
I did. You got that. You got that from the. I'm forgetting his name, but you got that from the
Easter.
Magic Crafter.
No, no, not
Easter.
not Eastcraft. It was Mule Cart.
Mule
Yes. Yeah, I went to him and I told him about my fears, and basically the guild's fears too, because I've heard Eastcrafts and Slanesh's and various people. And yeah, so he made me this helmet to ensure that as long as I wear this helmet, I can't be reabsorbed or mind controlled by them or things of that nature.
She will let out a heavy sigh of relief
Yeah.
that
And
you
then
didn't know she was holding.
I also point to the chin strap, because I'm like, it didn't initially come with a chin strap, and then Eastcraft took it off my head, and I'm like, gotta make a chin strap.
Oof.
What'd you say? Yes.
I said oof.
Ugh. Um, she will go. Very smart. That way, I can't just be knocked off with a bolt or with
Yeah, I give
minor
it like
telepathy.
a knock knock. I'm like, yes, yeah, solid.
I tried not to go too deep
But
while you were gone, Max.
Hey, you do whatever you want, homie.
I did mention that the right and left hand probably was there when Slanesh was going over if Kargar would be allowed
okay.
into the outsiders, because I thought that he would confer with them.
The left hand at least would have gotten information about it because unique.
Yeah, that I thought that would be the case, but I just wanted to make that distinction that I did talk about it in character.
What was I gonna say?
Sorry.
Just
Sorry, I derailed the
Well,
shit out of you, Kyle. I'm so sorry.
yeah, I don't know. Something about something, making friends, conversations. But yeah, the helmet. Yeah, I think we wrapped up on the helmet. Yeah, I have the helmet now, so that's gonna help with the whole not being reabsorbed thing. But
Mm-hmm.
and right now we're between missions, so I thought I'd use the time to try to make connections with other outcasts. And
Well,
yeah,
you're always welcome to talk to me. I'm always here.
yes. Um, what what made you decide to leave the water and the depot?
That's a question that I don't know.
Yes.
That's something that Max is going to have to give me.
On
But I
my
could wait.
way.
I was in a very rough situation. I'll just leave it at that.
Okay.
But the Adventuring Guild is the one who took me out of that situation, and I am ever grateful. Maybe, maybe eventually I'll be able to talk about it, but I don't see it happening anytime soon.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Her face visibly darkened,
Yeah,
like it.
I mean, I clearly don't want to talk about my past either. Uh, it's yeah. So the thing is, who are your friends? If I'm gonna be, I'll be friends with you. Who are your friends? Uh, is there like a friendship network? Is there like
Mm. Eastgraph? Uh, I'm very close with Geraldo. We work together.
that makes sense?
Um, I believe he would accept you as a friend.
Sounds like what you guys need. This might be wrong. You guys need like a Outcasts Anonymous, like where like you team building exercises. You get all the outcasts together, and you have movie nights and game nights, and you gotta like.
What? What's a movie?
Well,
She
no,
she turns her head.
okay, sorry. I meant to say a bardic play. A bardic play. You get together and you watch a bardic play, or you perform a bardic play, or you do like you sing songs together, or you play games together. It sounds like
You mean ballads?
yes, ballads. Yes, there are definitely songs. Song is a fine word. Movie was dumb, but song is fine.
I know. I'm just talking shit. I'm sorry.
But yeah, I think what it sounds like is that like I feel like because you're all outcasts, you should bond over that. I feel like there needs to be like it sounds like you two, you're friends with Geraldo because you're both the left and right hand, but like it sounds like you don't do much, commiserating with the lower troops, and from what
Well,
I
it's kind of hard when we have all of this work to do, especially after the pass in Explanesh.
I guess that's a good point too. Is that like in universe, people are probably constantly out on adventures. They're probably not just hanging out, like living in dorms.
Yeah.
That's a general rule of thumb.
It's more like a mercenary group than
yeah,
a
no, I
family.
know. Yeah, I know.
You get very close with your group that you're constantly adventuring with, and everyone's kind of left in the dust.
That's fair. Carter's gonna fix that. I'm gonna create like a union, and we're everyone gets a sending stone, and you get to contact anybody else in the union at the same time. We're gonna have group
You're
calls.
just creating another hive mind. That doesn't sound good.
That's it. That's it. No, that's it. That's it. That's the solution. If I want friends, I just need to create my own personal friendly hive.
I
That
don't
is
believe
correct.
that that's a good idea, Carter.
I need to go to Meal Cards right now.
Yolkart's already working on it, remember?
yeah.
She errs very heavily on the on caution and says that's not a good idea. Please don't.
I don't mean mind control.
I don't want to have to do anything.
No,
That
I didn't mean mind control. I meant like more like um just like
even still, that I would not recommend that. Please don't.
all right. I felt like that was a breakthrough to Targar getting friends. It was like, oh, I just got to connect everybody telepathically, and then we'll all be in each other's minds, and therefore friends now. Okay. All right. Well, lunch was it was good talking to you. guess I'll see you around. Let me know if like you and Geraldo want to hang out, and we can like make it a group thing, or whoever you want to invite. Uh, I think one on ones. It's like if I'm not talking, you're talking, and if you're not talking, I'm talking, and it's like that's a lot. So like if like we could do like a group thing, that'd be great. Then it's like it makes it easier for everybody, and just like less stress and anxiety for each individual person, you know. So
I'll contact you.
okay, sounds good.
Sounds like the brush
All right.
off to me.
Yep, I'm aware. Okay, bye. I was kind of I yeah I don't know what this is awkward. It's awkward. Kyle's awkward, and it's a whole thing. Okay. Uh.
Remy, your new
She
friend
will
got a
whisper to
job.
herself afterwards and say,
My what?
"That man, that man needs
They
to
got a
learn some
job.
math."
Yeah,
Wait,
so
wait,
they're not
wait,
in the
wait.
guild right now.
Okay. Well,
What did I, Andrew? What'd you say?
After you leave, she would say, "That man needs to learn some math."
Sorry, I told you I don't have food. I don't have.
She knew what this was.
She did, but
I'm not trying to date her. I am trying to make a group of friends outside of my party.
I really caught you off guard when I said that in character, didn't I? What's a movie?
Yeah, that was something.
I think, hear me out though. Hear me out. There are spells, and so I was told you could use a spell to record. You could do something. You could do silent image. You could do mass translation for isolators. I bet some form of that because there's no like electronics per se, although there kind of is in Eberron. Told that you could have an approximation of movies using illusions. Boom.
The only thing close to what a movie could be would be clairvoyance.
Remy, there are always people, um, in the training grounds, so you can always go just train with people, and even if not make permanent friends the way Agios and John are, meet friendly people to spend a day with training, you know what I mean?
yeah. Maybe I can seduce them with my smooth moves.
Do you want to seduce them?
No, seduce them into being my friend. You know. I'm
Oh.
not mean like I'm not cheating on Gorm, are you crazy?
I was so like, oh wow, Gorm is going to kill you.
I mean, if you want a friend,
Witch. Anywho,
I'm loyal, bitch.
so yeah, you run into some people at the training ground.
Cool.
There are definitely competitive people at the training ground that are fighting each other.
All right.
You do notice that Lizella is not there today.
That's fine. It doesn't seem like she wants to be my friend anyways. It's fine. So for the people who are competitively fighting and like cheering each other on, I ask if I can like get in on that. And
They absolutely, the more the merrier.
awesome. And I also want
Do
to
you
like
have your badge on?
yeah. I just want to introduce myself to like maybe during a period of rest. And I kind of want to figure out what's everyone heard about my sect, because everyone always reacts like, wow, you're from them, but I don't know what's so special about us. You know what I mean?
So do you start by asking around, or do you start in the ring?
I'm going to start in the ring.
Stop? Hey Google. Stop.
No.
What the fuck?
She wants to
Sorry,
talk to
my
you.
Google is acting up. But anyway, so you want to start by asking around?
Well, I said I would start in the ring and try to like,
I was talking to Google, so I didn't hear what you said. When you go in the ring, you take out, like, you literally demolish anyone they throw in.
Oh,
Like, there are no challenges for you here.
that makes me sad. Can I also like?
They're like, wow, you're fucking great.
Can I? Well, thank you. I've unfortunately been in war situations. I'm honestly not used to peaceful times or play fights, but I do want to keep my strength up and help others. So if anyone wants
Someone
help,
would say you're strong enough to be a left hand at least. What sect are you in?
I tell them.
that you're a Senshi?
Yeah.
They're all like, "Oh wow, we didn't realize you guys were in the capital right now."
And I say, I didn't realize people had heard much about us. What have you heard
Uh,
about us?
it is not every day that an entire rank gets made in the Adventurers Guild. As a matter of fact, since its creation, Varnerman, right hand and left hand have been the only ranks at all until you and
Hmm.
your group. So word traveled very fast that there was an entire new section of people, especially since you did not report to one individual Varnerman. We heard that you reported to them as a whole.
We do. We try to
We
have.
also heard you fought side by side with Slanesh and Hitsugaya.
We did, indeed. Um, we think
No
it's
wonder you're pounding our asses.
it's important to watch and learn from one another. I think, and to create strong bonds, especially when fighting. Uh, you know, that's why I'm here to help and to keep up on my game, and hopefully make more bonds. Since we are so, you know, secular on the side, I'd like to get to know people better and show everybody that we're not so different. We might have some different circumstances, but we're not so different from you.
Absolutely. Um, they kind of go a few more rounds. Like, you could train all day, babe. Now they're all very excited and they're like, I want to fight the Senshi. No, I want to fight the Senshi. And at the end of the day, you are fucking exhausted from all the fuck nonstop beat 'em ups.
Mm-hmm.
But nobody, like, you're around a bunch of like level 1 to 3s, maybe a few 4 and 5s. Like, nobody comes close to your skill level. You know what I mean?
Nice.
So you just described level 3s and 4s, and I'm just imagining one of them comes in and she just trips him and he passes out to
No,
level 1.
I would
Yeah,
never.
you knock out some like new kid with one punch.
I'm gonna say after each bout, I'd like to go over with them like different techniques they could use and like let them hit me harder next time to like improve their thing and whatever.
Nice. As a fighter, you're proficient in pretty much every form of weapon. So I would like to say you make it a point to use whatever weapon your opponent is using to help them improve instead of just savaging everyone with Crusade Great Axe.
Yeah, like it helps me improve, and I also, you know, want to help them and keep up on my game.
Yep.
Very cool. I'm like, I'm definitely gonna go take a hot spring bath for real.
All right, you head to the hot springs. That's a thing. The saunas, the tubs.
That's right.
All of it. Yeah. Why not?
I messaged Gorm going to the
Where's the cold treatment?
hot spring after battling all day in the training grounds. Miss you.
He responds, "If you stay there long enough."
I didn't hear that.
He responds, "If you stay there long enough, I'll join you."
Will do. Definitely staying there.
All right. Daniel. At the end of the day, after all the busy work. Hold on, I just got messaged.
Oh, it was just
Good, I'm glad.
I was saying that was fun.
At the end of the day, after all of the busy work, you find yourself with Lisa, and she's kind of tired, and she's like, "Ugh, this is my life every day, and it's truly unfortunate, all the paperwork that I handle." And she looks up and she says, "Would you like to join me for dinner with your team?" she kind of turns her head and says, "What do you mean? Is something?"
I mean, that's on you.
I was gonna have him type something about cargo. I was like, no, that's too mean.
And now you wish you had.
Well, no, I'm saying, like, you can't complain that we're not friendly when people try to
What
be
did I
friendly.
have to say? It was a complaint.
It sounds like it is. We're not much of a team. That sounds like a complaint.
Currently,
Well, there's only 3 of you. You're not much of a team right now.
we're individuals.
Way to rub it in.
So she would say, well, it's important that you all get your time apart as well. You travel together for months on end. Your mental, you need to be able to have alone time with your individual lives.
That's right.
Oh, you just seem troubled by it, that's all. She nods and says, "That's good to hear. Um, but you really should spend at least some time together, as you should discuss who you wish traveling with you soon."
I swear I spell that differently every time.
She nods and says, "Very well. If that's something you'd like to leave up to your team and you trust them, it is not my place to interfere with that." she starts to walk back towards her room to prepare for the end of her day. She nods and she goes, and it's kind of the same breakfast. You're not looking for anything specific out of it, I assume, correct? She's very happy to be spending any amount of time with you. You can tell that she lives her life mostly in solitude. Any amount of company is greatly appreciated. Alrighty. Remy,
Yes.
you are in a hot spring, yes?
Yes, I am.
You're waiting for Gorm?
Yes.
About an hour later, Gorm finally shows up.
Yay.
He says, "Let me show you a little trick I have." And he speaks a command word, and his armor falls off his body.
I said, well,
And he says, "This is cast-off armor."
say that would have been useful last night when I was trying to struggle to get off you.
He lets out a giant laugh, and he says, "But you know for the future."
Say, that could be dangerous, but I'm glad it's there. And I say,
It only works when I say the command word, but I can have it modified so it will work for you as well.
I'd appreciate it since you keep falling asleep with your armor on.
He says it will just take an hour to attune
Awesome.
differently to it.
Well,
We'll deal with it later tonight.
exactly. Get your ass in here.
He strips down to swim trunks that he had brought, and he gets in with you.
Awesome. And I ask about his day.
He says it was long.
I hear ya. I'm gonna say I went to the training grounds today to, keep sharp, and I caught up with a bunch of people who were not quite of my level. I
I
spent,
can understand that. Many of the adventurers in the guild, as much as I love brethren, have quite a lot of room for improvement.
indeed. So that's basically, I spent the rest of the day trying to help them improve their techniques and battling them. Hopefully some of them improved, but I will say I let myself get hit much more often than I would normally, just to teach them how to land a proper blow, if you know what I mean.
I do. I do indeed.
I'm gonna say I really, really need this, and I need a hug.
Excuse me, I am the fool. He smiles and snuggles up real close in the hot spring.
Nice. I'm exhausted, and if we stay in here for long, I will fall asleep. So make sure I don't
He
die.
goes, "That's fine. I can bring you back to the room and take care of you this time."
Sounds like heaven. And I fall asleep.
Alright. You probably wake up as he is drying you off with a towel before parading you in, like, a bikini through the halls of the Adventurers Guild, you know?
And I go, my gear.
Yeah, he brings you back in and gets you all nice and snug in bed.
Nice. And I say, I would eat, but I'm too tired. Get in here.
He says, "That's fine, we'll just get a big breakfast tomorrow."
Sounds great. Nice.
Kargar,
Yeah.
it is your turn. What do you do with the rest of your
Oh,
day?
I don't. I think I'm. I don't think I have anything else. Uh. Uh.
Pardon me.
Yeah.
Bless your
I
face.
don't. I don't really. I don't really think I have anything. Uh. Yeah.
Bless you.
I mean, I'll go back to the room and I'll see if anybody shows up. But I don't think I have
Daniel
anything else I
probably would
wanted.
after training, I'd imagine, but I think that's going to happen quite a bit later.
Yeah. I don't think I
Agios
have
also
anything else.
would. Agios is present enough, you know what I mean? Like, he exists in the world.
Yeah, I want to have a fake conversation with Agios where you have to play Agios. That sounds good.
He's like, let's play solitaire.
Uh,
Play over there, and I'll play over.
Oh.
That's
mean.
I love it.
I
I tried to embody my inner deacon.
I figure whatever. So I sit down. I lay down on my bed. I summon the echo. I do the thing where I put myself inside of it, and then I load up and I fly around and I look around the campus and look around the city and then I go back and yeah, I think that's all I got because I can't think of anything else I want to do.
Gotcha.
And I think that's it for me for the week. So at some point, if we're gonna make a decision, like in terms,
So-
of, I don't know if we're doing, I don't think we're doing that this week. I think we're
It
waiting
comes
until
down
Deacon
to
and
it.
Sean
At
are
this
here.
point, I know we're
So,
not getting Deacon and we're not getting Sean. Like,
No,
there's
no,
no
that's
way
what
at
I'm
1
saying.
a.m.
No.
So
No, no,
at,
no,
at
I'm
this
not.
point, yeah,
That's what
I'm
I was
with you,
saying.
Kyle. I'm continuing on.
Oh, okay.
At this point, what I'm feeling is the only thing we're gonna do from here on out is continue to roleplay day in day out stuff. You know, Gorm and Remy will continue to grow closer. Lisa, and Daniel will continue to figure out what the fuck they should do with themselves because their life is so goddamn complicated. Daniel will continue to train, and Kargar will continue to exist and maybe try and find friends. So, I
Oh,
mean,
can I
anyone
do-
that would...
That's a good point.
What?
Can I do another library check?
For what?
The same thing I failed at earlier for the illithids and stuff like that.
Oh, that, oh, yeah, go ahead.
Because I got like a 10 before, but I could roll
investigation.
higher this. Come on. Okay. So, yeah, they're all not great. History.
You're rolling
-2.
investigation.
Investigation is also -2. They're both, so I got 14.
You can find some information about illithids in general.
Yeah.
But nothing that would really help what you're looking for, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
Daniel, you're training, meaning you want one single punch to do both fire and is what you're saying. An example.
Essentially, because of the fact that it deals dual dice, one dice one, one dice other.
I'm into it.
Not saying it has to be possible, I'm just saying that's what he's trying.
I mean,
I
it
mean,
doesn't
if you
actually
need to
affect the game enough to make it not possible. It's just I'm not giving it to you this session.
Oh, I'm aware. I'm just saying that's.
But I'm glad to hear that that's what you're training for. And if you could real quick roll me an athletics check.
Oh, -1.
-1. What the fuck? You can make it acrobatics if you want. You dexterity fuck. Real quick,
Dexterous fuck.
I need you to roll me an athletics check. I need to know. Okay, it is worse. At least we got that. So you're struggling with it, but you can tell that it is innately possible with your abilities. It's just not something You can feel yourself making progress towards it, but you can't. You're nowhere near being able to do it.
I wasn't expecting to have it simple.
Oh yeah,
This
of course.
He's training, that is what it is.
Yes,
Would it be
that's
easier
good to know
to-
because it means the more you get to the chance to train, the closer you'll get to that. So, if anyone would like to continue to role play with either your friends, your kinda wife, or your baby daddy,
Hmm.
let me know. Otherwise, I think that's it for tonight.
Okay.
But if anyone wants to do something with their in-game NPCs, I can do that.
How do I find Remy when she's not trying to find more?
I was in the training day all day.
Well, yeah, but then you're sore.
And then I what? I'm swarmed. If you look, I was walking around to see if anyone needed anything.
That's true too. If you want to meet up with Remy, absolutely can. You yesterday.
Yeah, and I have
So
to stop and get clothing and stuff. So
I would definitely say at this point, seeing as how you spend every night, you go home and do your trans, you have noticed that Remy is not there, and you can put two and two together and kind of deduce where you think she will be the next morning. So if you want to run into her, you will definitely be awake before her, so you can.
yeah. Also, Remy's still going on with the imaginary that she's not living with Gorm if her stuff's not there.
A little soon to move in the first place.
It's a Lillian Marshall from How I Met Your Mother.
Say, unless Gorm asks her, she's not gonna quote unquote move in because she doesn't know. She doesn't want to rush that, even though.
Also, you've known him for like what, a couple weeks, like a couple months, like. Calm down.
Remy,
Yes.
can you roll me a perception check?
Sure, I absolutely can. That would be a 23, baby.
Gorm sleeps through the knock, but you wake up as someone knocks.
Alright.
And it's wicked early in the morning. It's literally the peak of dawn.
She grumpily comes to the door. Is there a place you can peek through, or is it?
No, you'd have to crack it open.
Okay. Am I still in my bikini? Or did I actually get dressed?
Well, that's an interesting question, because you weren't awake enough to change. So did Gorm change you? I'm gonna go with you're still in your bikini,
Okay.
but you
I
are
don't
dry.
think-
Okay. I open up the door in my bikini, and I'm like, oh, hey.
That's fun.
Wisdom saying.
Just like a beefy woman just in a bikini.
What do you need, Chai?
Yeah, sorry. I was training all day yesterday, and I went to the hot springs because my muscles really hurt, and I kind of fell asleep, and Gorm tucked me into bed. I haven't really had a chance to change yet, and it's like not even really morning. Yeah, do you want to come in? Do you want me to come out there? Like, I can come out there. Like, starts walking towards the door in her bikini.
Sorry, it just goes out in the hall.
Oh man.
Like, does it
That's
bother
so
you?
bad
Do you
for
want me
Daniel.
to put something on? I don't. It's too early. Oh, absolutely. Do you want to come in? Do you want me to go grab something to put on real quick? I'm sure we have something to drink. Have you eaten yet? Like her mom tendencies kick in. Like
you just hear wicked loud from the back of the place. You just as Gorm is just passed the fuck out this early.
Remy laughs and she's like, "Isn't he cute?"
That's a word.
Okay, why don't you give me about 15 minutes? I'll get dressed and maybe we could eat, like walk somewhere nice and quiet and talk, and then maybe hit up the food place.
Max, I'm gonna head out for the night.
Okay.
All right, bud. Have a good night.
We can
I'll
fit up
try.
the
try not
cafeteria
to throw
later
up
or
anymore.
whatever.
Yeah, facts.
Because I am really hungry and I'm definitely going to shove something in my mouth, like while we're walking. All right. I was like, I'll be right back. And she goes to hopefully find some clothes and her gear that hopefully Gorm picked up from the...
Gorm brought your stuff, yeah.
Okay. So she puts it on. She goes over to Gorm. She gives him a smooch on the forehead. And she leaves. In the kitchen, she writes a note. Daniel stopped by. May be back when you wake up. If not, see you later. She grabs like a piece of fruit or something because she didn't eat last night. And she says, "All right, Danielle, let's go for our walk. Do you want a walking apple?" She hands him an apple. All right. She pockets the other apple. I say, "There's a nice walk outside if you want. The weather seems to be good. Or did you want to go somewhere more private to talk?" Why don't we take a walk? And I say, there's got to be like a park or something scenic that we could walk by. I'm sure that not many people are out considering how early it is. That's true. God, I wish I was an elf so I could just trance for 4 hours. Well, there are some benefits. You're right, I wouldn't want to be anything other than I am, but I wouldn't mind having to sleep less. Could definitely get more done during the day, I think. I'd much rather see people die naturally around me than an unnatural, but I get what you're talking about. You said you had something you wanted to talk to me about? Perhaps something that you needed some advice on. What can I do for you? I think that can be a really hard situation. I'm thinking perhaps you're talking about Lisa? I think it's hard. I think that Lisa has lived a long life and that she's busied herself basically with doing everything she can to make sure, if her husband was reincarnated, that he would be as successful as possible. And she built up, a support network for you. I think that the best thing would to be honest with her and tell her how you feel. That, you know, first of all, do you like her as a friend? Do you think that she's putting too much pressure on you? Because she, I know as far as Gorm goes, he can be very singular in his mindset and the things that he does, and he doesn't perhaps have a lot of time to have friends. And I think that Lisa has kind of thought in her own way that she doesn't deserve happiness and she doesn't deserve all these things. And I think that what she really needs may not be a husband, but a friend. I think that, if you like her at all, as in a friend, you should tell her that you are not what she wants as far as being her husband. That you are a different person, but you could be what she needs, which could be a friend. And that, you know, you don't know how your life will go, and you have goals, and you don't see yourself having a relationship right now, and you can't see how you could be like him when you're yourself, I guess. Does any of that make sense? I think that Lisa is lonely, and I think that she may be clinging on to you in the hopes of you maybe becoming more like her husband, not so much because she expects you to be, but because she's lonely. And I think that if she had more of a support system for people that cared about her, the real her, not what she's doing, where she doesn't have to have pressures and stuff, she could think of you as someone else and not as her husband. At least that's the way I see it. But I think that it's the best policy is always honesty. And I think that's a good way to start any sort of friendship or relationship at all, you know? And say, I feel like you have a very heavy burden on your soul right now. And I can sense that you aren't looking for a relationship and that you have goals in mind. And I think that, just being honest will work. You're just not ready for a relationship with her. I mean, that's fine. But I guess I see you as very driven towards your goal. I know that you weren't too fond of Lisa in the beginning. I'm glad that you've grown closer, and I know she could really use a friend. And I think it's really important as a friend to be honest with her. I think that she may be disappointed, but I think in the end she'll be okay with it. And if we could just expand her circle of trust, I think that would be good for her. Problem is Jessica, whenever there's silence, wants to fill that silence.
Patience, Jess.
I know. I get that. It's often not fair to be typecast in a way. I think being honest is important. I think that she's probably just happy to have you around. Has she made any kind of moves on you? Has she tried to like be intimate with you, or is it just you feel put upon because there you feel like there's an expectation to be him? Hmm. I think it's very personal to her, and I think that her emotions may have blinded her to the fact that every time you reincarnate, you are different. I think that you'll just have to be honest with her. I think you'll have to do it in a way that's gentle, though. I don't think she's. I think in a way she thinks that she's helping her husband by helping you, and I know you're a different person. I think that she can't separate her husband's burden from her husband in a lot of ways. And I think, you need to be honest with her that you're not going to take her husband's place. And, here's the thing is you've grown fond of her, but you need to set proper boundaries before she overtakes them. You would like to support her and have her support you, but in the end, if it's going to hurt you and your feelings and make you feel burdened, then being honest with her is the best situation. And if she can't understand that or gets angry and doesn't want to be friends anymore, then I guess that's what's important and that's what's meant to be. If you don't want to change yourself into a morphling of her husband, that makes perfect sense. And she can't force you to do that. You can always be true to yourself. And I think being true to yourself is telling her what's what in the nicest way possible and making sure those boundaries are in place and that you can be her friend but nothing more and that you are different. She can't force you to take his place. Say it'll be unfortunate if you have to walk away, but 'What do you mean by leave you for Gorm? $11. Here's what I'll say about Gorm. I, as you know, my tribe is just me. And my goal has always been to restart my tribe with the goals of taking care of people and that everyone is of value. And I truly like Gorm, and he has had a lot of the same destructive paths and things happen to him, and he's made himself a strong person who cares for people, who really cares. But I don't only want Gorm for my tribe. I'm kind of making my own tribe, and I would like the people I see worthy to join it. And I don't need to leave the people I trust.
Out of character, I want to make my own hive mind. Apparently, that's not a good idea. So, sounds like we have the same goal. I'll just connect your tribe telepathically. I think it's this.
When am I going after my goal? I think that I would love to just jump in with both feet in, but I think that all things take time and that a strong relationship needs to be built first by the foundation. And I need to really know Gorm and for Gorm to know me. And I feel like we're both timid. I don't know if he's ever been with someone before. I haven't. I've spent all my life training in war and taking care of my grandmother. I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I like spending time with him. I don't know if I'm gonna spend every night with him. I don't know when that's going to happen. I also know that we each have our own separate goals, and I want to support him. And I'm honestly very, very, very worried about the prophecy about him and Lisa dying. And I need to do everything in my power to make sure that doesn't happen. Say, I know that when you first met me, I seemed a little person crazy. But I'm not all flirting and kisses, you know?
Gorm disagrees.
Perhaps in time I will leave to do that goal, but I'm hoping that it will be a ways away for now, and perhaps I can help you achieve some of your goals, and if you want to live in a peaceful place, helping others, and working together, I might get you to come with me. I think that we have a lot of the same goals. Something to think about? At one point, after you defeat your dragon, you're going to need something to do after that. I can't help you. I think I can. Everyone needs support, even if I can't be the blade that stops the dragon itself. I can give you support in other ways. I believe in you. I think you can do it, and I will help you achieve it. And then maybe you can help me achieve mine. I think that you're good at more than one thing. I think that right now you have a singular focus, and I can understand that. I think that you are good at fighting, but you're also good at supporting each other. And who says that a fighter would not be welcomed in my tribe? Am I not a warrior? Have I not done terrible things in war? Am I not still going to do terrible things to protect the people I love? I think that we're all warriors. I think that you also like to protect people that are innocent. I think that inside you are a good person. And that's the kind of people I want in my tribe. And I trust you. And that's important to me. But I won't force it, like I said. I just wanted to give you something to think about for after. Because there will be an after.
I ordered food and it's not here. I need food.
What did you
I'm gonna
order?
go take a piss.
Okay.
Pizza and mozzarella sticks.
Mm.
That's food.
I look at you and I see a lot of things. I see vulnerability sometimes. I see an inner strength that shines through. I see you gaining strength every time you fight. I see you learning. I see you gathering people around you who can help you. There's no doubt in my mind that you will be able to do this. I think that others may have failed in the past, but I think that you are something special. And I think that you have the ability to do this. And I think that if you're willing to let people who care about you help you, you'll be even more successful. I think that you don't quite understand. I think that you may have not once been strong, but you've been gaining strength over time. Is it just luck? Or have you been learning? Have you been paying attention? Not everything has been luck. I think sometimes when you're in the moment, you make split decisions and then you feel lucky that you made the right decision or that something went your way. But when people see it from the outside, it looks like skill. It looks like you have the right skill set to make quick decisions and to weigh what is the best path and what's going to do the least damage, what's going to do the most damage. I think that no one starts off being the best they're ever going to be. I think that even if, for some crazy reason, that had never happened with Lisa, you still always knew in your heart that you were going to defeat that dragon. What does it really change for you that you are a reincarnated person, that this dragon was going to try to use you to become immortal? In your mind, in your heart, you were always going to go after that dragon. You were always going to defeat that dragon. It was not Lisa telling you your destiny that made it your destiny. You were already doing that. You were already gaining strength and you were gaining allies. And what did she tell you? You were just telling me that you were not her husband, that the only thing that links you are your powers. So are you telling me now that that's not true? Because I don't believe it is. I believe that you are Daniel Sunsoul, that you are your own person, and that you have been step by step getting stronger and becoming what you're supposed to be successful. They did not have what you have now. Then perhaps you should not lean on your powers alone and continue gaining skill and allies that can help you. As I keep saying, no one does anything by themselves. I think that a major part in fulfilling any destiny is knowing when perhaps to change tactics. Perhaps they always just ran in there and thought, oh, if I just blast all my powers at them, that everything will work. That they didn't have the knowledge that you have. They didn't have the tactics to try other things. Perhaps we need to be sneaky about it. Perhaps we need to not wait for him to come to you. We need to go to him. I think that there's a lot of things to consider. And you are not the people before. And there's a lot you can do to gain more knowledge and skill now that they did not have.
Pardon me.
I think that what you have ahead of you is going to be very hard. I don't know why you think your allies can't help you in battle. Is there anything that says that you must defeat a dragon one-on-one? I don't understand where you got that thinking from. I think that it's easy to look at all the things that are against you and past mistakes, but it's harder to learn from them, and I think that's what you need to do. 2-on-1, no one else can damage the dragon. Who are the two? I guess I'm just confused.
Who's the second? Yes. It's Lisa.
No, I understand, but is it a prophecy that says only him and Lisa can destroy the dragon?
No,
When you said who were the two, I thought you were like, two? Who's the second person?
No, I understand. I know Lisa wants to destroy the dragon with you, but is there a prophecy saying only her and you can take on the dragon?
yes.
Yeah.
So, because Daniel was explaining this back when he was explaining everything. It is literally no one else can hurt that thing.
Hmm.
It is, because they tried to form the level of rocket and then attacks the name. It is literally no one.
I'm obviously not there, but we have an ASMR, and I don't know if that's been tried before. You have an Illithid, I don't know if that's been tried before. Like, I wonder if we have damage types in our party that possibly the...
The damage type is the.
It's a part of the curse. Part of the curse that binds the three says that only Lisa and Daniel can even inflict damage upon this dragon.
Then what
That's
I
one of
would
the reasons these are
say
big deaths so long.
is that you may be able to damage them, and he may be able to damage you, but what your allies can do is supply you with healing and perhaps traps and things to slow him down,
buffs.
things that would not,
Buffs.
yeah, things that would not harm the dragon but would help you. I think that you may be taking this a little too literally. Yes, you and Lisa can do damage to it, but we'll be there to make sure that you do more damage to him and that you stay up and that you have the advantage when fighting. I think that it doesn't just have to be you and Lisa. I think that maybe that was the thinking that had your predecessors fail before. Something to think about.
Also, out of character, we know that things can be put into like different dimensions or like, you know, would something like that maybe work? Like, not damage wise, but could you just remove it from this plane of existence? Could you?
Well, say banishment, if it's originally from this plane, it would re-emerge in this plane. If it was from a different plane, it could force them to go back to that plane. But I don't know unless we had Slanesh shove it in a pocket dimension and then close it up,
Well,
which he's dead now.
There's other mages that have pocket dimensions, but also if you take a bag of holding and put it inside another bag of holding, it opens up a portal to the astral plane. So then you push the dragon through that portal, and then the portal closes, and now the dragon's stuck on the astral plane. Examples. I wonder if there's ways around.
How would you be able to push a big dragon into that and without sacrificing yourself to do it?
Well, no. What I would say is that you have to. Well, for example, maybe you get a chromatic dragon on your side, and then you get a dragon versus the dragon, and you get a good dragon versus the evil dragon. Not for damage purposes, but for literally grapple check purposes. Or you do like kind of Looney Tunes type thing, where the dragon's flying through the air and you're chasing each other, and you throw behind you like a grenade. You throw behind you a bag of holding inside a bag of holding, opening up a portal in the middle of the air. Dragon accidentally flies through it. Portal closes. Dragon gone, stuck on the astral plane. Just examples. I think there's ways of getting the dragon without doing damage to it that would remove it from the equation. That's all. I'm not there. Just my 2 cents.
Cool. I'm going to say Remy looks startled at first, but she easily overcomes it. And then she kind of just puts her hand on Daniel's shoulder and was like, we're not going to always have the right answers, especially right now, but I'm here for you. We'll figure something out. And I think we're just going to have to get comfortable with being uncomfortable for now. Hey, it's not a problem. Um, if you feel like getting any more energy out, we could spar, or I can set up targets and you can blast those shits out of the sky. I'll throw them for you. I may not have magic, but I have a really good throwing arm. And I'd probably learn a lot from a spar. We're not all
Oof.
we're not all on equal
Shots
levels.
fired.
We're not on equal levels, but I think you would know that when it comes to a fight, that we'd work really well together. I think we've already proved that. And I have no problem learning or accepting if someone's stronger than me. And you are meant to fight a dragon, so I'll let you do that. All right. Remy's like, well, that was exhausting. And she goes back to Gorm's and makes breakfast.
All right. Gorm wakes up at his normal time, which is normal.
Oh, we can't hear
Finds
you.
you already awake.
Yeah,
Fuck me. I have a dildo in my ass,
that we
and
heard.
it is making me very uncomfortable. Okay. Gorm wakes up ready to make you breakfast, and then he usually wakes up before you, and then he realizes that you're not in bed. And he gets up surprised to see you awake, and he groggily says, "Oh, what are you doing up and about?"
Hmm. My friend Daniel wanted to talk to me, and when we were done,
It
I
looks
just.
like Daniel's trying to talk to you in the chat.
Oh.
I'm sorry, go ahead, Jess.
I said my friend Daniel came over, and he needed to work some things out. And when we were done, I came back here to make you breakfast and to eat together since we skipped dinner.
Hmm. He smiles brightly.
And I say, I hope you like bacon because that's all I know how to make.
He goes, "I like meat."
Excellent. I know how to char meat. I just give him giant hunks of meat because that's all I made. Oh, Daniel's taking my advice. I love it.
Oh, I'm not. That was a plan I had.
No, I'd like to think you're taking my advice.
Approved.
um, okay. I'm going to say, I have a lot to think about today. We have to decide as a group who's going to guide us. And I don't know what to do as far as our group goes. Do you have any suggestions who might be the best candidate to help us?
He looks up at you and he says, not sure if I should throw out any suggestions. It feels like a conflict of interest to me.
Hmm. I see.
But I suppose I can throw a few names in the ring.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, I think any Varnerman isn't a bad choice. However, one of the original reasons we were sending someone as powerful as Slanesh was because, well, we wanted to make sure you were all safe. You've clearly shown how well you can handle yourselves.
Mm-hmm.
I think it might not be the worst idea to consider someone like Herma or Lizella or Lucifer or a right or left hand that might be able to further your goals.
Mm.
You shouldn't limit yourself to only the Varnerman.
Okay. I think that I was under the misconception that you guys only wanted a Varnaman to come with us.
A lot of has changed since your first venture out.
Mm.
Right down to Slanesh's actions. We don't necessarily feel the need to force one of ourselves upon your.
Mm.
We simply wish to provide you with more support than you currently have because of how dangerous your missions are. And he says, speaking of which, I have a present.
Present?
If you could refresh your character sheet for me, Jess. He opens up a closet and pulls out a gigantic, long box, and he puts it on the table. It's got this nice little bow on
Mm-hmm. Okay. I go over and I'm like, this isn't a small little present.
it. It's like this. Whoosh. It's huge.
The stretch of the
So
continent.
he says, yeah, yeah, it's a bridge to Eyewash. Anyway, he says, just open it, check it out. I think you'll like it.
Okay. When I refreshed my page, I didn't get anything new.
That's okay. Open the box, he'll tell you what it is.
Okay.
I added it to your inventory, so it'll be there eventually.
Okay. I go over and I unwrap the ribbon. And I'm assuming there isn't wrapping paper, just a box with a ribbon, right?
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
I take the ribbon and I tie it in my hair. And I. What?
He chuckles.
Uh,
He's like,
I say, this way it's two presents. And I open the box.
it has a greatsword in it. It looks to be an ordinary greatsword. You cannot tell anything unique about it.
Huh. I say, great sword, huh? Very cool. I wish I could see it.
He picks it up and he says, this is a very unique greatsword. It's what's called a Mind Blade greatsword. Mind Blade greatsword, a Mind Blade weapon, is an ordinary weapon. However, Mind Flayers can activate it and turn it into a much stronger psychic weapon. So, I got this off an Illithid years ago. I thought that perhaps with a little tweaking, your Illithid friend might be able to reactivate its powers and give you permission to use it.
That would be so great, and that is very thoughtful. And I'm sure that Kargar would love to see something that, belonged to his people doing good instead of bad. And say,
He smiles. I hope it brings your group much joy and much protection. It would, if it can be activated, it would be an incredibly powerful weapon.
thank you so much. You didn't have to do this. And I just give him a big hug.
He says, yes, I did. I need to make sure that you're safe out there.
I'm going to be honest. when originally we were trying to get a
Yes.
Varnaman.
Thanks, buddy.
Get a Varnaman to come with us. I'd hoped that you would come with us. And I hate being separated from you. But I
He
always.
says perhaps I could join your group if they would have me.
So there's nothing that I would want more than that. And your ring keeps me warm, and I'm glad that I'm always able to contact you, but I find it hard to put everything I want to say to you in a simple message in a sending stone. And I hope that not only will this weapon protect me and my group, but hopefully protect you as well.
He grins. He's very happy to hear this.
And I will have to see if I can find a gift for you now. Because it seems like you're always giving me things, and I've yet to give you anything.
You're all the present I need.
Oh.
Fuck. No, he doesn't say that. He says your presence is all the present I need.
All right. Well.
Let's maximize cheesiness.
Yes,
And
absolutely.
then he says, "Did you know that the past is called the
Stop.
past? and the future is
Stop.
called the future, but the
Mute
present
him
is
right
called the
now.
present?"
I said,
At
well,
least mine was a game, Kyle.
I know. I'm gonna have to talk to my group. I'm hoping that they would agree to have you travel with us. I would love nothing more. But I'm sure that you're gonna have a long, busy day, and I hope that I'll see you later. And I guess I'll have to go and do some laundry and go repack a bag so that I can come back later. And I'll go talk to
This is very
Kargar.
well. Man, Kargar, you just suddenly became Mr. Popular. I'm gonna go grab a drink.
Kyle, if you're talking, no one can hear you. I hear him yelling and laughing in the living room, but I don't hear anything on here.
Can you guys hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. I had just said, after Max said you're popular, my comment was, yeah, but I have to take the sword, work on it, and then give it to Remy. So I can't even keep a Mind Flayer sword. And then I'm a fighter too. We're both fighters, so yeah.
Sorry, bub.
Um,
You got your helmet.
it doesn't do anything. It's only defensive. it's passive. Okay.
Alright.
I just want you to know that I'm going to keep dropping those hints about Remy moving in.
Yep. Daniel and I had a conversation that I was not embarrassed, but I thought I had a dumb idea, and I was like, "Hey, Daniel, do you think this dumb idea would work?" So I whispered it to him. But then at the last part, I said out loud, "Is there like an exact phrasing of the Daniel Lisa Dragon curse thing? Because like I'm wondering if there's like legalese, or like
There is,
loopholes."
Daniel isn't familiar with it, but to be honest, no. So also not that.
Okay, all right. I made the reference to him. I was thinking about like the scene in like Macbeth where it's like you will be killed by a man not born of woman. So then he's like, oh, then I'm
Yeah.
invincible because there's no such thing, and then C-section and okay. So okay, cool. All right. Yeah. So Dalton, you were coming. Daniel was coming for me. I don't know that, but. And I obviously asked my questions, but if you had something to say to me.
Daniel's typing, Carter.
I know, I see it now. I didn't see it before. buddy. What's up, Daniel? Yes, 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 absolutely. Excuse me.
Ooh, this weapon looks so good. So are you guys chatting them up?
Mhm.
I always ask before I link you. I would never link with. I don't even know if I could link without your permission. But even if I could, I would never do it. Um, I would think there could be a time in the future when there's an emergency and I would have to just like send you a word or a sentence, and you could send a sentence back. But I would never pry into other thoughts or. And like I said, it's always up to you. So yes, that's completely fine.
Kyle, can you stop swinging your camera around so much? It's making me bleh.
Okay.
Thank you.
I want us to be. I think it's soon. I've never had a friend. I obviously we lived in the same village, so we we were neighbors. And I've never really had friends, but I think that one, you guys are the closest people I've ever known. So if I had friends, it would have to be you guys. But two, um, I think we do well together as a party. I think I trust you guys. I know we've definitely saved each other's lives, vice versa. Um, so I mean, I think it's not like the best friends, but maybe it's too soon for that. Maybe, like, but I've never had friends, so I don't know. Growing up, I was in a hive mind, you're just forced to know and like and deal with each other, and because there's it's uniformity. There is no individual. Um, yeah, I'd say if we're not friends now, we're friendly acquaintances on our way to friends. I would like to be friends with you guys. I don't know that it's reciprocated. Okay, and that's fair. I know we all have stuff going on. With Slanesh passing, and right before that, was Moo's friend named Ashley? Was that her name?
Alex.
Alex.
Alex. You
Alex.
know, with Alex, with Alex passing and Slanesh passing, and yes, it's been a busy few days. And we all are split different ways. Um, oh, I don't know. I don't think anybody committing suicide for the benefit of others is, should be the answer ideally. But um, yeah, I appreciate that you consider me a friend. I likewise. Maybe next time you go flying, if I could come with you. I just recently got that ability. I think it'd be cool, a good way to, spend, time.
Not talking.
You probably see me just play cards by myself. I'd like to do activities with the group and stuff. So yeah, in our downtime. Obviously, we have to save the world, but in our downtime. Ew.
Could you carry him while you fly?
Mine is
9-inch
just an
strength.
echo, and my echo can't pick up things.
Hmm.
The Echo
Uh,
cannot know.
I
yeah,
also
no.
I also have a 9-inch strength, so
Um. Uh. Gotcha. Um. But can you do it over and over? Like, can you land and do it again, or can you do it again in midair? How does that work? Ah!
Nice.
So,
He does
but
mental math.
yeah, the 13 pipes we can put an X there. But in response to that sentence, I would say 7 times. Okay, the flying style is very funny. So what I would say to that then, Daniel,
Okay,
is
Toy
maybe that
Story
could still be
reference.
yes. That could still be fun because 7 times 6 is still 56 seconds, right? 7 times 42 seconds. Yeah, 7 times 6 is 42. So, and you can wait no, because you can fly in between. You can fall in between. So you could treat it basically like we could go hang gliding, basically. You know what I mean? Or what do you call it when you base jump off a building? Yeah, base jumping. Like we could base jump.
Nice.
As long as you make sure that in that 42 seconds, you'll be on the, or like, let's say you do 10 seconds in between each round. Yeah, no, getting a hang glider would be very,
Who
or
need to get a hang glider?
yeah, a hang glider or a parachute would be very cool.
I'm Batman.
And so yeah, that would be my answer to you. I think that if we went to like the top of like a two-story building and you activate fly and I activate my echo, we can soar around a little bit and then safely land on the ground after a couple minutes. That would be my solution. But
At this point, Remy walks in.
I go, hey guys, Daniel, Kargar.
Hey.
Uh, what you up to? As you see me just holding this giant box.
Mm-hmm. I haven't got. Oh wait, there we go. Yes. And when you mentioned that, I do my thing where my body like my body goes limp, and you see my echo moving around and like waving at you and like because I'm now in the echo's body, and then it flies up around the room and then I go back into it. We were talking about his abilities and my abilities and joking around.
Hang gliding. You wouldn't catch me doing that.
You'd be too heavy for Goliath.
How dare you?
I got this thin, wiry frame. I probably weigh 100 pounds soaking wet. No, no, dense. Because she's a
It's like,
Goliath.
I'm muscular.
Goliaths are
Thank you.
basically like not literally stone people, but they are dense as fuck.
Remy's like, oh gosh. Well, let's not continue that train of thought. I just came by to stop and get some supplies, and Kargar, I actually wanted to show you something that Gorm got for me. Do you want to see it?
Sure.
I think you'd be interested in it. Gorm said that a long time ago he defeated an illithid, and he got this off of him. And he gave it to me. And she takes out this sword and shows it to Kargar. And I say, do you recognize it?
You do not.
Okay. I do not. Do I recognize like its technology at least? Like, does the build?
It's legitimately a great sword. It is just a normal sword.
Oh, it doesn't look tentacly or illithidy or anything.
No.
Okay. Gotcha. I'd say yeah. No, it doesn't. What's it called? It doesn't look like anything special to me.
Well, Gorm said that this was a special long sword that was owned by an illithid, and that if my sheet would do what I want, that if you were to charge this with your special mind flayer powers, that it becomes something different, and that you could give me permission to use it once you've filled it up with your juice, and it becomes something special.
Couple thoughts on that. One, I wonder if I'd have to continuously recharge it, like if it has a certain number of swings or a certain number of charges or minutes or hours, and then like I'd have to keep being a battery, so that could be a thing. But then two, I don't think I should touch it immediately. I almost wonder if we should take it to like Mulekarth. I'm sure.
Mulekarth is in here.
I know. No, I know. I'm not saying right this second. But I'm saying I wonder. I'm sure Gorm did his due diligence, but I would be worried about my touching it because if the previous owner is still alive, for example, and out there, they still have a psychic connection to it. And I touch it.
Gorm defeated its owner. That's why he has
Yes,
it.
that's fair, but that's one owner out of say 100 or 1,000 illithid in that hive.
I think
So if
it's deactivated now. I think that you would have to
Yes.
activate it.
No, I get that.
It's not
I'm
connected to
wondering about-
anyone else.
If I have a sending, if I get like your sending stuff,
Mm-hmm.
I could talk to Gorm. I don't need to be you. So I'm worried that it might still have old connect inside of it, and by react. So I was just thinking maybe we bring it to our science person when they come back, and have them look at it before I touch it. I
Well,
would hate to touch it and all of a sudden be possessed or something.
I have no doubt that
Can you roll me
Gorm.
an intelligence check real quick?
Sure. Kargot might be being paranoid, but I think it is in character. My intelligence is a -1, and I know technically I have the helmet now, but the helmet helps with remote like Wi-Fi type telepathy. I would be touching this sword, which is the part I'm afraid of. But intelligence. I got this 8.
Okay, never mind.
uh, if anybody else wants to try something, they can.
No,
I'm like,
this
Remy,
was that intelligence check was specifically for Car.
yeah. I would say, I mean, Remy, I'm happy to look into it. Whether it means I have to charge it for you all the time, or one and done, or whatever the case may be.
Well,
But
why don't we
I
talk to Gorm since it was his sword? And I'm sure that he had it looked at. So I don't know all the information Gorm does.
yeah, we could try that. We can try that. That
Because
sounds fine with me.
Gorm and Lisa are the only ones here. I know Gorm wouldn't give this to me if it would be harmful to me.
No, I'm not
And
saying
he would
that.
have had
I'm
someone
saying,
look at it to make sure it's safe and to get all the qualities and everything together. So I think that if we were to go to Gorm and ask questions, he could probably help you.
yes, I'm okay with talking to Gorm. I was also saying that we're not leaving anytime soon, and when they come back for their meeting with us in 4 days or 3 days or whatever, we can just ask Mulcart then. Worst comes to worst, because we have to talk to the council before we go anywhere anyway. So there's no harm in talking to them. It's not like we're wasting time. Okay, but yeah, I'm okay with going and talking to Gorm.
Okay?
I just think it's better to be safe than sorry. I don't want to touch that sword and all of a sudden be an evil monster with a super powerful sword. So,
Well,
I
technically,
don't
you'd
think that.
be a super powerful monster, and I would have a sword.
Well, no, I would have touched it. It activates me, and I'm not giving you the sword. It's in my hand. Like, but okay. Yeah, let's go talk to Gorm. Daniel, do you have any opinion on this? Am I being overly precautious? Cool. Oh, there you are. Okay.
You said it, and like 1 second later, you're like, cool, no response.
Yeah,
Well, no,
these people have
yeah,
no
no,
patience for my good friend Dan.
no. I forgot Dalton.
You forgot it was typing and not speaking, yeah.
And so I just heard silence, and I'm like, all right.
No, I'm with
He
it.
must
I'm
be in
just
the
busting your
bathroom.
balls.
Exactly. Okay. Cool. Daniel, you want to come with us to talk to Gorm, or we'll just meet you back here when we're done?
Could be a Gorm field trip.
Well, I guess also, Daniel, prior to Remy walking in, was there anything else you wanted to say to me? Comma, why did you ask me that question that you asked me, the second one? So,
Could you
I
jerk
didn't
off
know
your
if you
mic
wanted to
any
address that.
louder, sir?
Please do it.
Sorry, my little thingy came on, which is a very loud noise. Yes.
Stick your ball back on there.
My ball? No, it's a little.
Say, while you guys are chatting, I'm just gonna pack up some clean clothes. I'm gonna touch my pillow and smell it and be like, this
Grab
smells
a
weird.
toothbrush.
Oh, you don't have a pillow anymore.
Smells weird.
Your pillow is now with Orby. Whatever the Orby is.
Adios.
Well, didn't he say that he took it off and it said this smelled like this was weird, and then he use a different one? That's why I remember. I could be wrong.
Oh shit! Did anyone see Daniel just now?
Yeah. It's fine. The only reason I asked if there was a reason, because I thought there was more to that conversation, and we got distracted by hang gliding. So I didn't know if the hang gliding and then Remy sidetracked our conversation. So I was trying to let us finish it if there was anything else. Okay, that's fine. And the second part, I do not plan to pick form, so I do not think that's an issue.
Why not?
Sounds like Daniel and Remy both planned to pick Gorm,
Um,
though.
well, it's a good thing that Agios and Moo and maybe whoever Andy is also get a vote. I don't know.
Andy
But
is whoever you pick, to be fair.
yeah, yeah.
He can't play
So
my
maybe he should,
Gorm.
he should
You're my
maybe
Gorm.
so wait. So maybe he should be. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. Okay, fine. Yeah, but I want to see the weird Andy Jess Gorm relationship. That's my favorite.
Don't got
Um,
plans on plans on
See, here's the
plans.
thing: is I'm so worried about him and the prophecy that he's gonna die that I would really hate to leave him. To be honest.
Yeah, but I think it's the same thing we
Anyway,
said last time. We said last time. We said Gorm was too religious and like in his way that we didn't think it would
No, that's
work.
not what we said about Gorm.
I'm pretty sure
No,
that
what
was
it
the
came
thing. I'm
down
pretty
last
sure.
time is we already know Gorm. We want to know somebody else, and that's why you pick somebody else.
No, that was a big part of it. But I remember specifically saying like, oh, it was when we were talking about who we wanted to choose the troop you're in. A lot of us were like, we don't want the religious thing, and I was
yeah,
like,
He's never been overly religious.
Very different from choosing a Barnerman.
oh, I know. I'm saying that the logic for me was kind of similar because I didn't want to be in a religious group. I also don't want a religious chaperone. So they go hand in hand. So,
Well,
okay.
we'll deal with this when we have the whole party.
I agree. We got sidetracked. Yeah, let's
You
go
guys
down
go to Gorm.
Yes.
He is no longer at his dorm, I should say.
I will probably message him because I knew that he was going to work anyways, and saying Kargar has questions about Sword. Can we visit you? / where? If so, where?
He responds with, "I am unfit to answer questions. I know very little about Illithids." And then he starts a new message and says, "Consider either Mjolkarth's guild, Hitsugaya's sect, or Slanesh's sect for more information."
Okay. So we don't have to specifically wait for specific people. We could just go to their sect and ask questions. Is what that seems like?
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you saying
Kargar's
anything?
already doing that.
Huh?
What?
He asked if you relay any of that, Jess.
Oh yes, I relay that. And
Okay.
he said that we should talk to any of these sects and they can give us more information.
I have a question at the time. Who else was there when Mjolkar studied me? Were his left or right there, or did he have like assistants or anything like that?
I think
His left and right were not there. It was literally just him.
Okay. So
well, and it was Agios who was there.
No one was there assisting in the inspection, is what I should say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So I would say, Remy, the only thing about that is that no one's ever studied like an Illithid like me before, and except for Mjolkar, because I went in and I let him examine me. He made me this helmet. There was a whole rigorous thing. Like I had to go, he had to cut me open and look at my brain, and so I would we can go talk to the left and right hand. We can definitely try that.
Here's the thing: knowing about weaponry is a lot different than knowing about the internal actual structures of an Illithid mind.
Talking to a psychic person and telling them that the connection between their brain and the material world does not matter.
No, I'm telling you that other people could know about the weaponry.
Explain to me about how psychic powers works, Remy.
I'm just saying other people could know about the weaponry.
Yeah, the weaponry's not the problem. It's me that's the issue.
Yeah, you is always the issue. You is always the issue.
Okay, I just don't
get fucked.
Okay, out of game, there is no rush to get this weapon working. We can wait. It's not like there's a time crunch. Now, in game, Remy, I'm happy to go talk to these people. Yes, but if I still feel reserved in judgment, and I still feel, sorry, I reserve the right to reserve judgment. And if worse comes to worse, I'd like to wait for Mjolkar. But if not, maybe they'll satisfy me. Let's go. It is my character, and I have a right to help you when and in how I see fit, as long as I feel safe.
Out of character, could we
Consent.
like cut off one of his tentacles and like place it on the thing and see if something happens? Because don't those regrow really fast?
Not really fast. It would take time, but I guess hypothetically that could be it. But I think the idea is I have to send psychic energy into to it, so just having a tentacle touch it wouldn't actually trigger anything. So I mean,
All right. Anyway,
contact.
so
Yeah,
which
let,
of the three sects are you going to?
I would probably feel most comfortable with the Milkar sect because of um the science angle, but
We can't hear you anymore, Kyle. All right, I
Goodbye,
send,
JoJo.
I send Gorm a response, and I just say, "Thanks for the heads up. Will do. See you later. Smooches."
okay. I was just saying that I'm okay. I would feel the most comfortable going to the Milkars left and right because they're the science division. The other choices were Eastrap, which is the magic division, and what was the third one?
No, the other choices were Slanesh, because specifically you know people there know about you and have some
Yeah.
more knowledge there, and
Yeah.
Hitsugaya, who has knowledge on monsters, so might know more about
Oh,
the Illithid's psychic abilities.
okay. Yeah, I don't know why I thought Eastrap. Okay, yeah, yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's start with Milkars, and then maybe if we need to, we can try uh Clinella. That could help too.
Okay,
I
so
also
you find Mjolkart's right hand. His name is Orochi, and he is a snake bird.
sure he is. That makes sense. Is his last name
So
Mario?
you went up to him and he goes, "Ah, yes, my lord's favorite patient. What can I do for you?"
I was just wondering, were you privy to any of his results upon my experimentation?
I'm afraid he keeps his information very tight-lipped. Unless
Uh,
it needs to be shared, I don't really have any info about your tests specifically.
okay. Do you know anything about illithids and their psychic connection as a greater whole?
I mean, I know some things. I'm no
Do you know
expert.
Do you know anything about the psychic connection between a user and their weapon?
I'm afraid you've lost me.
We have an illithid weapon. Remy, I tap Remy on the shoulder. Can you show, please?
I'm very like protective of it, and I say, Gorm got this off of an illithid he defeated long ago, and he passed it to me. And he said it could be charged by an illithid, and that I could get permission from Kargar if he were to charge it to use it.
He
And
holds up his hand and immediately casts Identify at it, and he says, "There's no magic in that weapon. I'm not 100% sure what to tell you. Um, because it is not created through artifice, there's not much I can do or my department."
Okay. Is there anyone in the Adventurers Guild that knows more about either psychics, or are there psychics employed by the Adventurers Guild?
You,
Yes. Beyond that.
other than that, I mean, we have a lot of people. I can't. Being psychic isn't a common feat.
Yeah.
I would say you'll probably find psychics more frequently in the outcasts than you would anything else.
All right, we're going there next. We're going to Vanilla.
All right, you find your friend Kleina.
Yes, I do. I do think Orochi is really, but yes, yes, Kleina. So I walk in and I would say, "Hello, Kleina. Nice to see you again. I
She looks
brought
up and she goes, "Oh, it's so good to see you."
yes, and this is a member of my party. This is Remy, Kleina, Remy.
pleasure to meet you.
Kleina reaches out her hand and she shakes your hand and says, "Any friend of Kargar's is an ally." And she like smiles and tilts her head.
Remy gets like her eyes glow, and her smile goes bigger, and I'm like, it is so nice to meet someone so friendly, and I love your hair, so cute.
Oh, thank you.
Is she wearing a bell?
Yeah, she has
Yes.
illness.
Cool.
I'd like to continue our conversation that we were starting the other day, but that's not what we're here for right now. Although I do appreciate all your help. We we have a friend of Remy's has uh, recovered a blade, and apparently it's connected to my my native people, the Illithans. And so
Oh, it's a mind blade.
okay, you know what a mind blade is. Okay, yes, that's exactly
Yeah,
what it is.
absolutely.
Okay. I am very apprehensive of it, and I'm afraid by touching it, something could be triggered within me or within the hive it was previously connected to, or some such. Are my fears?
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, not at all. You
Okay.
clearly know nothing of your own ability.
No,
Illithids
nothing.
create mind blades out of basic weaponry. They have no tie to an illithid other than their immediate tie. If the illithid that it used to be connected to is no longer connected to it, there is no residue remaining. Also, even if this were another illithid's mind blade and that illithid were alive, to everyone other than that illithid or whoever that illithid chose, it is just a normal greatsword. Even if the psychic connection is still there, you touching it or wielding it or anything would present zero risk to you being reabsorbed into the hive mind. And she gently knocks on your helmet and she says, especially with this.
Well, the helmet would definitely stop telepathic waves, but I was afraid that the sword could act like a conduit and bypass the helmet through a physical.
I understand your fear, but you have nothing to fear. She picks.
Okay, no.
She doesn't pick up the long sword because she can see that of it, but she kind of rubs her fingers against the blade and she says, "This is literally nothing but a normal greatsword. However, you,
Okay.
as an illithid, have the ability to turn any weapon into a mind blade."
Oh, okay. One, how do I do that with a weapon that's already a mind blade? And then two, how do I make new mind blades once I learn how to do that with this mind blade?
This weapon is probably no longer a mind blade if the illithid it was attached to was murdered, was killed.
Oh, okay. Okay.
If this weapon probably has no latent properties other than being a greatsword.
Okay.
So you would need to learn how to create mind blades from scratch.
And do you or does anybody else in the Adventurers Guild know anything about that?
She kind of looks away for a second. She says, perhaps I could help you. If you would be willing to open a psychic link between the two of us, we could think through it together. I'm a very
Yeah,
smart person.
That's fine. I am not.
She smiles and she goes, yeah. You can
Yeah.
look for it in other ways.
Yeah, I open a psychic connection, and I would assume she would receive it because she was the one who initiated it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
So this, you guys are
just
taking some time thinking about the blade and working it out in your head. And I'm gonna
Yeah.
cut to Daniel while that happens.
Yeah.
Oakley dokley.
Sounds good.
yes.
All right, Daniel, you head to Lisa. She once again, as usual, she responds, "Who is it?" I assume you mean her office door and not her home, right?
How early is it again?
It's pretty late at this point. It's late enough that you're confident she would be at work, not home.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, she says, "Who is it?" "Oh, Daniel, come in." into her office, and she's doing her normal like paperwork from hell that just seems to constantly pile up on her. She looks up and she stops doing her paperwork and she says, "So, what's wrong?"
I never get used to her boob being out.
I wish she had a nipple. Like it really bothers me that there's
Do
no.
you think she's just wearing a long sleeve flesh colored shirt and none of us know?
No, it is 10 out of 10 her
Yeah.
skin. I built it on Hero Forge, and they just don't give her a fucking
But
god.
like
It
in
frustrates the
universe,
shit
are
out of me.
women in unit? Well, one, could you use like Photoshop to add a nipple? But then two, like Microsoft Paint,
I
just like
could,
put
but
a
doesn't
nipple on
that feel a
But
little extra?
Yeah. And you'd have to get it, like, everything so right, otherwise it would just look really weird.
no, I know, yeah, I was kidding.
Honestly,
But then,
if I got everything so right, it's like I really put a nipple on this woman.
well, that's my second question. In your world, is it just acceptable for women to walk around topless?
I mean, you really want to, and nobody really wants to counter Lisa Lee, so no one wants to get ripped to shreds. But anyway, um, Daniel, when you say that, she kind of looks down at her desk and puts her hand to her forehead. And she says, "Yes, I know, Daniel. I none of the none of George's reincarnations are ever none of them ever wish to be with me in that way. I did not expect any different from you.
Oh shit.
I simply want to rid us of this curse." She goes, "No, it's my fault. I I've led you the wrong way because it's hard. It I can feel George in all of you, and I want to be with him again so badly that sometimes I blur the lines. But make no mistake, I am fully aware that you and I are not meant to be. We are bound by the evil works of Maganan. I simply await the day that I can join George and my unborn child in the after.
Oh, what if this whole time he wasn't the reincarnation of the husband? He's the reincarnation of the son, and that explains why he never wants to be with her because he's not George. He's the baby.
You ruined the twist.
No. That's Kyle, high quality twist, but no. Like M Night Shyamalan, 10 out of, but
Have you seen the movie Old Boy?
no.
Oh, if you're never gonna, do you mind spoilers?
Yes,
Okay.
I am a movie fanatic.
Okay, you should watch Old Boy. There's a Korean one and an American one. I prefer the American one.
It's like,
But
Kyle,
don't
we're
want subtitles.
RPing right now. No one
I
wants
know.
to hear about your movie right now.
The movie
She
is very
stands up
relevant.
and looks at you, Dalton. Or, excuse me, she stands up and looks at you. And she has kind eyes, but she's clearly holding back tears. This situation has been overwhelming her for literal centuries. And she says, even still, none of the reincarnations have been as true a friend as you, Daniel. Know that I will never be able to stop loving you the way I've loved my husband, but also know that you will always have a friend in me in any way you need.
Kargar, why are you typing? You're not here.
You got...
I mean, 2 Toy Story references in one night, guys.
Well, I mean, Max, you have music. That was your key to hit the play button in the trailer.
To be fair, I don't have. I need to download get MP3s of the song play and then put them in, and I don't have that right now.
It's called YouTube on your phone. God.
Yeah, YouTube, man.
Yeah, I could have done it on my phone. That's true.
Huh.
I had to manually add Careless Whisper. She looks away and she says, I don't wish for any more companionship than I've already acquired.
I think he meant...
I simply... Oh, you, help... I'm sorry, help you gain more what, Daniel? I thought you meant more...
If you need more friends, Kargar will be there.
I'm pretty sure he meant, like, rest.
God was right. Yeah, help you gain more friends.
Okay.
She says, I'm afraid I'm not in the shop for more allies. I simply wish for the two of us to escape the hellish nightmare we are in. I wish for it all to be over. And she starts to tear up. She hugs you back, Daniel, and starts to gently weep.
What'd that for?
she kind of breaks away and says, I let me know when you make any forward motion. I will gladly assist in any way I can, but for now I really must attend to these. Thank you for visiting me. And she tilts her head and smiles.
Hmm.
Nice, high quality, high quality. All right. So quickly, we're gonna cut back to Kargar and Kleina psychically sharing a bond. And Kleina is trying to walk you through how to psychically empower this weapon.
Yeah.
And she says, focus your mind on the edges of the blade. Try and allow them to be an extension of your brain. Force the energies that you are putting into my head into the sword as if it was a person.
Okay.
And then, yeah, go ahead.
I pick it up with my right hand, and I point at it with my left hand, and I concentrate, and I try to think about the sharpness of the edges, the sharpness of the point, the firmness of the handle. Um, I think about what it took to forge it by the blacksmith and how what work went into the blade, and like I just try to think about every detail in the blade's foundation, and then I pretend that I'm the blacksmith, and upon the forging of the metal, you know, the blacksmith puts their heart and soul into it. I literally put my psychic energy into that warm, malleable metal, and so the psychic energy solidifies within the blade and the metal cools.
Kyle, that is so totally exactly the opposite of what I was going to have you do, but I enjoyed it so much that I'm gonna say it worked. I was going to be all about one with the blade, letting go of all feelings, of all emotions, and you were just really intense, like, focus! Push your mind forward, but the way you ended up describing it at the end, I was like, this is good. This will work. It's fine. I don't care. So once you succeed, Kleina smiles. She's ecstatic. She's like, "Oh my god, I knew you could do it." And you hand it to Remy, and you psychically connect to her and give her the power to wield this blade. So now, not even you, Carter, can use it as the mind blade. Only Remy can.
Yay.
Okay.
And Remy, have you found it in your character sheet yet?
I
because it's there.
did. It makes me so happy.
What does a mind blade do? And two, is there a picture of it that you could flash up?
Maybe. One sec.
Does it look different upon activation? Like once I put my
No, it looks exactly like whatever weapon it was before it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if it was like protenic.
As a matter of fact, if Remy is not holding it, it does not even register as magical.
Nice.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So it is a great sword, baby.
Just for flavor though, I'm going to name the blade as I hand it to you.
No,
no.
no.
I pass you my sword with my friendship. Here is Swordgar, and I hand you the sword.
Kyle, please don't do that.
Reject that name.
No.
Is Bladegar better? Bladegar's better. You're right. Here is Bladegar.
For the record, Bladegar is better, but still, go fuck yourself.
I'm gonna say you have to name a sword with deeds and stuff.
I thought that was a fucking good like friendship moment. Like I'm handing you this thing. Like come on now.
Carter, you also do need to remember that this sword was a gift from her beloved.
I know, but now it's also a gift from me.
Now it's tainted. Throw it away, Remy. So Kleina looks at you and
You
she
notice-
says,
I'll say
You notice
with this sword, with the power of friendship, I will help protect Gorm, whom I
Yes.
love.
You notice when I hand it to you, it starts to talk in your head.
No,
And the sword has my voice.
no. Mm-mm.
so Kargar, Kleina looks at you and she hands you a long and she says you could also make one for yourself.
Is a long sword. Sorry.
That is so
Ooh,
close to your mouth. Please stop.
Question: Is a longsword versatile, so you can hold it one-handed or two-handed?
Yes, it is.
Okay, good, because I have a shield. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Kleina, thank you. You just happen to just have a longsword sitting around.
I mean, this is the Adventurers Guild. We have weapons up to Wuza.
Yes, that's fair. I figured it'd be in the inventory, in the armory or something. Thank you so
She
much.
said she kind of here 1 second. 1 second, please. She kind of blushes a little and gets embarrassed and
Max, you're gone. Or am I gone?
she blushes a little and gets embarrassed and she goes, actually this is mine. I never use it. I figured it would be more help in your hands, and now
thank you.
now you can always have a memento of me as you're traveling.
Yeah.
And she like looks away.
I shall think of a good name that mixes together Kleina and Kargar, and maybe name my sword that. And I look at Remy and I go, because I believe in naming swords after things that are important, and so that sword should be called like Gormgar. That's it, Gormgar, because it combines together the two of us.
Remy just shakes her head.
Kargorm is good too. Kargorm is really good. Name the sword Kargorm.
No thanks.
You could never you'd be like, strike true.
Going to deal with this stupid bullshit.
I have a question.
Wait. I'm sorry. You guys got your versions of roleplay. This is my version of roleplay. And I'm just as entitled to my version of roleplay as you are to your, like...
We're going to have to agree to disagree on that one there. So anyway, Kleina goes, let me do it again. And she she asks you to reinitiate the psychic link.
I definitely could, but as an experiment, nothing to you. Should I try it on my own just to see if I can handle it? Or do you want me to try it with you again?
She goes, oh, I suppose you could, if you'd like to.
It's nothing, it's not, I do the mind blink just to make a point, and I go, psychically I say, nothing anti-you. I will mind link with you as, we can be friends, and I can mind link with you whenever you want. That's not what I'm saying. I just...
She twiddles her thumbs and goes, if you'd like to practice, go ahead. I don't mind.
Okay, good. And so then I stop the psychic link, and I go, I just want to make sure you knew that I meant it. Okay. So, I take the blade from her, and I repeat the process, and the only thing I change is I now, while I'm doing it, I picture her being there with me, and then, like, as that happens, I also picture my other friends surrounding me, and they watch as I'm making this sword.
It works.
Okay. What does it do?
So I put it in your inventory, first of all.
I will refresh.
So if you refresh, you should have it. But for the record, Mind Blades, first of all, they can be any type of sword, but it has to be a sword.
Okay.
But Mind Blades act as a normal sword, except while the appropriate wielder is using it, it does an extra 2d6 psychic damage.
Okay. I was wondering because on D&D Beyond, it doesn't say like 4d6. It only says 2d6.
Well,
It's
no,
the
it does,
2d6
it does.
plus 2d6.
Yeah.
Oh no, mine
It
says.
sure you
Wait.
attuned to it.
Yeah, I'm
That was
attuned to
definitely-
it.
Mine said. Oh, me too. Mine says. It does a D8 plus 5 standard, and then it does plus 2d6 extra.
But when you
Should
roll
it
it,
be 4d6, you're saying?
no.
Oh,
Mine
okay.
is a great sword. You have
Oh yeah, it doesn't automatically add the damage when you roll an extra 2d6.
yeah.
separate.
Okay. Yeah. The specialty, the
like-
mind flayer thing is whatever your normal weapon damage is, you do that, and then the mind flayer is add 2d6.
Yes.
Mine rolled the 2d6 automatically. I got
How come
I
mine
got a
didn't?
6. I got a 6 regular. Oh, the 2d6 just went away. I didn't get to see what it said. Let me go to my log. Let's see.
Is it because
My
you
roll
have whatever 20?
Oh, maybe. I don't know. So I got.
Because it came up as a custom roll.
I got a 1 plus a 1 plus 5, so that's not right. That's a D10 plus a D8 plus. Oh, you know what it did? No. I'm sorry. It did it funky. It's wrong. When you have a versatile weapon, Beyond 20 messes up, and it does the D8 and the D10, which is dumb. It should just do the D8. So that's why it did roll the right amount of dice, but no, it didn't do it right.
Okay.
So I'll have to do D8 by itself, and then 2D6 by itself. Okay.
All right.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, because you can see it over here. It did the 6 is the D8, the 4 is the D10. So I would ignore the 4 and just use the 6. But it did do the psychic damage, which was a 5 and a 1. So yeah, 6 and 6 is correct. So 12. It's just funny that if I rolled with the D10, my roll was worse than it was with the D8. But yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay, now
Cool.
what were you guys saying about 4d6? Oh, is that because
That
it's
is because
great
my
sword?
weapon is different.
2d6.
What?
I have a great sword.
Great sword does 2d6.
No. He's saying the greatsword does 2d6.
Yes.
Yes, and then an extra 2d6 from the mind blade. That's where we got 4d6.
You mean instead of the 1d8? Okay, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yes.
I gotcha. Okay, cool. And then that's really cool. So I look at Kleina and I go, I did it. Thank you for teaching me. This was very, very helpful. And now Remy has her weapon from Gorm, and I have a weapon from you, and they're both powerful.
I'm still there, right? Can I do insight on if she likes him?
Sure.
Like, does she have...
I mean, she called me her friend. It's pretty obvious she likes me. Do you mean if she likes me?
Yeah, I got a 7, so I'm not going to know anyways. She was just acting very blushy when your mind's linked.
I mean,
She's very shy.
Yeah, I think that might be just her personality.
I gotcha.
Okay, cool. I will have to de-equip my... Oh, now the only tiny downside, and it's not a big deal because obviously the 2d6 psychic damage is way better, was my flail was a +1. That's fine. I will happily change it over to the mind blade because I'm happy to have that. In universe, is there a way to sell? I think we've done this, right? We can sell old items and stuff, right? What happened?
Yeah.
If it's
Okay,
worth
beyond
something.
20 is the extension. Yes. Well, because I have a flail +1 that I bought from that shop one time with syrup, and so that's why I was asking. But okay, very cool. So yeah, back in universe. Cool. So you have your weapon. I have my weapon. Kleina, do you want to? Was there anything we were trying? We were trying to talk about something yesterday. Would you want to continue that conversation or not right now?
Oh, I think another time would be better.
Okay, yes, absolutely. I just thought I'd check in. Okay. Thank you for your help. I'll let you get back to work.
Come see me later. Maybe after lunch?
Sure.
Excellent.
Uh.
And she just kind of rushes back to her work.
Okay.
Remy's gonna yell, "Thanks for your help."
Yeah, she just rushes back to her job.
Funny.
Daniel, to Lizella you go. She says, "Who is it?" "Oh, come in."
Oh.
You walk in and she is buck fucking naked. She is not looking at you. It is clearly not a sexual advance. Yes, that is real. This is not a joke. She is in the middle of changing into clothes that she put her armor over, and she just did not care and told you to enter it.
I mean, you can say that. I think this is a How I Met Your Mother thing called the nude man.
The naked man. Wait, so who is the same? Response, I get an erection. She is currently getting dressed. And for the record, she is human. What is today?
Oh, practically naked woman in the morning, practically naked woman in the evening.
First Remy, now her.
Who did it better?
Let's play who best. All right. Anyway, so she finishes getting dressed and she goes, "Oh, are you okay? You seem stunned." She starts to put on her armor. She goes, "What? Is everything all right? Is something the matter?" Oh, she kind of scratches her head and she goes, "Right. Yes, but I've been told it's not normal to most people. I should have waited. I should have waited for you to, yes, I should have been dressed. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to, impose." Or embarrass, maybe? I don't know. Yes, certainly. Sorry, it won't happen again. She says, "Was there something important you needed to discuss? I truly wasn't expecting to hear from you, although you're always welcome." Is this real? That will never not be funny. She's buck naked. Is this real? Is this actually happening? Max, are you fucking with me? Hello, God, it's me, Daniel.
It kind of seems like Max just wants to fuck Daniel, and so he's just putting all these bodies in his way to see what'll
Maybe
happen.
Max is just a dirty dog and wants to fuck you all.
I mean, I believe it.
Yeah, I think you became a
I
robot
Anyway,
believe
because you
Max
want
is
to
a
fuck
dirty
with people
dog.
on the spot. That's what it is.
she says, "Oh yes, what about my parents?"
I don't know. I'm not there, but is this like a Natsu, gray? Not gray. Natsu and Ganjil. You know that one at the second.
She sits down and she goes, "Normally I wouldn't tell people about this, but you've confided so much in me. It would feel odd to not uh, share the same courtesies with you." And she beckons for you to sit, and she pulls out a bottle of like really hardcore whiskey. She goes, "This isn't for me. This is, or I'll be over. I heard it's polite to offer a drink when someone is in your home. No, is that not the way? I thought it was." Has only ever drank to be polite. That's mad funny. She goes, "Anyway, when I was born, I was born into a clan of barbarians. They lived in the Rothmore Mountains, although not near Rothmore. They they were a clan of dragon slayers who were there hunting a pair of gold dragons sighted in the area." We pull out, since we're pulling out NPCs, you know, gotta pull them all out. Where's my girl? Anyway, she says, "I was still but a baby. However, the two dragons uh, were cornered, and one of them was greatly injured. Then, in retaliation, the other one wiped out my entire clan. However, they he left me alive. Everyone other than me was old enough to fight, and they were trying to kill all of the dragons. So I, being too young to adopt my clan's barbaric ways, were spared. And the two dragons, who were together, took me in as their own and raised me as in the customs of a gold dragon. They are worshippers of the great god Bahamut, and so I became a cleric to Bahamut. They each gave me one of their two rapiers. These swords have the ability to absorb the enchantments of other weapons, so I can use them for myself. The longer I live, the stronger they become. She says, basically, I've lived my whole life knowing that dragons were severely hated, metallic and chromatic alike, just for the acts of evil dragons like the legendary Megaden. I want to one day break the stigma around dragons to allow them, as well as all other races, to live in harmony on this planet. I'm tired of seeing people be attacked or killed or forced into slavery simply because of where they were born. Your birth should not dictate who you are, and my parents and I are living proof of that. And I'm sorry about what you saw earlier. Like I said, because I was raised by the gold dragons, I am not completely familiar with the customs of humans and such. We were very used to just not wearing clothes at the time. It's still something I'm getting used to. I don't really like it. And she starts to scratch around as she finishes putting on her scale mail. She I just
Yeah.
wasn't ready. She just says, "Oh, thank you," and kind of thinks literally nothing of it, because even though it was a glaring oversight, she doesn't have the knowledge of human behavior well enough to realize what you just said. She's just like, "Oh, he thinks I'm pretty."
Hmm.
They have since gone across the continent. They, to my knowledge, were investigating Alflair and elsewhere to look into the magics of Meganen. They, like Meganen, were around since the dawn of creation, and they are constantly wishing to find ways to put an end to his reign of terror. That way, they could try and clear the dragon name, since there wouldn't be such a terrible beast roaming the world. But until he is dealt with, there is little chance that humans and dragons can live in harmony. She looks at you and she says, "I agreed to help you because I think you are an honorable man. The fact that our goals align is simply icing. Also, I'm secretly hoping that if I can convince someone who's been scorned by dragons as much as you, that not all of them are evil. If you can just meet my parents and they can help you fight, it would be a great personal victory to me, and show me that there is hope to ally our races. Fucking Jess. She smiles widely and goes, "That's amazing news. It's wonderful to meet an ally to my kind." And then she kind of stops and says, "I mean, my parents' kind. I mean, dragon kind." She looks at you and says, "My parents did not grant me a longer. Bahamut did. He has chosen me as his champion. He believes I can bridge the gap between the races." Having said that, I am still quite young. What the fuck, Kyle? Oh, lordy lord.
No one can hear you, Kyle. You're muted.
Din? She looks up and says, "They can, yes. It is not an easy task, but I have done it many times before." She looks confused. She says, "What enchantment are you trying to give me?" She smiles and she pulls one of her blades and rests it gently against your hand. And you can feel it begin to absorb your acid powers. But then you see the blade kind of heat up, and she quickly yanks it away and she says, "I appreciate the thought, but me absorbing your magic, I could feel Magainen's evil in it. I do not wish to corrupt my holy blades with such power.
Hmm.
Do we know what kind of a dragon Megaman is?
Daniel does.
Okay. Has Daniel? But Daniel hasn't told us.
Uh, you'd have to ask Daniel. I don't remember.
That is not important information.
Oh, I mean, the only thing I was asking is because, like, uh, yeah, all right.
At least it's not important at the moment. She puts her blades away and she grabs her with both of hers and she says, I really thank you for the effort. But you must understand, these are my parents' blades. I must do everything I can to honor them. Like she feels bad that she has turned down your offer. She smiles and says, I'd appreciate that. She goes, what do you mean trance? Do you not normally sleep? Holy shit. What brilliance is this? She goes, oh, I see. That's extremely interesting. You got it, Remy. I see. Yes, I can understand. Communal living, I remember it. It wasn't the best. I like having my own space. Um, she says, well, I was planning on leaving. Um, but if you need some peace and quiet, you're welcome to sleep on my couch for the moment. She goes, very well, that I'm going to head to train some more. It's what I do with most of my time. I hope to see you soon, Daniel. she leaves as well, but heads in a different direction.
All I'm saying, Max, is that enchant is god tier, and if she gets it, she will live forever.
It only was god tier on Slanesh. Without the orb, the chair did nothing.
I disagree. The
All right,
chair was
Daniel.
alive.
I'm getting the feeling that Daniel passing the fuck out is a metaphor for Dalton needing to go to fuck the sleep. Oh, he says no. Okay. Um, that's funny. That's just where my brain went. I'm gonna work on more. Gotcha. So Kargar
Yes.
and
Oh,
Remy, you guys go to a shop. Daniel has had a run.
Mhm.
What are you looking for Gorm, Jess?
Well, I do want to sell some of my weaponry so I have money to buy stuff for Gorm, but I would like to find, like, he gave me the Ring of Warmth. I kind of want to return the gesture in a form of a ring, if not a special ring. I don't know.
Technically, if you want to be
do you mean-
counterpoint about it, he's giving you three gifts at this point: the ring, the sending stone, and the sword.
So I don't know what I want. I don't know what's available.
I mean, a lot of stuff is available. Are you trying to buy like a magical item?
Possibly. I just want something nice for Gorm. Probably, I would like to get him a ring since he got me a ring. I know that he already has, like, crazy weaponry and all the other stuff, so I definitely couldn't get him something better than he already has. So I'd rather get him something sentimental that he could have, or maybe, like, a necklace that he'd wear. Or, like, I don't know, an armband.
Are you looking for any specific ability to be on the ring, or...
No. I just want something nice, like, that would make him think of me, I guess. Or he gave me a ring
Are
of
you
warmth,
looking-
so I don't know.
Should
I mean,
it
you
should it have
definitely-
ability on it, or do you just want a really nice ring?
I think you should get him a mag. I'm there, but obviously it's not my thing. But you should probably put magic on it. 'Cause,
Well,
like, he
I
did
don't
use that
know what kind of magics that could be on it. If it would be something that could connect us, that would be cool. But
Heartbeat sensor.
it would be cool if there was one that was like, if you knew the other person was in danger. That would be cool.
Does Gorm typically fight like undead because he's a holy knight? I would think so, right?
Yes, well, not typically what he does, but he also doesn't really need help fighting undead, as he is a paladin.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but like he could get extra resistance against necromancy, right? Or no? Does he already have it built in?
He's got it pretty built in to be
Okay.
able to fuck up undead.
Gotcha.
Ring of shared
Okay, Jeff.
suffering.
An idea. Get him a ring of water walking, because he will need it for his boat journey with you guys.
Boat journey?
And also,
So,
how do we?
Or he will need oh wait.
We
Yeah,
gotta
he will
do
need
something.
it. You guys are probably going across the continent. So you get it as a sign of, I'm going to try and get you to
I was actually going to suggest like a I know there's an item called Rod of the Pact Keeper. I don't know if there's like a Ring of the Pact Keeper, but what that lets you do is it lets you recharge a spell slot. So if he could have something like that, that would let Gorm cast an extra spell per day. And so I found that really useful as a warlock. And I know with the paladin they use their spell slots for smites. So something like that could be kind of cool, an extra spell slot every day.
Maybe I should think about it a little bit, and can I get back to you with it? Or is this
Absolutely.
something I need to pick this out? Okay. I want something meaningful,
Yeah, you
damn
can
it.
look into some.
Cool. Can I sell some of my items, though?
That's what
Yeah,
I'm
what do you want to
here
sell?
do as well.
I have a great axe plus 1. Um, and then I just have like, you're probably not gonna take a quarterstaff. I could probably just throw that away. But I
I will
have.
say real quick, you guys never put the literal gold number in, I'm pretty sure. But you guys did complete like a 100,000 gold quest or something. Like gold income isn't a big issue for you guys.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Whoa.
You're all already fucking rich as shit.
Okay, yeah, I
Oh,
didn't.
I didn't put that in at all. Yeah, 100,000 divided by how many
Do
of
you
us?
not? You guys don't remember that, or
No, I don't remember that.
No, I thought we got like I don't.
I
don't
currently have written
know.
down that I have 1,700 gold.
Oh, I have 500 gold. So I definitely did not get a portion of 10,000 or 100,000 or whatever you just said. So 100%, we should figure out what 100,000 divide. Wait, spent it?
you
No, I
guys
couldn't have.
spent it?
No, Dalton. The only thing I have is a flail plus 1 and a couple healing potions. That's it. There's no way I could
We
have
did
spent.
spend it, Kyle. We spent it on
Don't you
we
have a
spent
goat,
it on
Kyle?
items.
I do have a goat. That's fair. I do have a goat. But yeah, okay.
It wasn't. It might have been. Maybe it was. How much was it to split amongst the 5 people? Because just having 1,700 sounds about right.
That would
If you
be
guys spent
20k
money.
each.
If it was like 10,000
Yeah, no,
divided by
that
6,
was.
that makes that can make sense.
Maybe it was 10,000 then instead of 100,000. Maybe I'm adding.
Because
Yeah.
if I remember correctly, the 100,000 was the one
That we
that
didn't do.
we didn't get to do because Turtle Guy pulled us off our quest. Like if I believe.
Oh, that's right. He's the guy. Yes.
But yeah, we did the one that
Now
gave
I
us like
remember.
2,000 each. Yes, that makes sense. Yeah, no, I agree, you guys. As far as Dalton and Andy are saying that we definitely spent the 2,000 each. When Max said the 100,000, that
Yeah,
would be
I
like
was fucking
20
it up.
to
That's my bad.
30,000.
Yeah.
I'm like,
I mean, you got us
definitely
real
got
excited like we had all this
20,000.
money.
Okay. But
You guys can sell your +1 weapons for 500 gold each.
Okay.
okay.
Do you want a warhammer, or is that not even worth it?
Not really.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna get rid of stuff I'm not using then. Goodbye,
You have
quarterstaff.
not been paid for any of the Uragiri requests, but you also have not requested any payment.
Oh,
If you talk to them, it's possible that they could pay you some, but
should
they
definitely
have
ask.
been more just firing quests at you and paying for all of your current expenses. But you're also less likely to get gold out of them than you are items. Like if you were to, yeah, exactly. That's the thing. If you go to Mulekarth and I need an item to help me with my Uragiri Mono quests, or if you were to go to, I don't know, Hitsugaya and say, hey, I need Beast, you're getting paid in more connections than you are in literal gold.
okay.
What was the thing for Hitsugaya? You said if we go to Hitsugaya, what?
If you need like book or info on specific beasts, like you're
Oh.
getting paid in connections.
Okay.
Can I sell my plate mail? I have heavy plate armor.
Plate? Yeah, you can sell that.
Is
if you
it?
have extra plate.
Yeah.
You can sell that for like 450, honestly. Like plate
Because
is
it's worth
crazy.
1,500.
Yes.
So would I take
It sells for half.
half value?
It depends
You
on what
could
that
sell they would offer you 450 for it. Because it's also not something they sell.
How dare you? Okay. Well, Mama's got to have some money. I got to buy Gorm something nice. Okay.
Plate is the best armor, right?
Yes. Doesn't get
Okay.
any better than that.
Okay.
Cool. All right. I think I'm situated.
I'm gonna ask.
I'm going to say, yeah, you're extremely lucky to have all these people who want to bone you, and unlucky because people want to bone you. Also, hookers and stuff. I hope that I was supporting
I think
you.
guys are making some quick assumptions about Lazella. Lizella is socially awkward. I'm not making
Mhm.
any guarantees that she's trying to get in Daniel's
Yeah.
pants.
Nice.
I don't think she knows what's
Is
going
there
on.
um are there magic items? I don't know if the guild would know this. I should probably go talk to somebody about it. I don't think they just have it in a shop. Uh, are there magic items that increase your constitution above 20? Can you buy them in a shop, or should I ask somebody in the guild about that?
Okay, they exist. You're not getting one.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Not at the moment, at least.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's fair.
nice try.
No, it was just an ask. That's all. I was just listing
You're
my ask.
always welcome to ask.
Yes.
But right now, that's going to be a harsh no from me,
That's
boss.
completely fair. Because the only reason I asked, I was looking to think what my character could do, and I'm like, the only thing I want to do is unleash more echoes, and I can only do that with more constitution. And so I'm like just looking at my powers, like, what do I actually want to do? Got that.
Do you think there's
Um,
somebody on?
Erotic, and he enchants your shield because it's extremely easy to enchant because of what it's made out of. And it becomes
Yes.
a +1 shield.
Okay. Thank you,
What were you
Orochi.
saying, Jess?
So there is a magic item that someone posted on Reddit. It's not real, but like I think it looks cool. Can I post it and you tell me if
Okay.
that's something that we could buy?
Send it to me.
I just put it in the thing.
Oh.
Eat more garlic.
That sure was to Daniel. I'm still reading your thing.
That's fine.
Yes, that is something you could get, although you'd have to go to Milk Carts, guys, for that,
Mhm.
because it's too specific to just get in a shop, you know what I mean?
Okay. Can I go do that?
Yeah, sure. You don't have to buy it.
Yay! But that was the whole point. That's fine. I guess
no,
it's
I'm
the
doing
thought
it
that
wrong.
counts.
Oh no. There we go. Found it. Alright. I accidentally
so-
removed the wrong item.
Yikes. Do you go to Gorm?
Yeah.
Remy?
What time of night is it? Is it time for us to get together?
Oh yeah, it's like actually 10.
Oh shit.
Yeah, you guys did a lot.
Okay. I would definitely go back and I would pick up like some street food on the way to bring back. Got some takeout.
When you get back, he has already made dinner.
Um,
I made dinner.
oh, well then I guess
I figured you'd be tired.
I am tired. Thank you so much. I got this because I was tired and I wanted to eat with you and I wasn't sure if you were tired and you wanted to eat.
Oh, I was tired. I wanted to eat, so I had dinner waiting.
Awesome. Well, I'll eat yours and then we'll eat mine.
You guys eat it all because you're Goliaths, and that's what you do.
Yes, damn straight.
And he's like, oh, like he's got this nice prego belly going, you know.
Awesome.
Got the
There
food
we
baby
go.
coming.
Hey Max, take a look at Lucifer to see if that's alright.
Say I go over and I rub Gorm's belly and I'm like, looks good on you. And then I give him a kiss on the cheek and I say, I got you something today. Well,
He perks up like, what? You didn't have to.
I know I didn't have to, but I wanted to. And then
He smiles.
I give him a little box with a ribbon on it. And I say, I expect you to put that in your hair.
He puts it in his hair and opens the box, and it's a heart. And he's like, huh? Okay, what is it?
And I say, this is something special. I had the guys whip up. I have one too, and it will connect our heartbeats, so we'll always know that we're both alive and that we're connected.
He smiles and he gives you a big, deep, passionate kiss.
Woo! Say, Remy is very happy.
Progress!
Yay!
Alright.
Uh,
The items that you gave to Lucifer are fine.
Okay.
I don't know if you guys saw, and I know we're doing D&D, but I don't know what time we're ending. John was just asking people if they want to play Among Us at 4 a.m.
Hey, after we finish and I'm down to keep going, I am going to sleep.
I tried
Like,
to go to sleep.
I will always make time in my life for Dungeons and Dragons, but the moment this is done, I'm hitting the bed like a brick.
Nice.
But I'm just having too much fun seducing you all.
That's right.
I swear to God, you're gonna tear her fucking heart out. And I'm going to laugh so hard when you do it.
No! Gorm and I are going to live forever.
Yeah, sure, honey.
Come on. I'm telling you, I would go to hell and bring him back.
Sure.
If that's going to be the second
And
subquest, I'll do it.
Slanesh will steal your soul.
I'll steal Slanesh's soul and add one to my harem, okay?
I don't think
Kyle,
he
no
wants
one
that.
can hear you, honey. I'm sorry.
Bye, Kyle.
He's
Oh,
like,
John,
no.
John.
I'm just going to name it like the Lover's Locket or something. Some bullshit like that.
Oh, okay.
You're
We'll do
still
that.
muted, Kyle.
Yeah, you're still muted.
Oh no, I muted myself when I got back because you guys were talking.
Oh. Yeah.
I was just gonna. I don't remember what I was gonna say now. So.
All right. Next morning. What do?
What do? We only... I think we've this is like our 4th day? Our 5th day?
This is day 4 of 7.
Okay.
What, Max, was it a great axe of wounding, or was it a great sword? Because
I believe it was a great axe.
yeah, I could not find a great axe of wounding. I could only find a great
Oh
sword.
no, it was a great sword. You can pretend it's a great axe though for flavor if that's what you want.
I mean, it doesn't matter. It does the same fucking
Yeah.
damage. It doesn't matter.
I mean, it is technically different, but again, I kind of don't care.
Yeah. It doesn't really matter. It could have a great axe.
We'll say
blade
it's a great axe for flavor because I literally couldn't care less.
Yeah. It could have a great axe blade at the bottom of it. It doesn't matter.
Daniel wakes up. I feel that Daniel. He's like, "Well, I've never done that before. That's not normal."
I mean, I guess.
Oh. Can in
It's not
game
good.
can elves choose to sleep?
They can now. I don't know. In this world, they now officially can.
If they're tired enough.
It says you don't need to sleep.
But you can.
I would imagine they could.
Oh, also it says you can dream after a fashion, because I was literally playing with someone else and I'm like, oh, I have a psychic character, I want to enter your dreams, and they're like, I don't dream. I'm like, you might. No.
It's kind of like a weird meditative state. It's not quite
Yeah.
a dream. Visions. John's like, you've been streaming for 6 hours. Put a fork in it. How dare you?
It's really good, huh?
All right. So it's the next morning. Daniel wakes up groggily.
Gorm. I'm so happy. I don't even know what I want to do anymore. I'm gonna say,
I wonder. Oh no, go ahead. I'm just wondering to myself.
Mhm.
I wonder what he would be doing in the morning.
hmm.
Well, satisfied with what everyone has. I think we're gonna call it
Mm-hmm.
because everyone seems to be drawing a blank.
All I'm
Well, it's
thinking
game
about is
time.
Gorm time, so it's not helpful for the rest of my day.
Well, the only thing I had was that at some point I was supposed to go back to Kleina and finish that conversation, but it's not important. We could totally do that anytime in the future.
Well, I'd actually rather get it out of the way because otherwise. So we're gonna
Otherwise,
start with Dalton, who wants to do one thing, and then we're gonna go to um, Kyle, who wants to go see Kleina, and then we'll do a little more Jess, and then we will call it a night.
Okay.
Um. Well,
Ooh.
you get nothing. Like you don't get any response from praying to this holy symbol given to you by this. However, you do at the end of it get this really weird feeling of serenity, like as if the weight of what's happening to you feels lifted for a moment. Was that all, Daniel? I mean, yeah, Jess, you can go find Daniel.
Awesome. I just I send a note so that it goes to our residents or whatever and ask him if he wants to take a little time away and relax and just go on a picnic. What season is it? What's the weather?
Cloudy with a chance of meatballs.
Meatballs.
Spring.
Spring. Maybe a little cherry blossom viewing by the river or some bullshit. Is there a river? I don't know.
I mean, yeah, actually, you are right next to, I believe it's called the Carenet River.
The care not?
The Carenet. Nice try,
Ah.
guy. I care not about your joke. Ah! I'm a fucking genius.
Look at me, I made a joke.
Don't make fun of me.
No, I'm
God.
making fun of you making fun of me.
Shut up! This is too complicated for my brain.
Oh no.
Yeah, Daniel can't get the concept of one is.
We can't hear you.
Never mind. It literally didn't matter.
It matters to me.
So, Max, context. Which one's hotter? Is it Lisa?
Or whom?
Or the...
Lizella?
Or, what's her face?
Lizella?
Lizella. Which one's hotter?
Both right here. Make up your own mind. So here's Lisa.
I cannot see either.
Oh, let me stream.
I was theater of the mind in time. Lisa?
Yep. Here's Lizella.
Oh, obviously Lisa.
I mean, they're both hot in different ways. You don't know what she's packing under that armor, but she looks fierce.
I also have a negative inclination myself personally to CG over 2D. So, next time you have like a 2D hentai or a 2D cartoon, I'll tell you if it's hot.
I also think I like Lizella more Dalton. I don't dislike Lisa, but I don't know. Lizella is short and feisty.
Yeah, she's a badass.
Yeah.
Fiery.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm also biased because I like Lizella more than Lisa character-wise. So
Mhm.
that helps me personally. Although I love them both. They both
I
have
mean,
great stories.
I'm a fan of short stacks, so
Yeah, see? You gotta get the shorties that you can just kind of throw around the room.
it's fun sized.
Makes me feel like a bigger man. Oh, okay. Goodbye, someone.
Jesus. Oh man.
I love it when Daniel just sends us his inner.
Oh, the inner monologues. Yeah.
Yeah. Daniel will send us specifically what the character does and what his character is thinking, and it gives us really good insight into what's happening. I'm really into it.
Yeah, I really like
I'm
that.
gonna go throw out and grab a water bottle. I will be back. Maybe I'll take a pee pee while I'm gone.
Go for it.
Man, I tried so hard to fall asleep, but my body was like, hey, fuck you.
I know. I meant that in the letter where I asked you if you wanted to, I would say meet me in that place. Oh, you meant you were talking to. Okay, got it.
Also, I found out that you guys chose Lucifer.
What?
We haven't chosen anybody.
No,
It
that's what Max told me.
No.
Well, either you're tricking us or you were with a surprise or something. I don't know. But we have had no
Yeah.
decision.
No, we've purposely been RPing so we would not have to have that discussion yet.
Also, we have to always wait for Sean and Adios, or Sean and Deacon. Also, as far as I know, our handler had to be one of the Barberman. I didn't know if we could pick the left or right hand, but
Well,
yeah.
Max had said now that we could branch out. So
Okay.
so Remy meets Daniel out in the square, and she goes to him. I'm so glad that you decided to come. I figured there's a lot that's been going on, and it would be nice to just have some time to relax and maybe watch the blossoms. What do you think?
Oh, he said he thanks. I missed thanks.
All right. Well, I pull out 2 picnic baskets and I say, "Why don't you carry this one?" And I give one to Daniel.
Ugh.
And it's really heavy.
It's literally
Yikes.
just lead.
And I-
It's nothing but meat. They both have whole turkeys.
God, you think that's it? That's funny. There's at least a couple pigs in there. It's a cornucopia, Max.
And I say, I start walking. I walk to where the river is, through where all the trees are and the cherry blossoms are coming down, and I set my basket down for a minute, and I pull out a blanket for us to sit on, and I I'm like, it's not that heavy. And I start pulling out
That's what she
stuff.
said.
My basket is full of meat. And after I lay everything out, I say, "Can I have that basket?" And I take that one, and that one's just full of like fruits and cheeses and all kinds of thing that I was like, I noticed you tend to like a lot more healthy things and fruits. So I got a little something for me and a little something for you. I know I didn't have to, but after our conversation the other day, I was really thinking about everything that's been going on, and I think that it's important to take a break for yourself. Otherwise, you can often bend under the strain. Um, so I wanted to give you a chance to relax. I actually have one more thing for you. I thought you might like it. And Remy pulls out a book, and it's Advanced Techniques in Hand-to-Hand Combat. And I'm like, I thought I could give you some light reading that you might enjoy. And I give it to him. Remy thinks that weaponry and training manuals and books are very relaxing and thinks that's a great gift. Andy, did you just send me a picture of all the carbs, you piece of shit? You piece of shit. I will ban you from this server. Yes, John, my basket is full of meat.
Is John watching the stream?
Yeah.
You just gave a level 9 monk a hand-to-hand combat book.
No, it's advanced
Yeah.
techniques. It's advanced techniques. He's a monk. I was trying to be helpful.
It was like me handing Lisa the book.
Yeah, exactly. Well, that's worse because Lisa's a master. Well, I get it because it's a good. It's still good because he clearly has 11 more levels to grow.
It's
So
advanced. Advanced.
Yes. Yes. Advanced.
I say it's advanced. I know how how ferocious you were in the battle or the training grounds the other day, and you know, I thought it might be something you like. I found it at the market and I thought of you. So
It's just a book on sun soul techniques.
like, I know that you don't normally use weapons, so normally I'd go with weapons because weapons are my forte, but I guess I was trying to think of things that you would like.
It's actually a sex book.
It's the Karma Sutra.
Yeah, no, I thought about that so often. I have thought about that so many times.
And I say, Kyle's picture is frozen and his face is just crazy.
And he's gone.
He didn't want that face anymore. His face was literally... Yeah. Okay, so I just start, like, making a plate of food for him, and, you know, I'm like, we'll enjoy the nice weather and just relax, and I just wanted to spend some time, and, you know, maybe next time the other people could enjoy a time like this, but I don't think they're quite as stressed out as you've been lately, so I just wanted to give you a little special time apart.
I've seen that, Andy.
It's so good.
It's good stuff, yeah.
I want to roll that character, but rogue hard. Me go face. No understand.
Do me trade. Me go face.
Me hit.
So, Daniel, we've talked about, you know, your not being somebody else and your destiny that you fulfill in the future. But what are some things you enjoy? What are some things that make you happy? And I say we've talked a lot about the bad things, and I'd like to talk to about some new things and, really get to know you.
Max said 2 seconds ago, one conversation each, and then that's it.
Yeah.
No, I was just. I only said anything because it sounded like no. You guys have more to do. Feel fucking free.
I just feel like the getting to know you conversations would probably be better served when the whole group was there. That way we don't have to repeat back to the figure.
Well, I don't think everyone would ask for it.
You know, the whole group should be watching the fucking stream to catch up.
That's right.
That's fair. That is a fair point, sir. Send the DM to Deacon and Sean right now. Watch stream. We're not giving you a recap.
A lot happened, yeah.
So what happened when I was really just staring at the fucking ceiling for 2 hours?
Daniel got to see a naked lady.
Mm-hmm.
Made further
Gorm
friends.
and Kargar got some really, Gorm gave Remy a really cool weapon, which Kargar activated, and Kargar and Remy have really powerful weapons now.
Mm-hmm. We're gonna be
Kleina
bosses.
helped us with that.
Cool.
I mind linked with Kleina.
Yes, he mind linked with Kleina. She helped him with the weapons.
I think that it's important to find enjoyment in the little things, even when a lot of things are going wrong. During the war, it was horrible, and we didn't know we would survive, and many people didn't, but we took time to enjoy our lives in between to know it was worth living. You fight all the more for something that you enjoy and love, you know? Like, I learned how to play the lute, which is, I'm not the best at, but it's something. Have you ever tried to play any music? Oh. I'm going to say, do you want to try and play something together? Find some bards. We are bards. You don't own a lyre.
I can play the lyre. I don't own a lyre. Kargar has a bagpipe. If you invite him, he will play some music.
Well, I think that it's time we get you one. I think it would be good to have something that you can play. It would be good because it helps to express emotions with you're sad or frustrated and also happy. Have you ever tried the lute? Maybe one of those happier times that you decided wasn't worth remembering? Anyways, I happen to have my lute with me. Do you want to give it a try, or I could teach you?
That's neat. Your prior self wields the leader.
He's not necessarily saying his prior self remembered how to play a lyre or a lyre.
No, he said. He just said, I have not. I just know the lyre because. Wait, why do I know how to play that? It's been so long, I can't remember. Yeah, so I think
That doesn't necessarily mean his prior self knew it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think that you'll find that even as people leave, they come back. I don't think anyone's completely gone forever, especially if they're important to one another. I think that we're on a break right now, and it doesn't mean that we can't enjoy each other's company. And heck, we can always go and visit our little prince or king now. He's not really gone. I think you'll find that as people go, new people come, and that those who are really important to you and who care about you, though they may not always be with you all the time, will certainly still love and appreciate you and keep in contact. I understand that we're going to have to fight our friend. He's made some choices that
Oh.
I don't agree with, but here's the thing. I can say you can love someone, but you don't always have to like them. I think that if I could change his mind and make him switch sides, I would do that in a heartbeat. But if he's hurting people, it is our job to stop him. That doesn't mean I stop caring about him. It's just sometimes people don't always make good decisions in life.
I had something to say about that. If one of you could bring that up when I'm around, because I had something I thought of between games, and I wanted to say it, but I'm not there.
Okay. Do you miss Fuji a lot?
Oh, I think I figured it out. One sec, Kyle.
Okay.
Um,
Kyle, you have a fighting style that makes it so if you're wielding a melee weapon in one hand and no other hands, you get a +2 bonus to that weapon's damage. That's where the +5 is coming from.
Okay.
I'm sorry to distract you guys.
that's okay.
I forgot I had that.
He's right. You guys had fucking like 11 people.
Yeah.
I hate that.
What?
Wait,
I'm sending it to you, Max.
okay.
You got it.
Yeah.
And I say, I put my hand kind of like on his hand, I think in a platonic way, and I say, times do change, and we can reconnect with our friends, but we can always love them, and I have no plans on leaving now. And if you remember correctly, I was trying to get you to come back with me when I do leave. So I think that the only way that we're going to be split up is if you decide to leave me.
That's some bad stuff you're sending there,
I'm I I had no choice.
Andy. Oh,
I needed another opinion. I'm sorry.
my opinion is nope.
That was drawn by one of my friends.
Your friend
I
is a
I'm
sociopath. You should report them to the proper.
And I say,
okay.
and I do believe Kargar would be stuck up our ass no matter where we went. So he's not going anywhere. So I know I can be a little overzealous, but he's a couple levels above me, huh? Hmm. All right. So we dwaddle away the afternoon. I do offer Daniel, if he wants to learn how to play the lute, I'll teach him because I brought mine, but that's up to him.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. Why cough? Why pain?
All right, Kardar, you want to go talk to Kleina?
Yes.
Who's
Okay,
that?
one sec, please. Alrighty. She's where she normally is. You can.
Yeah. So I go to her office area. Um, and as I approach, I would initiate telepathic, and I'd be like, "Hello."
She'd go, "Oh, hi. What? I'm glad to see you."
Yeah. I figured if since we've done the mind link thing, it just seems more direct and fun than verbally talking. So I figured why not.
Whatever you'd prefer.
Um. So the other day, uh, out of game, I think the last thing I had asked her was it an illithid thing? Was it a bad guy thing? I kind of forget what I had even get. Look at my text.
Picture your messages.
Yeah, because it's 4 a.m.
I'll
and
do the same.
Kyle doesn't remember what he's doing right now.
I'm very awake for some reason, and I fucking hate it.
I was like 1, 2, and 3. I made like a list. I just have to find it out.
You run into Klein at the library. She spends a lot of her time there. Hey, just doing some research on illithids. Oh, anything specific you would like to know? I'm a very knowledgeable sort. Could she help with my research? How's her history? Yeah, one, have there ever been any other separations? Have there been any other good illithids? I feel like there was a third question, but I can't remember. I have never heard of a case like yours. Good and evil are relative terms, but none that help humankind. Are there any that aren't bloodthirsty, power-hungry, psychopathic monsters? And I said, she kind of looks away and stutters. I'm sorry, but can we continue this later? She quickly goes to leave. I'm sorry if I was brash, but when you said that good and evil are relative, there's grace between the black and white, certainly, but I think it's fair to say there's a definitive good and evil on the ends of the spectrums. And then
That
she
was all
says, she looks
conversation that we
back
had
at
in
you and blurts
well,
out, "No, it's not that." What's up?
well, yeah, but then we had an in-person conversation over voice after that.
Yes, but I
That's,
think that was it. Was just that you never got to talk about that.
Okay. All right. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Yes.
So you can initiate however you like.
Okay. So I'd say we were talking the other day, and it seemed like the conversation went a little wonky, and there may have been a misunderstanding or what may have you, but you said you wanted to talk about it later. Would now be a good time?
Yes, now would be fine. I was just I was having personal issues then. I'm fine to talk now.
Okay. Um, so in like the guild studies or in your studies personally, uh, there haven't been any other um of me that had been like separated like that. Have there ever been like are all recorded illithid in the hive mind because there's been no other recorded separations? Are all other illithid hive minds bad?
She goes, "There's never been another good one recorded. You're one of a kind, Kargar."
Okay. Then second thing would be, um, are there? And I think I already asked about the whole. Are there any members who were monstrous races? I remember that question. Uh, what about in the guild currently? Are there vampires, werewolves, undead, things like that?
Well, there are plenty of lichens in the form of ghost hunt. I don't believe there are currently any vampires, like vampires. But there have been good aligned vampires recorded in history.
Okay.
We do have the occasional vampire tainted bloodline,
Mhm.
but no true vampires.
Okay. And then psychic things. Um, shoot, I really wish like what was the actual last question? Research. Um, so I maybe I don't know. Whenever I ask Slanesh or Easegraph about like my history, they say they can't tell me because it could have disastrous consequences and things like that. So I get it. Um, but I also, now that I have this helmet, I knock on the helmet. I would like to help sever other illithids and create more conscious good illithids. So that's why I ask all these questions in those regards, because I would like to have other free illithids, going around.
I see.
And that's added to like I want to make more friends in the Adventurer Guild, but if I could also make more of my kind, that would be useful. That would be good too.
You would need to talk to Hitsugaya about any known illithids.
Yeah, when I last talked to the council as a whole, they told me they didn't want me dealing with any illithids on the chance I could be reabsorbed, even despite the helmet.
Well, it is a fair assumption. They don't want to lose you.
Yes, no, I get that. And
None
also
of us do.
not even just lose me, I would become like a crazy bad person again.
Yeah,
that's
they
fine.
don't even as much as they don't want to lose you.
Yeah.
You're quite strong.
So yeah, so that's okay. So yeah, so let's move from the illithids then. And do you think you could introduce me to any of the? Are there any Dampier currently, or any? What's the other one? Shadow touched creatures. So like the opposite of Fey. I know there's like Fey touched creatures. Are there shadow touched creatures?
Shadow touch creatures exist. There are none in the guild. They're not common to this plane.
That makes sense.
There are Dompier in the guild, but they're not monstrous in nature. They have tainted bloodlines.
Well, yeah, but like I would just think that if they, let me ask you this: wouldn't you think that if you're related to vampires, no matter how distinctly, people would look at you a certain way? So, like, even let's say I
Yes,
had,
they would. That's why they're in the outcast.
yeah, exactly. So then I figured I could talk to them and we could talk about our mutual issues.
Uh,
I think it'd be cool to create like a what do you want to call it? Like a outcast therapy group type thing.
a
I know
support group.
a support group, 100%. Yeah, I have so
I
much anxiety and
wouldn't
issues
do.
that
I would love to help you, Kargar, but I can't do anything that forward without permission from my Varnerman, and I haven't even met Herma yet. It's
that's
something
the
that I
fun.
will need to discuss down the line.
Well, that's as far as forming an official group. But I was just hoping to like start shaking some hands among the outcasts informally, and then yes, down the line we could formally create a support group. But I enjoy being your friend. And so how about this? Can I meet like Geraldo? Like I'd like to be his too. Like I don't know. Is it?
Yes, you can meet Geraldo.
Yeah,
Unfortunately, he's out on a mission right now, though.
that makes sense. All right. If I think anything else, 'cause I'm pretty sure there was something else, but if I think of it, I'll let you know. Uh, otherwise, thank you as always, and have a good day.
It's good to see you, Kargar. Stop by
Yeah,
anytime.
yeah, thank you. You too.
All right, and with that, I'm just now looking at the time. I have to be at work by 10, which means I have to be up
Oh
by 9, which means
no.
I need to go to sleep.
Yeah, yep. Have a good night.
Go the fuck to sleep.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'm getting wrecked here. Having said that, I am so pleased with all of our RP today. I'm going to give everyone a level.
You're
So
gonna
go
what?
ahead and hit level 10.
Woo.
Oh wow, thank you.
Nice.
Diplomacy level. Rare.
I enjoyed tonight more than I enjoy most sessions. I thought that's what we're doing. And
I
next week, hopefully, Sean will be here so that we can do the main thing revolving around character. And if he's not, then he is never allowed to complain again that I don't give him the limelight. So there's that.
uh I had a Kyle.
Yeah,
I was trying to rip off of you, but I didn't know how in I could go because
yeah.
this was not a character I was completely familiar with.
No, that makes sense.
So I was playing it extremely safe.
Yes.
So I'm sorry if I came off as like standoffish and rude.
No,
I was not
no,
trying to do it. I was just
no.
play testing the water.
Well, it also makes sense because she's a shy, awkward person like Kargar is. So I think we were both being kind of awkward and standoffish. So I think that worked.
I tried. I haven't played. Uh, I'm not good at playing female characters, as very evident. But
Not even female. I would love to see you in general play like a shy, bookish
I've
character.
done it. I've
Yeah,
played shy.
I've only seen
I
you
did
play
a
like brash.
I did a shy
people.
fighter. It was very funny. Like he would 180 in combat, but every other time he was extremely shy. Also, that hand photo. Ugh. My friend drew that. It was bad.
Jess, are you going to bed? Because John wants to know if you'll play Among Us.
Me and Daniel are RPing.
Oh, you're still
Where
RPing?
where is John?
He's
I'll
in a
put him in the
different
chat.
server.
He's a different
Ah,
server, yeah. What do you mean the elf is an illicit next? What's that part mean?
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh,
the elf
you
is
know
not
what?
an
Sorry,
elephant. She is a sea elf.
Yeah, Kleina, yeah. I wanted to make a reference to that because clearly she's like part fish elf and I'm part octopus monster, so that's kind of funny.
She has a monster fetish, 100%.
But see, that's the thing, right? Carter's looking for a friend. I don't know that I'm looking to date her. Like, I just want a
Why
friend.
not? Get it,
Oh,
tentacle boy.
Bro, she is about to find out what happens in hentai. 100%.
But like,
All of
but
the
what if?
tentacles.
But here's the thing. Like, what if that's not what Kargar wants? Like, I think boys and girls can be
Look
platonic.
what you want.
That's what we want. Get with the program.
Turn him into a degenerate. Let's go.
No, I was telling Jess, like, I'm not good with like mushy or like feeling stuff or.
Anything
I want-
sentimental.
Yeah,
God forbid he
anything
makes a
sentimental.
best friend and they die. He'd probably like, good, didn't want to RP that anyways.
Jeez. So, so you're the type of guy that's like, be a man, don't be sentimental, just get things done.
Not in real life in person, it's just in RP for some reason.
Yeah, in
No.
RP I can't do it. It's like.
And hey, John.
Hi, John.
Sorry I was gone for most of the day and didn't message you. I was literally throwing up all day.
You're okay. Oh, these are a bunch of people I do not know.
Yeah, and Kyle. Well, you know Scotty, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Don't worry if Scotty sucked. You probably played with him once or twice, Kai.
Me? Yeah.
We
Maybe.
played with Kai before, yeah.
But they're done for the night, so
Ah. Okay. Sorry.
that's okay. How was D&D?
I mean, on the plus
Oh,
side,
Dick
we
and
did
Dinner
so
was
much
great.
RP. We did so much RP that we leveled up from it.
Nice.
So we're officially 10. And it's
You guys
funny,
only
we were
have
just
one more
talking-
level.
We were just until what?
Until you're on the same level as Gorham's right hand.
Oh, okay, gotcha. But it's funny because we were just talking about people that were in the campaign, and we were like, oh, Legend and Kelric, and here's Kelric now. So there you go. Dalton, this is your chance. RP with Kelric.
Do it.
Nobody
What
wants
was
to
I
RP
doing
with
here?
me. It's okay. All I do is sexually harass people anyway.
I'm fine with that.
Well, that's kind of what happened tonight. Max was just flirting with all their characters. Like, it
I'm
was
I'm fine with
Except
that.
for me, I'm dead.
Yes. Andy died last week, and Andy played with a character that had to flirt with me this week.
But
Yeah,
you guys
I
played
didn't-
D&D
I didn't
for
know how
7
to-
hours.
We started at like 9:30, but still, yeah, 9:30 till
10:30,
7 hours.
11:30, 12:30, 1:30.
We've been going for 6 hours and 45 minutes.
That's crazy. I mean, not really. I know some people who play for 6 to 8 hours. All of our groups go 4 hours, but I have talked to people that do 6 to 8. But that
The
is
longest
yeah.
the longest session I've ever been in for D&D was 11 hours.
Hmm.
And it was one combat.
What?
If you're playing a 6-hour game of D&D, you should get a half-hour lunch break or some sort of food break.
It's funny you say that because our Wednesday game, they're actually specific. They're like, okay, guys, do you want a 15-minute break or a half-hour break halfway through? And they schedule it, and they do that. They're like, okay, if we're playing from 5:30 till 9:30, at 7 o'clock exactly, we'll have a 20-minute break.
But yeah, we did have we did have pizza ordered. We ordered 3 pies, and we ate it throughout the entire campaign.
Wow.
Or not the campaign, the session.
Guys, I have a thing now. At 10th level, I can make my echo throw itself in front of an attack directed at another creature that I can see. Before the attack roll is made, you can use your reaction to teleport the echo to an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the targeted creature. The attack roll that triggers the reaction is instead made against the echo. I can use my echo as a shield now.
Oh boy, you get to kill more multiverses.
Well, not even just that, because these multiverse still lives. It's just their portal to me is gone. I like your version though, where they're dead. That's funny. But then I was actually thinking of a different one at 15th level. Whenever my echo dies, I get health from it. That's what I was thinking it was. But still, using it as a shield is really neat. Because I can just resummon it as a bonus action. So I will. Okay, I can only. How often
Oh,
can I do it?
did you
Though?
guys get
I
the
can use it once.
did you guys get the stats of the right hands that? Oh wait, no, because we haven't chosen yet. Never
No,
mind.
we're gonna talk. We're gonna talk to. We need. Yeah, we need Deacon and Sean. And then we're gonna go through who we want. Yes.
You should go through the. Well, I don't know if Max is gonna give you the stats, but
Yeah.
I
mean,
have the
also, I don't know
stats
if you're gonna-
for all of them.
I don't know
I'm
if
just
Andy. I don't know if Andy gets a vote, but I would give you a vote. It's up to Max, but I would say that since it's your character and you're gonna be playing it, you could get a vote. But I do want to. Yeah.
I mean, if you guys choose Lucifer, that is my character that I made. So, it is an NPC that I made for Max.
What is Lucifer's alignment?
You don't get to
Let me
know
check.
that. You don't get to
Hey,
know that.
no. If he wants to campaign for me, it's like me going to a politician and saying, "What are your beliefs?" If he
I'm
wants my
pretty
vote,
sure
I need him.
I'm pretty sure he's one of the neutrals. I just don't remember what. I'm not gonna tell you, but I just don't remember.
What do you guys get that's cool at level 10? Anything?
I haven't looked yet.
Oh, it isn't written down. I didn't put it in. So, that's up to Max. It's not up to me. I'm gonna leave it up to him.
Guys, if we can get to 11, I get 3 attacks per attack. Which means if I action surge, I get 6 attacks. Which then I can use my Unleashing Arcanation to give my Echo attacks as well.
Why do you keep saying attacks?
Attacks.
Attacks.
So I would hypothetically get 12 attacks per turn if I action surge and use all my shit. That's so fucking cool.
That just means a
That's
long
so
wait for
broken.
us. Yeah.
I don't think so. That's all it is. Like, I don't get anything else. Like, that is my shit. That's the coolest thing I have.
That's so broken, though.
I can only do it once per day. So once per day, I can have 12 attacks.
Well, if it isn't per turn, okay.
Yeah. No. Oh, no, yeah. Stuff is not per turn. It's once per day. So basically, I go up to a monster, I unleash all my shit, and then I am done for the day.
Lucifer is an aura paladin. He runs 3 auras. Aura of protection, aura of devotion, aura of courage.
I think in game, I have a bias against clerics and paladins, and I think that that's probably a problem with Kyle as a player because I don't know. I don't know why. You guys know you're RPing and the DM is not here, right? You're just
So?
doing it for.
Because
Okay.
we're enjoying it.
But yeah, I like playing paladins and barbarians and things like that because it gives me the ability to just, hey, you guys be squishy back there, and I'm gonna go over here.
I made a hypothetical paladin. He's a Minotaur paladin, Oath of Vengeance, and his name is Huspajar. Huspajar Heavy Skull. And
My first paladin was a minotaur, Oath of the
Oh,
Crown.
Okay.
Oath of the Crown
That's
is
cool.
great. I loved it. Because of the challenge. The challenge was great. I used that a lot.
What's that?
Challenging call. An enemy near you has to make a wisdom saving throw or fight you.
Ooh.
So it's aggro. You pull aggro.
Yes.
It was really great for bosses because at the time we were playing a level 10 campaign
Okay.
where we started at 9 and we worked our way to 10, and it wasn't EXP, it was milestone.
Yeah.
So the entire campaign took us from level 9 to 10.
Wow.
Yeah, it was great.
if you guys have any brains, make sure you bring them home to Carter. Also, I wasn't reading the whole conversation. I just came into, yeah, packing up might not be a bad idea. And I'm like, why are you moving? Like, why? Why are you leaving us?
We're wrapping up our picnic. God.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
You don't need a third, Dalton.
The funny thing is, I just said something like that. I said, you had a busy day. Now you have two more women to see naked.
About one.
Alright, I'm going to attempt to stare at the ceiling again for another 2 hours.
Try to go to bed. Your sleeping schedule's so crazy anyways.
I am on Sydney time. I am literally on the time zone for Sydney. It is awful.
Yeah.
Move to Sydney.
Nocturnal?
Well, no, I'm 15 hours ahead.
Yeah,
Like my body is literally 15 hours ahead.
Yeah.
Like my roommate and I switch off in the morning for shifts. Like he wakes up and I go to sleep.
Yeah.
Like one of us has to be awake at all times.
Jess, Sunday we are level 6, right? Is that correct?
You guys.
We're not playing this Sunday.
Well,
Oh, yeah, but and we are. I'm wondering if our level number. Are we 6 for next time?
I told you at the end of the session, you probably leveled up then.
Okay, I'm just double checking. Okay. All right. Have a good night.
You guys stay safe.
You too.
Yep.
Especially you, Joe. Also, I'm sorry for sending you all of the carbs. I was feeling especially mean.
I had a lot of fun tonight, even though we didn't fight anything. It made me really happy.
Well, I'm glad you had fun.
Yay. You fought your sanity? Yeah. I think it's pretty cool how you roll like that. I gotta get into that. I think most of the campaigns I've been in have been more like out of character, kind of like saying they do this or they do that instead of just talking as you are the character. So maybe I need to change things up a bit. Yeah, I think it kind of forced you to think, what would Remy say instead of what would just Remy do. Very cool.
So, how was your week?